Live PKA episode 266 with Mark Ellis.
Yeah, we've got two sponsors tonight. This episode is being brought to you by Movement Watches, where high quality doesn't have to break the bank, as well as Trunkclub. Two brand new sponsors. Trunkclub is going to help us look good with ease in 2016, apparently. So you'll hear more about both of those sponsors later in the show. But first things first, we got a great guest tonight. I got Mark Ellis.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man.
I am so excited that all your guys' mailing addresses are apparently out there on the internet.
Oh, fuck that. No, P.O. boxes.
No, dude.
P.O. boxes.
My mailing address, my social security number, my wife's name, her maiden name, like my family's name, like everything is out there. I am so doxxed.
Woody really fell victim to that harder than anyone I've ever seen online.
Yeah.
And it happened like 4 or 5 years ago. You were in the first wave of people fucking with you.
Dude, the SWAT team and I got so tight, they start calling in advance.
It was like you only had 100,000 subscribers, but you had it was almost like you had a media team and a publicist, because all your information was getting blasted out there like you were Paris Hilton or something.
Yeah. It was out there
about that stuff happening. Like, I've had people like Schmoes No Fans are the best fans, but sometimes they'll write you and they'll be like, "Hey, I want to mail you something," and I always give them the address of the Comedy Store. On set, so a couple times they've called me and been like, "Hey, do you have packages delivered here?" And I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll take the package."
Well, now it's out. Yeah, man. They like fans send me things, and I it's tough for me. So now I'm kind of known for like being terrible at sending them back, which is good. I'm glad that they know that, because it was never like a thing I advertised or offered or whatever. They would just send me like errands to run. Like, hey, I need you to sign this, head out to the post office, shoot that back to me. Some of them would make me feel guilty by including return postage, but it's always like $1.50. So it like,
oh, they try and guilt you into it.
Yeah.
It's like, I already spent the 60 cents, so you could send it back. You don't even have to worry about that. Just get in your car and do an errand
before the show. Someone sent me money for postage on some bullshit, and I literally tore your money up and threw it in the trash right there in the post office. Dude, it made me so angry.
Somebody sent me, I think it was a Black Ops cover, like the box that the game came in, and it had like a couple dollars in there for postage. So I didn't want to do it, but I also didn't want to steal the money. So the money and the box stayed in like the shipping envelope for years. For years it was on my to-do list. Like 3 years later, in my office was the damn box and like the $3 return shipping. And then we were moving houses, and I like, you go through like every single item in the whole home as you're like deciding whether to move it to the new house or to throw it away. And eventually I was like, well, he's probably not even a fan anymore, right?
Yeah, it's been like 4 years.
Yeah.
He's moved on. He might be dead.
$5 for me.
I mean, let's be real. That kid might be dead. He might have been in a school shooting or something by now. Like, we don't have to worry about him.
It's like 1.2 million subs. A couple of them have to be literally gone, dead.
Yeah. Oh,
buried.
some of them are dead.
Yeah. Undoubtedly.
Yeah. Some of them are dead, and probably in their will wrote that they want you to appear at the funeral. And I don't know how many you've actually showed up to, but there's a lot of disappointed dead people out there.
I mean, unless they can come up with the appearance fee, I'm not showing up.
Dude, you know what I was thinking about? So one of the factions on woodycraft.net, I have this Minecraft server, Mark. It's the best in the multiverse. And one of the factions there, which is like this gang that plays, and they're going to do jet skiing and that, that activity, like, you hook it up to a jet ski and water like shoots out the feet of it, and you can stand in midair. Are you familiar with this? Devin Supertramp did a video.
Is it like a jet ski, but then there's like 2 seats behind, and you can kind of stand up on them?
No.
One of those?
It hooks up to the nozzle on the back of the jet ski, and now you have a jet coming out of your feet, and you're fucking Iron Man soaring around in the water. You're not familiar with this.
It's standalone now. Like that's how it used to be. Now you're completely autonomous, and you don't need the jet ski. You have that part is in the water below you, and it's always feeding water into you. It's basically like a jetpack that uses water instead of burning jet fuel or something. So it's got this little water pump dangling beneath you in the water, continuously pumping water up into your water jetpack and then down, and you kind of turn into Iron Man on the water. It's cool.
I love that funeral talk is what inspired this conversation.
Okay, so let's watch a minute or so of this thing. If you don't, let me go to the big screen.
I am queued up at 0.
All right. Are you queued up at 0, Mark? So what happens? We just all go to 0, and I'll say 1, 2, 3, play. Are you ready?
Good to go.
I am ready.
All right, 1, 2, 3, play. I hope to God this is the right thing.
Get high with JetLab.
Ah, fuck! It's the wrong thing.
No, this is it.
No, the one that I know.
This
it
is
comes
better.
out the feet.
The feet.
Yeah,
Well,
this one.
I got an ad.
This is
I got
much
an
better
ad
than
for
what you had.
I literally got an ad for mortgages.
Well, how's that?
You trying to tell me something? Okay, Rocket Mortgage.
I think this thing is cooler than the thing that you described, then, Woody. This is the thing that I was thinking of.
I feel like you'd like mine more if you saw it.
7, 6, 5.
Someone's. Wait. Ah! I found mine.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Dude, this is not even the amazing. Here, wait. Can we watch this video instead?
Sure. Yeah.
Cue
let's
up at
see what you got
0.
here. I want to see what makes this better than that, because that other thing's pretty cool. This is
Yeah.
a flyboard
Yeah.
in comparison.
I
Yeah.
feel like if you slightly angle yourself too far down, you'll just propel yourself
You
to
do.
drowning.
Watch. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Mark, are you past the ad?
I literally just saw the word mortician mortgage. Give me 10. I need you to stall for 15 seconds. The
All
other
right.
one looked pretty cool, but it also looked like it's more work than it's worth. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fun, but it's also not worth the death.
This one's 10 times
I'm on that
cooler,
page.
but I feel like it takes talent to use. And I'll assume, since I've never done it, I don't have any. But,
Right.
but are you guys ready?
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm
All right.
there.
0, 3, 2, 1, play.
Coolest pack ever.
Oh, dude.
Are you ahead of me?
Oh, wow.
What are you doing?
Strap in like a snowboard, and oh shit, he's a merman.
I love how he got 30 of his idiot friends to
See,
come drink
they-
beer and watch him.
They
show off.
totally missed
Yeah.
out. They should have had a hot redheaded chick on this thing instead of this dude. Oh,
I'm
that's
sure
really
surfers
fucking cool.
love This guy.
It's
And
cooler
don't
than
you-
the other one, right?
Well, you turn into a dolphin with this one. You're basically a merman.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You're almost like Aquaman, because this guy's like way up above the water now, doing 360s and kind of flying. But then they'll just turn up and like dive into the water like a dolphin, doing that little hippity hop thing when they're jumping out of the water.
Dude,
The
so
coolness
cool.
of it is
Oh, you
really
get a
hindered
passenger
by
out
the
there?
giant tube.
Can I tell you what happens to guys who use this who aren't named like Laird Hamilton?
they get
Is
laid. Go on.
They get laid in a hospital bed getting fed with tube. Because did you see the guy when he's going underwater? Like, he has to correct for how hard he's going into the water and shoot out this way. Most people would shoot just straight down, and their
This-
head hits
They
the
get-
rock.
Of course,
They
there's
get
rocks
laid.
underneath and coral reefs and stuff.
They get laid, but it's like a pity hand job in hospice care by their nurse. And,
Look at his
and
heart rate about
at the
50
end of it, everyone's just crying.
There's a little argument between the two chicks there of, you do it. You jack him off. You have to do something. He showed us his jetpack.
So one of my factions, like on my server, is going to do this. They're going to have a meetup. Like, these guys don't hang out in real life. They're online friends. And oh shucks, I need to turn the guest camera on. Anyway, it was just for this part. Whatever. They're going to do a hangout, and they invited me to come with them. And I have to somehow convince my wife that this is a business trip. But that seems
Where are we all going? Because we're all
Spain.
going.
Spain.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Woody. I thought you were going to Orlando. Spain.
Spain. It's a
You
business
want to go
trip.
to Spain to ride a water skateboard.
Yes,
and
I
gather-
do. I really, really want to go.
See, I would trust you to do it because you're an all-star swimmer. I can just picture, like, seeing how hard those guys were hitting the water after they angled their feet up there. I can just imagine hitting the water and getting a little discombobulated, and then before I know it, I look up and I'm 30 feet underwater, and I just have to, resign myself to the fate of being that guy who died on the water skateboard.
Dude,
all over the news.
The me that existed
asshole.
20 years
The
ago
inaugural death.
would be with these guys. I'd be one of those guys. I'd be like a freaking. I was very much that. Then over time, without being notified, athletic abilities are just removed from you. So this will be like a bit of a test. Like, I wonder if I can still do this sort of thing.
Maybe try running a 5K before you jump on the water skateboard.
That's not the same thing. But what? Oh, I remember Kyle and I went to this like military training ground thing, right? and there was a rope like 40 feet tall. And I was like, I used to be really good at that. I wonder if I still am. And surprisingly, still can do that. That's the thing.
He climbed up that rope like a fucking monkey. It was ridiculous. And he had those gamer shorts on. I was like, your calves are going to get all chafed, bro. And he was like, fuck it. And it was one of those ropes that's like this big around. And I mean, it went really high up. Like, I'm going to guess 30, 40, 50 feet. I don't fucking know.
In that range? Yeah.
But he hustled up this thing like a goddamn monkey all the way to the top. It was very impressive.
How did you fare? How high did you get up, Kyle?
Oh, I wasn't about to start climbing that thing. I think it hurt. If I remember correct, I don't think I could have climbed it, for one thing. But for the other thing, like, it looked like it was going to hurt my hands. Like, I didn't want any part of that.
Did you ever have to do that in gym, where they made you climb the rope right up in the middle of the gym?
No, I have
had
zero.
The loud gym teacher yelling at you, emasculating your 11-year-old self because you haven't hit puberty enough to pull yourself up.
Zero rope climbing experience.
Back in the day, I was the best in my entire school. There's like 1,000 people at this school, and I wasn't the best at going up. I was among the best, right? Maybe I was like the third or fourth fastest going up. But then I would just
at your school, like, who's the fastest up the road?
No, dude, it was fastest up and down. So I would get up there, and my splits were good, among the better people. But then I'd just let go of the rope and free fall like 30 feet, just kind of like, monitoring the rope as I went down, crashing into this big fluffy mat they had at the bottom, and that was where I made up my seconds.
Wow. See, I was a chubby kid, so I grew up in fear of showing up to gym class and having a rope just dangling there and being like, "Oh God, we knew this day was going to come, and now it's here, it's arrived." But it never did. I never had to climb the rope in gym class. I climbed a rock wall. I like rock walls, but because they're indoor and you have like two dudes spotting you, you feel like you're Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 2, and you feel like you want to go outside and do it, but you're not. You're just a dude in a gym. That's it.
I don't think my elementary school had the funding that yours did, because we didn't have anything. I remember it was awful. There was nothing there. There was no equipment whatsoever. We just kind of had a big open flat
You didn't have a
area.
rope? Your school didn't have rope money?
We didn't have rope money.
No tug of war, no rope climb.
I don't think we didn't get the basketball goals in until I was in like the 4th grade or something.
What year did you go to high school?
I picture
It was 1917, and the war was on hard.
I picture them with no gym equipment whatsoever, just like making mud balls and throwing them at each other.
They just have one ball of yarn. It's one student starting with the yarn today.
Yeah.
Had gone down and food stocks were low. No, we didn't have shit. I specifically remember thinking back now how lame in elementary school, especially, the gym was. It wasn't even hardwood. It was a concrete floor with carpet. It was like that really thin, like industrial carpet that like it's really just there so that you don't have to look at concrete. But if you fell on it, you just smash your brains out. We definitely it was terrible. Now
you went
back, it was really bad. Middle school, we had a track and a football stadium and all that shit, and definitely like a normal regular basketball court with hardwood. But yeah, now that I think back, that elementary school really sucked.
I had a gym teacher who, looking back, like I'm kind of sure that he was a pedophile.
Oh, you're silent, Mitt Taylor.
I love how it cut out right there. You're making too heavy. This is too heavy for us to hear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a pedophile, so I'll tell this story in silence. We'll just leave it right there. I think we should finish the story for him. He was pretty sure he was a pedophile because he touched Taylor's no-no square.
I mean, he had the Ford Astro van. He had Charleston shoes available inside. There was a couch. There was carpeting nicer than the other one at the elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
He ran a health spa when he wasn't at school being a PE teacher.
Yeah, I'm sure Taylor's about to come back and ask questions like, if you give, does that still make him a pedo? Or does it make me into old guys? Like, that's why he's unclear.
I guarantee the first sentence is, so they said it was horseplay, but I had
Kyle, is there anything new with the Wings of Redemption sauce? I feel like it's been a week or two.
Yeah, so I'm at an impasse with that. I've been waiting for us all to get together so we can figure this thing out. So what I want to do is, I'm selling Woody a gun. I'm selling him one of these double-barreled shotguns I've got.
An actual gun.
I need it.
Yeah, yeah. And so I figured, and so Woody said, hey, whenever you go to Wings of Redemption's house to take these photos of him for the label for the hot sauce bottle we're doing this promotional hot sauce thing.
You need guns on the cover for that.
Well, actually, no, but coincidentally, he said, hey, I'll come down there and I'll meet you at this third-party location, and we'll handle that gun transaction, and we can all get to hang out with our old friend Wings. So I said, hey, if the three of us are already in one location, then if we could just get Taylor over there with the wonderful internet in the location, then we could do like a live in-location version of this show where we're all like we could get like a conference room at like a Holiday Inn, and we could all be sitting around a table like right next to each other, and we could set our mics up and film the thing with cameras. And I thought that would be really cool. So where I am with the hot sauce currently is that I could have sent samples to everyone, but it would have cost roughly $75 worth of just shipping to like get this stuff sent around to every one of us.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah,
For hot sauce?
yeah. It's just go with me here, and so it was like, do I really want to like waste $60 or $70 shipping everybody these bottles if we in fact might all be meeting up in South Carolina and we could just handle this whole tasting of the hot sauce thing then?
Do you have hot sauce in your possession?
No.
Okay.
But I can
Honestly, I would trust you to pick out your favorite as long as you get a good buffalo flavor. Not something too sickly sweet.
Yeah, I thought a fun part of this would be us all sort of taste testing the sauce. So my only question is this. This is the impasse that I'm at. Do I send out the hot sauce samples to everyone, regardless of the cost, because I think it's a good bit? Do I send out the hot sauce to everyone, or is there a way that the three of us right now can agree to some kind of scenario, obviously not February 1st through the 7th because I'm away in Colorado, but some other time when we could all three meet at Wings of Redemption's house in Conway, South Carolina, do a live in-person PKA, take the promotional photographs for the hot sauce, sell you your gun, and have a good time maybe.
What
Okay,
if
I'd
we
like
did
to
it?
weigh in on this because it's clear.
Yeah, and
that
Mark's coming too.
Please, Mark, bring it.
The term hot sauce is obviously being used as a proxy for cocaine bricks. And I think everybody listening in can tell that you couldn't send the
See
hot
right through our
sauce.
euphemisms. I love it.
We had to meet, and we have to have certain flavors of hot sauce. See,
And
I think
Woody's
South
got the
Carolina-
gun.
The gun, yeah. I think that South Carolina sounds like a fair meeting ground, particularly because if you're in North Georgia and you're the guy with the hot sauce, but you don't have the hot sauce. The hot sauce is in South Carolina.
Yeah.
So you have to go to where the hot
You don't
sauce.
want it to cross state
South
borders. There's a
Carolina.
lot more trouble with hot
That's where we're
sauce
going.
if you're crossing state lines.
Hey, look, if you want to go to where the drugs are, you got to go to the drugs. The drugs do not get in the car and drive to you. You should meet South Carolina. It's a great – go to Charleston. Charleston's awesome. Bill Murray lives there.
What if when we met up, we did the show and had wings on it?
That's what I want. That's the whole idea.
I only put that together in my head just now.
Yeah,
Well,
see, it's a
everybody knew
mega
that
show.
but me? Well, fuck.
It's all of us. It's me, you, Taylor, and Wings of Redemption all sitting side by side having an in-person PKA. And, we don't have to worry about bit rates and none of that bullshit because we just get some cameras on us all. And there's the added fourth dimension of the show where, I can poke Wings and not that I will, I'm not going to poke him or anything. But, he's right there.
Bring like a broomstick.
a real long one. But yeah, I
Who
think
could eat the most wings? Can we turn it into a competition?
I can.
How many wings do you think you could eat?
I could easily eat 100, I feel like.
Kyle is a eating contest champion. I don't know if you know who you're talking to, Mark.
No.
Yes.
Really?
But he's
It's always the skinny guy.
he dominated pro athletes, to be honest with you,
Yes,
in
absolutely.
Chicago at a paintball eating competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you eat?
Wait. You were
Burgers?
eating paintballs?
No,
No.
we had a hamburger eating contest. I don't know. I don't want to guess at how many I ate because there's like a video of me doing it, and I might be wrong. But
Low teens?
I don't think we got that far. I don't
Okay.
know. It seems like we ate. It seems like they were quarter pounders, maybe cut in half, and I ate like 9 of them. I don't know.
Yeah. One sitting. Did you do this thing that I see on the 4th of July hot dog eating contest where they
The water?
dip them in water?
Yeah, that's what I attribute my victory to just like deep, just opening my throat up and letting one slide down after it was soaked in water. That's how I got one burger ahead of Joe Lozon for that $10,000 prize. That was a good payday. That was a great event. I'm glad we did that.
The last burger sounds like a Disney movie that's going to inspire kids across the world.
Woody got $1,500. He's my trainer.
That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100 wings. That's a bold statement.
I have done
I'd like to
shrimp
see that
before.
attended.
I did. I've eaten right at 200 shrimp, like boiled shrimp before. We had eating contests with that, and then like they ran us out of Red Lobster. They wouldn't let us eat any more shrimp because like I had eaten like 185 and the other guy had as well. So we went across the street to a Crystal Burger, those tiny little square burgers. And this guy was Turkish, so he wasn't even familiar with like American cuisine that well. So he's like, he finds these burgers with the onions on them just disgusting, but he eats like 5 of them, and I'm just sweating because got to eat 5 more of these burgers, and we ate all those. And we had eaten chocolate cake as well. That was the other thing. Once they ran out of shrimp at Red Lobster, they gave us both this big hunk of cake. And cause I wanted the cake because I knew he had bad teeth. And the whole time he's eating it, he's like, my teeth, they hurt so bad. just constantly complaining about his fillings and shit. But he finally threw up when he got about 5.5 Crystal Burgers into him, and I became the Red Lobster champion.
They should put a statue to you outside that Red Lobster. I mean,
well,
this isn't a local mom and pop seafood place we're talking about. This is a national corporate. This is the place you go to for seafood, and you close them down to the point where they had to throw non-seafood at you to quell
the
the
kitchen
beast.
was closed. It was too late. I did vomit out in the parking lot a huge pile of just disgusting shrimp vomit. So that's kind of a monument to my endeavor, I guess.
What's the ruling on eating contests? How long do you have to keep it down before it's
like 5 seconds longer than the other guy?
I want to know if there are any performance-enhancing drugs involved in these eating contests.
Certainly not.
No, yeah,
No, I've been drug tested by the Georgia Commission for.
They get you up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, they wake you up just and they take it right from the vein too. They don't fuck around.
It would be so obvious if those dudes were on HGH because like Kobayashi would show up like he's 140 pounds but he's got just neck muscles out to here.
It wouldn't be HGH though, right?
I think it would be THC.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ate a 72-ounce steak at a really nice steakhouse once.
That's
and once
impressive.
Once I started it, it was like, if you don't finish this, it's gonna be like $90. And so I was like, all right, well, I have to finish this now. And ate so much of it that I became like I got just the meat sweats, and I didn't shit for like 4 days and had to go to the doctor.
But did you get out of the $90?
Did you get the T-shirt?
No, there was no T-shirt. It's a little too highbrow for a T-shirt. It was a very
That's
fine
4.5 pounds. Am I doing that math right?
Yes, and it wasn't like a quick dinner. Like it was, we showed up at 5 and we probably got out of there at like 7:30. Had to really pay. It's completely cold.
You remember in that Chevy Chase movie, The Great Outdoors, when it's not Chevy Chase, it's
John Goodman, John Candy.
Yeah.
John Candy, and he eats the old 96er, this 96-ounce hunk of beef. And when you eat it, everybody gets their meal free, and he finishes it, and he's like, "Wow, that was incredible." And the guy's like, "He ain't done yet." He's like, "There's nothing left but fat and gristle," and he eats all the fat and gristle and everything, and he's just like sweating and bulging and about to pop at the seams. And Dan Aykroyd's like, "If I can get him to polish off a couple of desserts, will you throw in some shirts for the kids?" So I can't pull off.
They had one at
like
the
that.
steakhouse near where I grew up in Williamsburg, Virginia, Yukon Steakhouse. They had the 72-ounce you had to eat. But then they didn't tell you this in the ad, but you had to eat like a baked potato, and you had to eat like a veggie and like 2 biscuits and something else that they just threw on there on top of the steak. So, but you got a T-shirt and you got your picture on the wall. So so if you take a date there, you can point out your victory.
I'm sure that'll get you what you're looking for.
That's getting better by day. The 72-ounce will get it by night.
In Kennesaw, Georgia, just north of Atlanta, in a little suburb, they have a pizza challenge called the Carnivore Challenge. I'm looking it up now to see exactly what the deal is, but I think it's a 10-pound pizza. I think it's 10 pounds. And I think it's 2 people try to split this thing. That's the deal. Yeah, I'll link you to it now. I've always wanted to do it. I've never had a partner that I felt. Yeah, it's an 11-pound pizza, and 2 people go at this thing. And if you eat it, well, you don't really get anything, do you? Oh, you $50 to try, and costs $50 to try, and you get $250 cash if you win.
You know, it's funny. We were talking about this earlier about like men of a certain age. I'm 35 now, so it's like you don't have the physical abilities you thought you would always have in your life. And I find that more so with eating than I do with athletic challenges. Like particularly drinking too, because I can have 3 Coors Lights now, and I'm great. And I'm like, what the hell happened to me? I'm such a pussy now. So pizza. This is a guy, I'm coming off a month of being gluten, soy, and dairy free. So I don't know if this is the best time for me to be eating a pizza challenge or the worst time, but I would totally be your wingman. I would be your goose, and I would drown in that cheese if it means Kyle gets a free T-shirt.
After that long of being gluten free, I think once like 2.5 pounds of dough hits your intestines, like you're going to be down for the count. You're not going to be an effective partner. I need a big, greasy, fat guy for this. I need somebody who's been destroying their system for years. Someone who just doesn't give a fuck.
Bring back John Candy from the dead.
Wings of Redemption. What are you
talking
talking about?
I didn't want to say his name. I thought it was mean.
I want to get that.
Wings of Redemption has been training for this his entire life.
His entire fucking life. I would do that. Now I would do the carnivore eating challenge with we have this friend of ours we keep referring to. He's overweight. He's 400 and roughly 450 pounds.
Okay.
So he's a real big guy. I think that'd be hilarious. I wonder if Wings would do the carnivore eating challenge with me. I know he's on a diet, but maybe that could be an off day.
Because you know you could do 5 pounds of pizza.
I don't know I could. Like I would want to do some training.
Wow, you're the Red Lobster legend.
There was some training that went into that. Like leading up to that, like I would do this thing. Like every day, I would drink as much water as I could. Try to drink like a whole gallon if I could at a time to try to like swell my stomach, like stretch my stomach, so I could, it could take the big load of shrimp that was to come. So
I want your story to be like Rocky, where you show up to like a dingy Long John Silver's, and it's like, this is where he trained to take
I got my earbuds in there just pumping, take it to the limits. Limit! Walk along the razor's edge. Just like shrimp scampi, just pushing the trays away one
Hot
by
sauce
one.
dribbling down his chin.
I'm like, more butter sauce. Just killing it. No. Yeah, I would do that. That would be really fun. But you definitely need some practice leading up to it. You can't just go in there rusty.
So, Mark, we talk politics on this show now and then. Everyone is saying that the Trump candidacy is fantastic because of the comedic value it brings. I don't know if I agree. I don't know. It seems like it's either low-hanging fruit, like too easy, or it's just not clever comedy. What's your take been on the Trump candidacy so far?
I mean, I never like when people, like anchors are like, well, this is going to be good for comedians. Like, Viagra gets legalized, or like Bill Clinton is in the news, and it's like, well, comedians are going to love this. It's like, shut up. You don't know what we like. I don't do a lot of political humor. I'm more interested in the Trump candidacy from a sports fan angle, because like we were talking about Rocky, he almost is positioned to be like Ivan Drago, where he says a lot of just like really mean stuff, but it's also like you can't stop watching him, and in a weird way, you're not pulling for him, but you want him to remain in the news. You want him to remain in the running in some sick way. Like Eddie Murphy had a great bit about how when he was doing Eddie Murphy Raw, about how white people would get drunk and go vote for Jesse Jackson, and then they'd wake up the next day and they'd be like, "Oh my God, he won!" And it's like you want Trump to remain like bullying the other candidates because it keeps them honest. So as a ball buster for people who I actually think should be in office, he's essential. But as the guy running our country, I think that's a little scary.
I'm there with you. Now, these two are big Trump fans. So
well, here, I will say this for Trump, and I was thinking about this today, is that what I would like about him as a president is that when Barack Obama or George W. Bush would go overseas and meet with foreign leaders, if you got to go have some meeting with Vladimir Putin, right? You go over there. Those guys are not intimidating.
They might be great leaders in Barack Obama's case, or they might be good drinkers in George W. Bush's case, but they're not intimidating presences. When Donald Trump gets in a room, you're terrified of the guy. Like, you're going to bow to whatever he tells you to do. So I think in that vein, he might be an asset politically, but the decisions that he makes on a day-to-day basis, I'm just not sure you can trust that dude for 4 years.
So you're saying you'd like to see him host the future debates? I think that would be good. Have the debates hosted by Trump. I don't know.
I wasn't saying that, but now that you brought it up, I totally am now taking credit for that.
It's like hosted by Trump, like in one of Trump's buildings, and he's the moderator. Like he's just doing everything. Like
exactly right, because when you watch debates, the biggest problem I have with debates is that it's like a basketball game that never really gets into second gear, because you never really saw Michael Jordan heat up until somebody fouled him or somebody said something and pissed him off, and that's when it clicked in. So politicians, they never really challenge each other. They'll be nitpicky about what each other's policy is, but Trump just goes at you, man. He's an attack dog. So I like somebody that will lay into other people because it forces them to either fight or flight, and I like that in a politician.
I find him to be one of the most entertaining. I hate to even call him.
He's a politician. He's running.
Did you see the girls he had at his primary?
It was so cringeworthy. Now that is cringeworthy, dude. The worst part is that song was stuck in my head for days. I was sitting on the toilet looking at my phone, and I was like,
all right, I think we need to queue up.
I was like,
watch the ad, Mark. Get to 0. We're watching this thing, making it happen.
so what makes it so bad is, first of all, he's only got 3 of them. All right, and they're he's only got 3 of them. Like, you can't have a coordinated thing here. Like, it's so. It looks so bad. If he had 30 of them, it'd be okay.
All right, I'm ready to go.
All right. Hold on. Let me put on the big screen.
Yeah, there's a critical mass of dancers you need when you're trying to put on a production, and 3 is not that critical mass.
It's not it.
Ready, set, play.
Oh, yeah.
Little one's totally offbeat.
Yeah, she's way off.
Apologies for freedom. I can't handle this.
I love the old people in the background.
Smile.
Wait. They start clapping and dancing back there.
I don't know. Look at that bald guy with the white T-shirt, center, 3rd row.
Come on, boys.
Oh, I'm grinding my teeth.
It's so bad. Now, all right. Imagine if he had like a huge voice choir instead. Like, that would be okay. Or if he had like a bunch of like.
Look at the background.
Oh, it's so crazy.
They're all into it now.
Nah, well, some of them are.
Look at Fatty in the purple sweater, 3rd row back on the left. He's getting
I just imagine like Trump under the stadium, like throwing,
That's fabulous. Fabulous.
I think it's great that the kids get a chance to participate. You know.
Trump has these children pimping his presidential campaign. Like, this is his event. He's about to go speak at that lectern. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Creating summer jobs.
How do I not?
That's the group is called Trump.
Oh, wait. I think I need to take that call.
You got an okay.
I have a delivery. It's supposed to be. He's probably right here. Hold on.
Is it food?
Firewood.
Firewood.
Yeah.
Woody lives such an adventurous life now. Firewood deliveries.
I could use some firewood here. Okay, so does Trump ever actually come out in that video, or is it just the girls?
He doesn't.
dancing?
It's just the girls dancing.
Yeah, it's just the girls dancing in that video.
Hello? I missed your call.
But that's like his intro. Like those are like his intro dancers. That's so lame.
Is that just his intro in the local chapter of Pensacola, Florida, or is that like his nation?
Yeah.
Is that the touring band?
I'll be right
I
back.
really hope it's Pensacola only. That was awful though. And you might not think it, but that's in your brain now. Like they picked a little tune there that will just get into your brain and your brain won't let it go. It was 3 days. Over here, over there. That was awful.
I did love watching him. I saw the clip of him. I don't even know if it might have been the same speech rally where he was attacking the microphone. That was sheer brilliance. And we've all been there. If you're a public speaker where you've had a really crappy mic and you don't know what to do, and he vented about the mic and how bad it was to the microphone itself. He wasn't complaining sound. He was actually complaining to the microphone as an inanimate object. That's the guy you want in the Oval Office.
I'd love to see him do that in like an address. Like, "God, fucking teleprompter piece of shit. Piece of shit. Worked flawlessly for Obama for 8 years, didn't it? Didn't it?" Like, he's just losing his shit.
It's like Clint Eastwood with the chair, you know? Except he took it a step further where you can't even imagine like a little Jiminy Cricket sitting on a microphone. He's just yelling at a microphone. It's sheer comic brilliance.
Clint really went off the rails. So I don't think that Clint is impaired in any way whatsoever because his movies are still pretty good. He just made American Sniper, right? Like that was a really highly praised movie.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think that there's a guy who really obviously thinks there are people in imaginary chairs, but it seems like someone would have told him, hey Clint, you're like 85 years old. So if you go out there and do a bit where you're like talking to an imaginary person, there are some people that when they see an 85-year-old man talking to an imaginary person, they put a couple of wires together in their head and they start thinking maybe we should put grandpa away.
It's even more awkward when you think about that's his home crowd. Like that's the people that should have been like going crazy and laughing, and it just did not play well at all.
Yeah. They were all like, is grandpa Clint lost it? Like he lose it? Is this like Charlton Heston? Is he losing it? We got to pull him quick if he is. You got to get the old timey like cane and loop him around the neck.
Get him the hook, baby. Play him off.
Yeah. That I like Clint, but when I saw that was pretty embarrassing. I thought that was poorly done.
Well, now let me ask you this: as a Trump guy, or at least somebody who's entertained by Trump, as it seems you are, is part of the reason why you like him hanging around the races because there's just nobody else? Is he just kind of by default the guy that you would want because there's nobody else that is even remotely exciting or even has a pulse that you want?
Yeah, he's so interesting. He's so interesting and so divisive on so many different issues that those two things are really the same thing. He's so interesting because he's so divisive on so many issues. You know, you mentioned Muslims, and he's not. Oh yeah, keep them out. Get rid of them. Keep them. They're losers. You're like, what? Did he just say all Muslims are losers? Like what the fuck? Like we've never heard a candidate for the highest office in the land say something like that, and it just blows people away. I really enjoy watching him speak and really watching him debate. And Woody was pointing this out to us the other day. They analyzed some of his speeches and stuff, and apparently it's all at like a 5th grade level, you know, like the 5th grade reading level, you know, really small words, you know, he's not really expounding upon his thoughts in great detail. He's not some great orator out there laying it on us real smooth. He's just kind of a hype man. And he says the things you want to hear. And that can be a little dangerous. Like, I could see Trump becoming some sort of 21st century Hitler if this shit just keeps, you know, if the snowball keeps rolling for him. I don't know who's going to win. I don't like any of the potential candidates, to be honest. I feel like Sanders is too much of a radical, and some of his ideas might be so big that he could kind of throw the country into an actual depression or something. It seems kind of far-fetched, but man, he's got a lot of big ideas that just don't seem to, that are scary. And then you got Hillary, who I think might be the devil, actually, like Lucifer, and then those other two knuckleheads who are behind Trump and from the Republican side, like they keep talking about how much they don't like the Muslims with their Sharia law, but usually they're for something that's basically Sharia law, but it's Christianity. I don't trust either of those guys, so I don't want anyone to win. I think I would rather have another Obama term than any of the current options, but they're going to make a decision, and I think it's going to be fascinating. So I'm just sitting back and watching.
The thing with me, I feel like I'm obligated to choose one of these people. You know, like you, neither Sanders nor Trump nor Hillary are my perfect candidate. But you got to pick one of them. You know, unless Cruz comes out, who's also, it doesn't really fix that problem either. The candidates I like the most have no shot. I like O'Malley and Kasich, and I might like them less if I knew more about them. Who knows? But I don't know. Maybe Sanders.
It just seems like the strategy now for politicians, which is a bummer, is that you just need to hang around in the race and not say anything stupid. You just need to be around.
That is not Trump's strategy.
And it's not Trump's strategy, which is why it's so refreshing. But everybody else is like, they're just watching him and the comet that he's creating, and everybody else like just don't say anything. This thing's going to die out, and then when that thing does, we'll have 3 days left to make one bold statement, and then whoever runs on the premise of that alone is going to be winning the election. And I think what I take solace in more now than ever is I think being the president of the United States is more or less figurehead's the wrong word, but there's a lot of people in the government that have a lot of power, and I don't think a whole lot of it has to do with being the president of the United States anymore. I just don't.
What politician who's not in the race and not even really on the fringes right now would you prefer? Like someone like an Al Gore or a Mitt Romney, someone who's kind of in that realm, like you're familiar with them. They've been around there before, but who would you prefer?
Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden.
Biden's already. I thought Biden. I said that I thought Biden would be our next president like 6 months ago or something, long before his son died and everything. And I think I would have been correct had that not happened. I think he would have thrown his hat in there. And we've seen there's so much negativity for Hillary. Like she's got enough positivity that she's just better than Bernie on a national stage. But she's got this innate negativity that comes along with her that's a bit unusual. It's like, oh, so 23% of people literally want to burn her at the stake. That's unusual for a politician. Like we don't see that one often here. Like they just wrote that in, and everyone wrote burn at the stake right here. You see, and,
Hillary gets elected, then the next religious poll says that 30% of the country is now Puritan, and it's like, wow, that's a leap.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is it's going to be very entertaining, and it has been thus far. As long as Trump's in there, I'm entertained.
Yeah, he's kind of like the Yankees. Yeah, you're back, Taylor. Okay, something like I don't necessarily want the Yankees to win every year, but the playoffs are more interesting when they're still alive.
And I would say Hillary just for the thing that Bill Clinton would be sleeping in the White House again, and that's just a fun premise. It's not necessarily something you find for a lot of comedy, but just seeing every time Hillary is giving a speech or she's giving some sort of public address, Bill Clinton is going to be standing right behind her, and just the thoughts going through his head. It's just going to be, I'm going to be watching him more than I am her. And that would be something that I would look forward to enjoying.
Yeah. He's going to be the first guy to get blown in the Oval Office 15 years apart. Just spread out that much.
With no wife involved.
Yeah, with no wife involved. Still no
Hillary won't be part of either process, then or now.
Maybe like Randy Quaid at the end of Independence Day. Hey, boys, I'm back.
He just talks dirty to her. Yeah, whose coattails did you ride? Yeah.
I really want her to name him as her vice president. I feel like that would be so wonderful. I'd love to see that. Clinton.
That would be Clinton.
It should be Clinton Squared.
They'd be super unoriginal with the bumper stickers. It'd be like Clinton Squared or something like that. It'd be so lame.
An echo. I don't know.
Oh, that'd be so ridiculous.
Every male intern in Hillary's serve, it's all male interns. They all look like Zac Efron. They don't wear shirts.
No, it'd be women. Yeah.
Dude,
you're right.
My second cousin was a White House intern right around time the Monica Lewinsky thing happened.
Really?
It just made him crazy. Like everybody was asking him if he had blown Bill and stuff like that. the obvious jokes.
Did he know Monica Lewinsky at all? Did he know something was going on?
No, apparently it's like a super big building. Like, no. He had no
Did that actually happen in the Oval Office?
Yes. It literally happened in the Oval Office, which is, if people who don't know, is that room with the carpet that's round and the like JFK desk. Like, that's the room.
The important. Do you think there are stains all over that room with stories relating back to different presidents?
They changed the carpet.
Oh, that's when Taft had a bit too much to drink.
Oh, if you maybe you don't remember, but whenever George W. first took over, he had this whole bit about he's like, yeah, we're gonna steam the carpets, and we're gonna go in and clean everything up, tear down all the curtains and stuff.
Get a new chair. Yeah.
And they went in, and all the keyboards throughout the compound had the
true.
W. No.
Apparently, there was a keyboard or two where the W was removed, but the whole notion that like the Democrats left in protest with the W's in hand is not true.
The W's in hand.
Can you imagine something more petty than stealing a key from the White House keyboard, where it's like, we'll see, everyone's gonna think you're your dad, and they just pull it out.
It's just gonna write George Bush because he's fucked.
Hell shit, I've been bamboozled again. What's my middle name?
Yeah, shit. So Jeb's done, it appears.
Oh, thank God! I don't want.
I mean,
wanted
he
Jeb
didn't
to
announce
fail.
anything, did he? Like, I actually read.
He's just gonna fade away into the darkness. Back to whence he came.
Like when he was at 12%, it was like, oh my God, only 12. Then at 8, like, oh my God, only 8. Now I see him in like 3%.
I think I remember him at like 23% back when that was,
He was
like
winning
beat
at
or
one
something
point.
like that. Like maybe he was winning with 23% back when there were 50 candidates or whatever. But and he was definitely the establishment's candidate. He was the one that the Republican convention was like, oh yeah, Bush is our man. But Bush again, third time's the charm. They're gonna get another Bush in there. And no.
Trump is responsible for just ruining his candidacy.
Trump's greatest contribution.
Yeah,
he's just ruining Bush.
Repeatedly in front of the whole country.
Yeah. When you hear Bush, when I hear Bush, I think low energy. Right? Bush, low energy. He just says it again and again and again until like I hear Yellow Pages. I hear Let Your Fingers Do the Walking. I hear Coke. I hear Anna Smile. I hear Bush. I think low energy. They're just branded together.
Real good tonight. More energy. I like it.
Yeah.
Just tonic.
Oh, so
like,
patronizing.
It was so good. It was like a legitimate. It was like a boxing match with words. It really was, because Bush came in there and he like had a little jab. He pokes Trump a little, and Trump's like, "Oh yeah, that's real nice. More energy tonight." And it's like knockout. like his whole. If it's a video game, he like loses all of his health right there in that one moment. The crowd,
Trump
the
is
crowd
the villain that
laughs
gets
at him
punched, and then he
awkwardly.
tastes his own blood, and then he smiles, and it's like I just woke up a dragon. Trump is the guy that will throw sand in your eyes at the end of Bloodsport.
Carly Fiorina's like, I just don't know if you know anything about foreign policy, Mr. Trump. He's like, well, you're a horse-faced, ugly bitch. Deal with that.
Dude, did you see Carly Fiorina and the kids thing?
No.
Dude,
No.
so she was holding some sort of campaign rally event thingy. And it was like an anti-abortion rally of some sort. So she goes and she grabs like a dozen children on a field trip to see like stars and dinosaur bones and pulls them into this anti-abortion rally. And the obvious imagery is all like, well, aren't you glad we didn't kill these fucking kids? And all the children are like, where are the dinosaurs? It's
How disappointed were those
Carly's
kids?
like, there were no dinosaurs. That's blasphemy. Now come along.
Or there's like a diagram of Moses riding one, like a stegosaurus, and that's their proof of it. when they say behemoth in the Bible, they mean all the things that scientists discovered 80 years ago. Like
Here's Jonah riding the Loch Ness monster. Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice.
yeah.
I would love to see a fundamentalist Christian Jurassic World where it's the dinosaurs and it's your favorite historical characters from the Bible that have all come back to life, and one of them turns into Pet Sematary.
Like Moses heading back into Egypt, hanging from the bottom of a pterodactyl, just screeching as it drops him off on top of the pyramids.
And there's no
tourists go.
There's like, I don't know, how many kids are there? A dozen? 18 of them? Something like that? At this like anti-abortion, there's like a fetus in the background there. Are you on this webpage I linked?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
It's very disturbing imagery. There's a lot, like you see that a lot on road signs on the interstate in Florida. Lots of fetuses and feti. What's singular for fetus? Is it
Fetus
I
is singular.
think it
for
is fetus, but I think it should be feti. I would
think
like
you-
that.
The plural?
Yeah.
Known as
No,
a
that's-
gaggle of fetus.
It's a Phoenician.
A
Yeah, yeah.
herd?
Oh, wait, are those?
Wait. Like crows. It should be a murder of fetus.
A murder of fetus. It's definitely not going to be a school of fetus.
No, never.
Look at the mics and recorders down there around the children. Like you really need to get little Jimmy's opinion on this issue.
Yeah, so you could get their delightful little squeals in there. They've got several mics on the ground.
Some of those kids don't look like they're all there either.
No, there's some parents who had their kids there who were just silently wishing, like, this is just a reminder of other possibilities. They could have gone to medical school. All their dreams shattered by one of these little shit eaters.
I always wanted to try Broadway, and now I'm taking my kids to see Plants.
Yeah. Now I have to vote for Carly Fiona.
What a terrible person.
Yeah, she really is.
That's so lowbrow and manipulative.
She, in particular, seems like a real nasty politician. Like whoever's running her campaign, I feel like, is from an older school of politics. Like a real dirty,
Lincoln
campaign
era.
manager. Yeah. Back to when you just shoot your competition in the face at a show or something.
She challenges
No,
someone
she's
to a duel.
but like remember that whole thing that she had about the Planned Parenthood abortion videos. You know, that was just fabricated. It's just like they had to sit down and write some lies down and be like, yeah, that's a real good lie, Carly. That'll play well. And she'd be like, I don't know, if it's not misleading enough. Maybe you could tweak the language a little, and then be like, you know, you're right. Well, if we tweak it that way, they'll have absolutely no fucking idea what.
I bet if you pull the fetus out, it just says "mama" and then dies.
Yeah,
Go with it, Carly.
Could we go in with some CGI and make the fetus mime mama? Could we do that?
Yeah,
good,
right.
Good.
When
Yeah.
you have to bring in J.J. Abrams to doctor your script.
I want the Weta workshop down here. We're gonna make this shit look good.
Yeah. They've got a full-grown man with all those sensors rolling around on the floor pretending to die in a womb.
Andy Serkis is over there. You're like, God, that's what happens in an abortion. Like they're dragging the baby out of
Like
the
the
vagina,
baby's
and
like
it's
pulling
just
its arm back in. You get back out of here, you little fuck.
A little Michael Bay in there, right? You could put some explosives up the vajayjay, kill the baby.
And then you have the video end, cut to black, and then you have a post-credit scene of a baby's hand just reaching, and that's all you see.
Dismembered. Laying there on the
It's
abortion
coming out of like the medical waste dumpster out back. It's like clunk, like
It's a
clawing
super
back
shred.
out of
Just Mexican food and children. Yeah.
horrible. Oh God. Yeah,
You know what's crazy is
Taco-
like all these like trashing each other ads we see for politics now. If you look up like what Adams and Jefferson used to do way back in the day, like it was even worse than now. There was no internet. They couldn't just Google and be like, is so and so actually, into fucking kids? They just released pamphlets. They'd be like, I'm really into Adams. You hear Jefferson fucks little kids. He just every day apparently, yeah. Yeah, it's the Adams Times, and it's like they just ripping each other.
I feel like back then you also I feel like Washington was a big guy if I remember correctly, like physically.
Probably.
I feel like Washington might come over and just whip your ass if he doesn't like what you're saying over there. Like if you start talking about some Tory shit or something, start talking about the Whigs, like we need some reform in here. Washington might come over there and put a pop knot on your head. I think he's like 6'3", 6'4", or something.
He was probably like 5'6", but like for the time.
For the time, he's really impressive.
He played center.
Those teeth would have been just terrifying. Like he's looking at you, gnashing them all together. There's splinters crinkling around.
They weren't really wood.
How big was George Washington?
I think all their stats get exaggerated.
Well, they measured him before they put him away and everything. I think he's 6'2".
What do we got? I'm going to say over-under is 5'10".
I'll take the over.
I'm gonna say over because I think he was with that hair.
6'2".
6'2".
Dude, that's an imposing figure in the
For
late
1700s.
1700s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thomas Jefferson.
yeah,
Thomas
James
Jefferson, even
Madison.
bigger.
Really?
6'2" and a half. I'm looking down the line here. I'm trying to see if any of the other founding fathers were big guys.
James
I
Madison
think
was
like
5'2".
John Adams was a squirrely little fuck.
5'7" for John Adams. You're right.
I'm
You're
betting
absolutely-
that Paul Revere was tiny.
I bet Paul Revere and I bet Patrick Henry. Because Patrick Henry, like those are the guys that like start all the, they start all the shit. Then like it's always the short guy that gets into trouble. And so I think Patrick Henry saying "Give me liberty or give me death." That dude's like 5'1".
Yeah,
fattest
right before he
president.
ran away.
Fattest president. You're not gonna. It's some of the old timey ones that you just memorized back in the 4th grade and don't really know much about. Taft weighed 330 pounds. Grover Cleveland 275.
I think that Taft was the guy who they had to build a special presidential tub for him, right? Because
True.
he just couldn't slide his girthy waistline
Yeah,
into
they
a
bathed him out in the South Lawn actually in the Rose Garden. They just hose him down like an animal. It was disgusting.
That can't be true.
Yeah, it's true.
It's his Wikipedia page. I just added it.
Imagine how bad Taft must have felt the first time he was like in the White House. He moved in, he won the election. It's like, oh, honey, we can finally put our stuff away. I'm gonna go get a quick shower and then we'll go to dinner. And he walks into the bathroom. He's like, oh, we got a problem.
That orderly that had to take care of the post-Taft bathtub.
Dear God. He's walking away. He's like, them flies were there when I got here. Bill Clinton, 7th fattest president, 234 pounds.
Oh, top 10.
Barack Obama is 9th slimmest president at 180 pounds. James Madison, apparently only weighed 122 pounds. What a pussy.
His nickname was Little Jemmy.
Yeah.
How'd you like that? President Little Jemmy.
Wow, overcoming all odds to get elected with Little Jemmy as your nickname. Do
President.
you feel like back in the day it didn't take that much to get elected to an office like president? Like way less than now?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like all those guys, like those first, like the first 7 or so, were all founding fathers. You know,
I
they'd
feel
all
like Taylor's bold stance is like, did Washington really earn this shit? Yeah, he fucking beat England.
Have we ever critiqued his presidency? Like, no, but I feel like after the first few, where they were all there for the inception of it, after a while it got to the point where they had all died off, and there was like their underlings, and they're like, "Hey, I was fucking there too," and they're like, "You know what?" And he's like,
No, you weren't.
Run, you know. I don't know. That's what I would imagine.
I don't know how. I'd like to research that and see like what was. I think it's like the 7th or 8th that wasn't a founding father. I wonder what his background was. Like, what was he famous for? What was he well known for? Where did he get his money?
The 7th or 8th president? Was that?
I'll be right back. I gotta pay this guy.
I'm gonna look up list of presidents.
Andrew. Okay, wait. So Andrew Jackson, I think, got elected in like 1820, right? And Andrew Jackson was a war hero, correct? That's how he made the $20 bill.
Yeah, Andrew Jackson was the one who slaughtered all those Indians, I think.
Well, I mean, you know, tomato, tomato. He's on the $20 bill.
I mean, you wouldn't slaughter a bunch of innocent people for it to be 20.
A horrible thing.
Or I guess, aren't they switching the 20 to a woman just to make things complicated?
I can remember like we had this Native American come to our middle school one time, and at first he's all talking about basket weaving and making pipes out of clay and napping flint into arrowheads, and then he goes on this long tirade about Andrew Jackson and how he won't even have a $20 bill in his pocket.
Really?
And yeah, about how all this bullshit, and we're all just like looking around like, what is this? And that happens so regularly at my middle school. I feel like whoever was. You got to go, if you're going to do a presentation for the kids, you got to go to the principal, I guess, and be like, hey, Principal Chalmers, like, we want to do this thing for the kids, and we'd like them all to come out and watch. And I feel like my principal just didn't give a fuck, because not only did we have that thing with the basket weaving Indian who convinced us all that Andrew Jackson was like, the first coming of Hitler, we also had this presentation by the Sons of Confederate Veterans.
Hey,
if you don't learn history, you're doomed to repeat it, you know?
So
That's
there
what
we
they said.
all are in the hot sun, sitting in the grass. Like hundreds of us, and there the Sons of Confederate Veterans are, all dressed up in Confederate Civil War military garb, with the guns and everything. This is at the school, and they're marching in formation, and they're playing the drums, and they're singing the songs, and I'm just thinking like, this seems kind of wrong. And I got a friend who was a black girl, and I was like, how do you feel about all this? And she's like, as long as we ain't in class.
That's how everything was. The only presentation I ever watched that I was like looking at the clock in high school, like, can you please just let me go back to math, was there was this dude they had come talk with no lower jaw because of chewing tobacco. And he was like regaling us with his weird robot voice of the glory days before, when he had a jaw, and then it was just him with this weird little tiny Roger Ebert mouth, barely speaking to. It was so uncomfortable. Did you guys ever have to deal with that? Like those no jaw people?
We never had one of those. What the weirdest assembly we ever had was, just those days when you're a kid and you got a new fart noise that you're working on, like you're making a fart noise with your hand or whatever.
Yeah, working out.
It was going really well. Like a bunch of us were like practicing, and we knew we had an assembly later in the week, and it was like, dude, this is gonna crush during a silent moment of the assembly. We had no idea what the assembly was for. The assembly was they had a guy who survived one of the concentration camps come in and give a speech. You could hear a pin drop. Now, I'm happy to say nobody made the fart noise, but the entire hour I was dreading somebody making it uncomfortable. Like the guy's showing us his tattoos, and he's like telling us what it was like. And I'm just waiting for one of my friends to just like, nobody did it, but it was like the most nervous I've ever been for anything.
Like he's like, yeah, and then they took the women and the children, and they gave them the gas, and you hear,
And you just know that kids wouldn't get it enough.
it
and they
would
all
kill. It would kill.
man.
Oh, I'd have done it. Come on. We had this guy come in, and he was doing anti-drug talk, and he was talking, and his drug of choice was meth, I think. But at the time, like none of us really even understood what meth was. I didn't. It took 5 seasons of Breaking Bad to really understand the drug, I guess. But he was talking about like the lengths he would go to get it. He's like, when I could borrow, I'd borrow. When I could steal, I'd steal. And, if I had to suck some dick, I'd suck some dick. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then the teachers are like, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, hang on a minute now. Yeah, we're going to take 5 over here. You guys, if you'd like some snacks and refreshments over there by the bleachers, Mr. Johannesy over here, we're going to give him his $8 and usher him the fuck out of here. It was like, whoa, did he really just say that? But they he literally said that. He said that, he had to suck dick, and they were like, whoa, 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 and they calmed it down. But then they allowed this guy to continue after saying that. And he wasn't graphic anymore. He sort of used euphemisms and was like, and you know what you got to do then.
Yeah.
So he'd do that sort of thing.
My experience presenting in front of school is you're always allowed one dick-sucking slip.
Yeah. It's like saying the F word
one
in
of them.
13 movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
You always get one.
It was just like, is this his first time he's told his horror story to 800 children? Like, because if he's poisoning child minds everywhere he goes, we need to slow this guy down. But he had a real horror story.
Meth head face, because we had one of those guys come and talk, and he had like not the active scabs everywhere, but he had like the remnants, like the Ray Liotta face. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like Edward James Olmos.
Edward, perfect description. Yeah, that pumpkin face.
Battlestar Galactica, Woody.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes, I know. I needed that.
Yeah.
Mark, did you need that too?
I know Eddie James Olmos from for not for Love of the Game. What was the other one? Talent for the Game. I've seen him in a bunch of movies.
I like that guy.
Well.
He's got a boxing background, which played well in Battlestar Galactica, but that's neither here nor there.
Just not the smoothest face, not the best guy you want for Dollar Shave Club, but
no, no, he's not the guy for that. Yeah, but I when I was a kid, my mom would tell me, she's like, yeah, don't you mess with that acne, you'll be like Edward James Olmos, and I'd cry. Oh, Mom.
Wow. Battlestar Galactica is good.
Battlestar Galactica is one of the best shows out there, I think. I remember TV Guide said it was the best show on television at the time when it was in its heyday. Definitely the first 4 or 5 seasons or something like that.
One guy is a scientist, and he's in love with this droid. Baltar, yeah. But you don't even know if the woman he loves is real or not or something. And I tweeted out about it. I was like, can someone explain this relationship to me? And the overwhelming consensus was, no, I can't. Are you just starting Battlestar Galactica? It's great, but you're in for 7 seasons of confusion with this Baltar fuck. And
she's real. She's real, but it's something that sort of transcends reality, though.
There's a whole lot of evidence that she's real, and a whole lot of evidence that at some points she wasn't really there.
Well, it's very easy to get confused because there are so many versions of each character, because they're all, there's the Cylons are kind of like copies of each other. So there's like, you've got to just know that there's one blonde. Even though there's 4 characters that are identical, literally identical twins, basically. They're 4 completely different characters, and you got to keep in mind they've got varying timelines. It's a lot to keep up with.
Kind of like the twins in Full House is what it sounds like.
Yes, they have to switch them out depending
Just
on
like
who's
that.
behaving.
So, do you guys know about Fuller House?
I've heard rumblings, like for whatever reason I see ads for it and like articles about it, and I'm like, I'll read it later, and I never have. So I need to be caught up to speed.
So everybody's on board except for the Olsen twins. Basically, you got Cool Ye, you've got
Essential.
You got.
I'm glad he wasn't too busy.
Yeah.
Who's Coulier? Was he the
Dave
funny
Coulier.
uncle?
Yeah,
he
was
was
the funny
cut
uncle.
it out.
And then Uncle, he was. Well, no, that was Stamos. That was cut it out. Yeah. So Stamos is in there. Bob Saget's in there. The 3 main dad guys. They're all in there. The 2 older daughters are in there. DJ and Stephanie, I think, were their characters' names. But the Olsen twins, Stamos said that he talked to the Olsen twins, and they were kind of just not interested in it. Apparently they haven't acted in quite a while.
Aren't they rich?
Incredible.
Like billionaires or something.
Billionaires. The cosmetics did do well, but you got to keep in mind, it was kind of off my radar, and I'm sure it was off yours, but there was a time when those girls were 8 to 13 or something, where they kept making these Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen movies where it's just the two of them in a really low budget, stupid fucking movie. And I think that they like own every bit of that. Like they're doing the distribution, you know, they're producing it, so they're writing it, you know, the whole thing. And they made like billions in the end. So they're so wealthy, they don't need some Netflix bullshit. So they're not on board. But I think the premise is that DJ, like the older daughter, she is in the situation that Danny Tanner was in the original. She's got a couple of kids or 2 or 3 kids, but her husband has died or left her or something like that. So they all have to reform the big family unit to pull things together again. So I'll
Going
check
back and rewatching that show, it's more clear what a dysfunctional, weird situation that was, where it's like, oh, I just live with my dad and his friends. You know, it's like little girls. You shouldn't be doing that. Like clearly, I mean, Jodie Sweetin got into meth, so it wasn't all hunky dory in the
There you go.
in the
Big
Full
time.
House. Yeah, she looks better now.
Yeah, they all got pretty hot.
Yeah.
Those Olsen twins are kind of odd looking, though. I think, I mean, if you take away the $1 billion and the fame and fortune and everything like that,
left eating disorder.
they kind of, look like they. Really, you're into that.
I can't take away the billion, and therefore they stay hot.
I take it away, and you're left with someone who looks like they could be in a Faces of Meth advertisement. Like they're just something about those girls. Like they look a bit like they were in Auschwitz. They're just so skinny, it's freaky. I remember one time they were like, "Yeah, Mary Kate, she's got the eating disorder," and they were like both next to each other, and I was like, "Which one? Which one has the eating disorder?" Like they both are just way too skinny, and their faces are. I mean, I got kind of an angular face, but like they've got these sharp, awful, alien-looking reptilian faces. I don't find them to be attractive. They have bug eyes.
I think they're a little more attractive than you're saying, according to me.
Okay.
But what gets me is that one of them is way prettier than the other.
Right? One on the right. It looks like someone shot the one on the left with like a Rick and Morty aging gadget.
Oh God. Yeah, it would be tough being that twin on the left there.
You know,
I bet
I didn't know until recently that Elizabeth Olsen, the actress, is their sister too.
No way.
What?
Yeah.
I don't even know that person.
Elizabeth Olsen, she's the nurse like wife in the new Godzilla movie. She's in a bunch of stuff. She's their sister. I'm like 70% sure about that.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right.
felt
So
the
there's
same
Mary
way.
Kate, there's Ashley, there's Elizabeth, and
Who's the
apparently
best-
so I got to see
best
what
out of
Trent
all?
Olsen is up to, because if he's not killing it, oh, poor Trent Olsen. What a downer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Trent Olsen's bumming me out.
What's wrong with Trent Olsen?
I mean, looking at the success of his sisters, and then it's just him. First of all, he's 5'8", so you know it's already an uphill battle.
Oh, you want to see the worst part?
I don't even know this person.
The only thing, he's their brother. The only thing he's ever done is like their movies, and like I got a list of their movies, and they're just all ridiculous.
It Takes Two with Kirstie Alley
Oh wow,
and
That's a
Steve
classic.
Guttenberg.
Yeah, that's actually one of their good ones. But they did this whole string of them, like Mary Kate and like here's one. You're invited to Mary Kate and Ashley's party.
How the West Was Fun was one of them.
Vacation parties, greatest parties. Like I think this is just them dancing and singing and having a good time in a room. Like I don't even think they went on and like really made a movie. This one's called Fashion Party, a musical party series. I think they just try on dresses. This is so bizarre. But yeah, I want to see what their net worth is. I bet it's crazy.
I always thought it was creepy how people would have like a calendar or something that had the exact date when they would turn 18 and be legal.
Yes, that's
It's like,
creepy.
we got introduced to them when they were little kids on a sitcom. Who saw the little kids on a sitcom and was like, I can't wait to get me some of them? And plus, what's going to happen on midnight that they turn 18? Are they suddenly going to show up at your studio apartment, like ready to go out for a night out on the town?
Ring the doorbell, ask your parents if they can come to the basement where you stay.
Yeah.
No, I think we did that though for somebody on the show once. It was like a topic, like so.
Emma Watson? I see.
It
Emma
might have
Watson's
been
one I
her.
would have done. Yeah.
Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah,
her.
it looks like here they got like 300 million cash, but their entire worth, like their empire, is worth $1 billion. So
That buys a lot of shipped hot sauce.
It does.
they did well for themselves.
That's good to hear. But it's also really not disappointing that they're not going to come back for Fuller House. Can you imagine how much of a bomb that's going to be?
I bet it'll do well.
I think
So
it'll do well for
It's
the
on
first.
Netflix.
Yeah, it seems like all these Netflix shows that come back or they bring back old properties, everybody gets really excited about. And then by the 4th episode, everybody's like, all right, well, it was fun, but now I have to pay rent. So,
Yeah, I have no desire to see Arrested Development 8 or whatever they're up to now.
yeah,
No.
Saved by the Bell is the one that I would be like, I got to see what's happening.
Is
with
Screech
the
gonna
gang.
come back like after the porno and everything? Like
He's
are
in
they gonna
prison. So,
Screech is in prison.
yeah, but you could so easily write that into the show that it's just one of these gags that Zach came up with and Screech got caught and we got to get him out of jail. It'd be hilarious.
That would be great.
What's Screech in prison for?
Some sort of drug-related charge. He'll probably be speaking at an elementary school near you very soon.
Yeah, a lot of service hours to get done as Screech. Hi, I'm Screech, and you're all 11, so you won't remember me from anything.
You don't even remember me from the new class.
Yeah, you don't. You have no
So
recollection.
I'm about to be 30, but I never watched Saved by the Bell. I never watched that show at all. I think I had friends that watched it, but I wasn't into it at all. If they made a remake of that, I don't think it's going to play very
I
well.
looked up why he's in prison. He got he got into a fight in a bar in Wisconsin, and he had a concealed weapon on him that he wasn't allowed to have. I don't know if it's because it's a bar or if he didn't have a license. And now he has felony charges to deal with.
Screech
Yeah,
back
see,
in heat.
It
If
looked
that
like
isn't another Zach Morris hijink, just have Mr. Belding give Wisconsin Police Department a call. Because we know the Wisconsin Police Department never botches any sort of crime, right? Like, we know they're just so good at finding the right guy.
That's
Yeah,
where you
I
want
watched
to
a
be.
documentary about that. They do an excellent job.
Wouldn't it be great if Dustin Diamond was actually the guy who committed the crime that Stephen Avery's in jail for? It'd be horrible, but it's horrible anyway, so.
That'd be a great follow-up documentary, you know?
They're making another How to Make or Making a Murder. I don't know if it's a follow-up to the same case or if they're doing another one like Serial, but people love watching the fallout. It's almost like we've had so much fiction. We're so spoiled that we had so much fiction in whatever the last 30 years that now we cannot be entertained by fictional crime premises anymore. We have to move on to actual dead people to entertain us. It's kind of scary.
Yeah. We were talking about it the other week, and it was right after I'd seen it, and I hadn't done any independent research, so I was just completely sold, hook, line, and sinker, like, this guy is innocent, he's totally fine, those fucking pigs are the ones who set him up. And then Woody was talking about it, and he brought up a couple really good points, and I, like, kind of logged him away and thought about it, and then actually did a little bit of research, and the more I look into it, the more I'm just kind of pissed, where it's like, God damn it, I feel like I've been had. Like, they were not honest by any stretch of the imagination about a lot of those situations. Like,
They were not
I don't think he did.
forthright at
The
all.
truth
And,
is-
and I'm watching this. I'm on like episode 5, and my girlfriend is watching it with me. She's already seen the entire show, and she's done all the independent research, so she has her own opinion. So I'm kind of watching it, but I have the slant that my girlfriend is feeding me information, almost like an offensive coordinator. You know, she's in my ear, and I'm looking at.
I like to picture you with the helmet on.
I watch everything with a helmet. I'm a big sports fan. Get the action. But so, I mean, again, I'm only 5 episodes deep, so I'm not sure what I believe. But Tyler, are you so totally convinced that he did do it now, or are you still not sure?
I mean, I was watching some interview where they had it was on the Opie and Jimmy show, and an attorney called in, and they were trying to get him to peg it down, like, so do you think he did it or didn't? And the guy was dodging it for a while, and eventually he's like, honestly, I think that he probably did do it, but there's just, from a legal standpoint, not enough evidence. There's not it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, so
Who was
I would
this
say
attorney?
you have to let him go.
Was he related
This
to
is
the
the-
case?
No, he was just an independent attorney who called in to give his 2 cents. But that's where I'm at right now. Like, not enough to convict him, but it does seem really skeevy. Like, the more you look into it, the more it's like, this isn't some, like, dough-faced, poor woe is me, like, down on my luck guy. It's like, you really were a piece of shit. Like, granted, maybe that was kind of facilitated by the fact that you spent 18 years in prison for something you actually didn't
Piece
do.
of
and
shit
it
before
changed
that,
you.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, it still was lighting cats on fire or something. Like, that's not something that you just do once and you're like, oh, not for me. You know, I dabble in burning animals alive, but it's not really a full-time hobby. Like,
I think you and I are on the same page in that I think the Wisconsin police use some really shady methods to convict a guilty man.
yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure they got him.
Yeah.
And doing so, they probably screwed the justice system, but might have gotten the right guy. Like it's fascinating. That's why you can complain about it, like how skeevy it feels watching it, that this is actually something that's real, that went down, but it is so engrossing when you're watching it. Like it hooks you. Same thing with Serial.
I'm terrible with names, but who was the accomplice? Brendan something or Brennan?
Dassey.
Brendan, the 16-year-old.
Yeah,
That
Brendan
guy,
Dassey.
I'm convinced he's every bit as stupid as they tell us he is, and that the policeman just funneled him into saying things and doing things, and I don't know. The deck was so stacked against this functional retard that I feel like it was somehow not right. And his attorney, being pretty much on the team of the prosecution wanting to help put Avery away, was as shady as could be, right? Yeah, his attorney had, you haven't been to the end yet, but had every motivation where he was just sort of trying to turn the person he's trying to protect into making sure he's a really good witness to lock Avery away, when he should be worried about protecting his client.
Yeah, so
The
we're
worst is
watching those cops interrogate him. You know, they're just leading. They're trying to lead a donkey who's dehydrated to water, and he just doesn't know how thirsty he is. They're like, just please say you shot her in the head or whatever you did.
Right.
It's like,
draw a
it's
picture of
so
her on this
obvious.
bed. Draw a picture, make it nice and big so we can see all the detail. Draw a picture of her bound to a bed, and the guy's like, all right, they.
Yeah, in his head, he's like, all right, if I do enough of this shit they ask me, I can go home, and this will all be over.
Work on
But
that
in
project
reality,
at school again.
Yeah. He clearly is a dunce. We're not going to see If I Had Done It book from him in 10 years, because he's
If I
hardly
did it, this
capable
is
of
how I
reading.
would, or whatever. The Simpson book,
the old
OJ.
OJ book. But he is almost like, if it were just about Avery, I wouldn't have that much empathy for him, because after all the shit I researched, it's like, all right, this is pretty slimy what this guy is. But with Dassey, he's the one who ropes you in emotionally, and it's like, oh man, and it tints your whole view of the whole situation in a more empathetic light because he's involved. It's almost like they bring him into the documentary to sway you even more on Avery. But yeah, they.
And Dassey's attorney should be disbarred.
Yeah,
He
was
should be
disbarred.
disbarred. He's not actually an attorney. Like that guy, I swear I could have represented him as well, and I'm not an attorney.
When you
at
say
all.
that, I haven't seen. Did he pass the bar, or are you just saying he was bad at his job?
He was terrible at his job.
Terrible at his job, and it was clear that he wasn't smart enough to be an attorney, or at least not a good one. Like his attorney wasn't playing the same game the rest of the people were. He was just being manipulated by everyone else involved.
Oh shit!
The
You remember
attorney's
when we
supposed
were
to be smarter than the cops. And he
we were
totally
talking about
wasn't.
when you're speaking to someone who's a standard deviation of intelligence above you or below you. It's very difficult to communicate with those people. You shouldn't have that issue when you have a phone conversation with your lawyer. You should definitely at least be on the same page, or you should be like, he used a lot of big words. I don't know. I wrote them down. I'm going to figure out. Like, you shouldn't be like explaining things to him. Oh, that's
From watching
sad.
the show, I think you literally take the Wisconsin bar at an Applebee's. I think you show up, and that's where you take the test. And whenever you feel like leaving, you can just take your lawyer trophy with you, because congratulations, you won.
Karaoke night.
Yeah,
So, Mark,
he
you got-
wasn't just a bad attorney as far as representing him. It seemed like he was almost either intentionally or by sheer incompetence actively working against his client. Where it wasn't just like, oh, well, rats, I forgot to bring that up. That would have been good. It was like he just, vomit of words, of incriminating things about his client, and then just like, oops, you know how it goes. And then, just awful.
The biggest thing is he let the client be interrogated without him being there. And I don't know if he was just lazy as hell, or if he was like, you guys go get him. I'll stay away.
And it's not some smart guy that can talk back and be like, you know what? I'm not going to say anything else until I have my attorney. Thank you for being here, but I'm gonna stay quiet. No, it's a literal mentally handicapped person that they're berating in a room, promising him he can turn in his 6th-hour project as soon as he incriminates himself for homicide.
They're trying him for murder, and at the end of the interrogation, he's like, will this take long? Because I have homework due tomorrow.
Yeah, he's like, am I going to be out in time for WrestleMania?
Yeah. Well, unless it's intro to pressing license plates, then it's not going to be useful to you. I stumbled over my words. I suck. Yeah, it's a really depressing viewing of that show. I mean, even if it is totally like and Avery murdered him, it's still depressing to watch.
I'm watching Nurse Jackie right now, and it's like good enough to keep going, but not good enough to like. I'm really stuck on
Bail
it.
out. All right, so I just watched 7 seasons of Nurse Jackie.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So I got it all. So here's the thing. The premise of the show is that she is an exceptional nurse. She's the best nurse that ever nursed a nurse. And she's been doing it for 30 years. And the thing that they kind of hammer into you as a viewer is that nurses care more than doctors, and in reality they're better than doctors, because at no point do I ever see these like super intelligent doctors ever correct a nurse, but constantly the nurses are correcting the doctors. It's so I don't know enough about that world to know if that's realistic, but that's hammered into you. The cool thing about Nurse Jackie is that she's addicted to opiates, so she's constantly crushing pills up and snorting them in the bathroom to get that high to keep going. And you're not really sure if she needs these painkillers because of a back injury that she keeps talking about, or because she's addicted. And you come to find out what the deal is pretty quickly. But by season 2, you've kind of went the full revolution of things that can happen to an addict, right? She gets caught, she gets better, she relapses. Once that's happened, the show's over, because it's just going to keep happening over and over again. All the supporting characters are shitty actors. The casting is terrible. That Coop guy, like, how old is he supposed to be?
I have no idea.
40. That's your answer. He's supposed to be almost 40.
He's somewhere between 24 and 45.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's playing like a man-child type character, but he's terrible casting. He doesn't work for that part. Her friend is this fabulously rich female British doctor who's just got money to burn and lives this crazy extravagant lifestyle. And of course she's the perfect ex machina. Anytime like money troubles come around, it's like, oh, well, we've got this millionaire right here who's literally constantly trying to give me money. But she's a shitty person. I don't think you'll like the show just because she's such a shitty person. She cheats on her husband, and the whole thing. But
It sounds like a lot like House, where there's a medical practitioner who takes a bunch of opium and is snarky to everyone around them.
So House has
I
a
do
formula.
see the parallels.
So House has a formula that it sticks to, and House is the smartest guy in the room, no matter what room he's in. Nurse Jackie is more like the hardest working person in the room, no matter what room she's in, and she'll like be unethical to get the job done. So there must be at least 3 instances.
Exactly House. That's exactly House.
You don't understand. In Nurse Jackie, they often think it's lupus at first.
So
You don't understand. She has a whole crew: a black guy, an Australian, another woman.
Right?
She euthanizes maybe 3 or 4 people.
I was going to say there was a murder, and you said
not a murder for sure.
Because I only read about it. I'm not even at that part.
Yeah, there's no murder whatsoever. The closest, like, there is euthanasia where the patient is like, "Will you help me die? Will you help me die, please?" Like, and in the first time it happens, it was actually a nurse who used to work with her, so they've got like tens of years of like relationship, and so she knows what she's even asking for. She knows that what they're gonna give her and what she's gonna drink and everything. But they carry it. There's like 3 instances of euthanasia right there, but. I liked it, I guess.
Is the episode Informed Consent of House in 2006 when and he also experiments with euthanasia. I just had to Google that. I'm not a huge House fan. Sorry.
No. See, one wears scrubs and the other one used to have a British accent, but not for this.
That's
totally different. On that note, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to bid my adieu. I'm sorry for the pixelated Star Fox Nintendo 64 camera quality.
Yeah, it got better.
You've been looking great for a while.
Oh, well. Hi, ladies. And all of you boys. Guys, thanks so much for letting me
You got anything coming up?
Conversation. I really appreciate it.
We enjoyed having you on. Is there anything you want to pimp or tell people that where you're gonna be or what you're gonna be doing, or some website or social media thing they'd like to go to?
For all tour dates and all that stuff, for me, you can just go to Mark Ellis Live. That's my website, and my Twitter handle is @MarkEllisLive. And check out my YouTube channel, Schmoes Know. Me and my buddy Christian review movies on there. Some TV shows like Game of Thrones and Walking Dead. We have not gotten into the medical dramas just yet. But when we do, you can all expect a knock at your door. Maybe I'll barge in on the South Carolina wing eating party and just ask you guys to review Nurse Jackie all 7 seasons for the Schmoes.
Invite only.
I would love that. That would be cool.
You guys rock, man. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Good times.
See you later.
Yeah, I think Nurse Jackie probably won a bunch of Emmys or something too. But in my opinion, it's poorly acted. Everybody in it is a bad actor except for Edie Falco. She is good. I mean, you saw it in Sopranos. She's got some range. She's a good actress. She does
It's a
being
Netflix
upset
show,
really
right?
well. Yeah, yeah. There's like 6. I think there's 7 seasons on Netflix. But her supporting cast is like really weak and wishy-washy, and they're constantly plugging in new actors and pulling out others. And it's clear that they're like trying to be. They'll like pull this minority out and replace it with another. It's like, oh, the gay Arab guy, he's not cutting it. Pull him out and let's put in the straight, handsome Indian guy. Like this literally happened. And they're like, well, he's not really cutting it. Let's get a really smart black guy. Yeah, let's make him a nurse. Oh, he's kind of edgy though. That's not playing well. Let's put in a really smart black guy who's got a degree. Yeah. And they're constantly doing this with like these supporting characters, and I hate it. I've watched 7 seasons, and I wish I'd only watched maybe 2.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm just looking at their Wikipedia page right now for the show. It doesn't look good at all. Not even a little.
Hey, it's not a bad show. It's not a bad show. It's just not a really good show, and I like really good shows if I'm gonna be spending my time watching something.
Have you ever seen Shameless?
I haven't. That's one of them that's kind of on the shelf. As like I haven't written it off yet. So one of these days I'm gonna have some free time and like a broken ankle or something and whatever, and I'll take that on. But no, I haven't. That and stuff like Justified. I've never seen Justified.
I've heard that's good. What I want to watch is there's an Amazon series about like if the Nazis won.
Yes. Kitty has watched that.
Oh.
She says it's very good.
I watched a couple
Yeah.
episodes into that, and I can't tell yet if it's just not that great or if it just takes a while to get into it. Because there are some shows that are worthwhile once you get past the first 2 episodes, and I haven't got that yet. But I mean, the premise is so interesting. Where
Who
like
has seen-
there's the West Coast is all owned by Japan, and the East Coast is all owned by Germany, and so it's like there's a bunch of Americans living their lives in like a weird like Tokyo town kind of area, but it's just like white people from Portland.
Wow.
Like, and it's really interesting to think what would have happened if that had occurred. But yeah, I'll have to continue with it.
Are you
But,
up to date on
Shameless
It's Always
is good.
Sunny?
No, I need to watch the new episode. Came out last night, right?
So I won't spoil anything whatsoever, but whenever we initially saw the preview for this season, Willie and I were watching it, and I was saying, "Oh, look, they're doing some kind of a like '80s ski episode," and we were discussing whether or not that was just going to be like that was part of the promo or if that was an actual episode. Well, it is an actual episode. I think it's the worst episode I've ever seen of It's Always Sunny.
Chiz and you have both been saying that this season they just haven't killed it.
We disagree. Okay, so the very first episode of the season was Charlie McDennis 2 Electric Boogaloo. I liked that. Now, it was a play on something they'd done before, which is the board game that the 4 main characters invented. It's named after them, Charlie McDennis. And I liked it. It was kind of a rehashed thing, but it was all new material. The Maori war dance, the stuff when they're comparing, the opening ceremony to the Pakistani-Indian border changing ceremony. I went and Googled that and watched that. Charlie nails it. All that like stomping and horn blowing, that's exactly how they do it. And he's like giving it his all. He's acting his heart out when he's doing it. He's like so red-faced and stuff. It's great. I like that episode. I'd give that episode like a 7 out of 10. Second episode was really just a clip show. Lots of flashbacks, lots of
that. I'm infuriated and I haven't even seen it. There's nothing lower than the clip show.
there was stuff added in, but
That's how
No,
clip shows work.
I'm on board
Okay.
with Woody here. It was basically a clip show, and
Clip
it's
show.
like, have you ever watched the Simpsons clip shows? Where like I used to be into the Simpsons when I was much younger,
Yeah.
and every once in a while they'd throw a clip show on there because they have so many fucking clips because they've been going for 20 years, and it's so lazy. Where
You're
it's like
robbed.
it's just all family guy style jokes. Where it's like, oh man, remember that time that we did something else wacky?
toe
and
knife,
flash
botch
back.
toe, botch
Yeah.
toe.
It,
Yeah,
that, that
they're
was
all
the
like-
second episode of this season was one of the worst episodes of Sunny I've ever seen.
So I felt like the second episode was like a 5 out of 10, which is just barely cutting it. I did laugh at it. There were funny moments and there was new stuff added in, but it was a clip show. This third episode, I would say, is like a 3 out of 10. I laughed once, and it was an off-color joke from a new character that's just, he's a one-off character who's just there for one episode and gone. Like, he had one scene, really one line, and that was funny. The rest of it I felt was bad. Basically, they do a parody of those 80s ski movies. You know, when like I don't know if you're familiar with this genre of movies. You know, there's the douchebag rich guy, and there's the big race at the end where the rich guy races against the cool the townies. You know, and the townies want to rock the mountain because it's where they're from, and the rich guys want to turn it into a resort so that
if we win, you got to get off our mountain. Like
that's literally the whole show. The whole show is a parody, and it has a couple of moments that are kind of funny. Mac is skiing in the duster, but in the end, it's a bad episode. It's the worst episode I've ever seen. And I started thinking about how to compare it to the old episodes and what they used to do in situations like this. Because there's a moment very early where the group, you know, the core group of characters, the 5 characters, break off into 2 groups and then into 3 groups. And that's happened before in an episode, like when they went to Atlantic City. Remember when the gang goes to Atlantic City to relive their family vacations? In that episode, you saw Charlie going off, drinking the suntan lotion, getting really whacked out, and having this crazy experience with the waitress. Really funny. They had a good bit going. Meanwhile, you had Frank and Mac floating out into the ocean and getting lost with the rum ham and having like sort of a Wilson screaming for it reference. Then they get caught up with the the Italian guys. They're shooting steroids. They're eating rum ham. They're playing music and having a great time. Meanwhile, Dennis and Dee have gotten. First, they go to that amusement ride and her hair gets ripped out, but then they end up with these druggies. There's 2 or 3 murders. They're burying bodies. They're smoking angel dust and shit. That's a good episode. This most recent episode, like when I compare what each group was doing, it pales in comparison on both the ridiculous level and the funny. You know, there's no jokes.
Yeah.
There were no jokes in there.
Do you feel like they tried to force the 80s ski thing way too much?
Here's what I hope happened. I hope that somebody, I hope that group of guys who produced that thing, you know, it's really the gang that makes it, that they're really into that 80s ski genre, and that meant something to them. Because to me, it was so annoying, and all the like references they kept beating over my head, like the 80s references, and you know, just they made it as much like one of those movies as they could, and I hate those movies. I think they're very lame. So I didn't like it at all. It's worst episode I've ever seen.
Kind of like a carbon copy of South Park when they did that like 8 years ago.
South Park was much better. This is just lame. Another episode, like there aren't many episodes of Sunny that I just hate. Another one I hate is when they like try to add a new member to the gang and they bring back that friend who used to be part of their group and try to like replace Charlie with him. Like that was a bad episode, but this was terrible. I laughed once out loud. It came out.
They did that with Mac, and it was pretty good. Wasn't Mac's brother or something?
Oh, that was wonderful. That was Mac
Country
Day.
Mac. Yeah,
Mac
Country
Day
Mac.
was a great
that one. Yeah.
Where he just embraces the fact that he's gay.
He's better in every way.
A joke that I think is really funny that they're rolling with is like Charlie will just be like, "Oh yeah, like 10 years ago, back when you were, you know, into women," and he's like, "Yeah, wait, what? What? Like,
drop it, just drop it, just drop it."
Yeah, because he's totally gay now. Like,
Mac Day is one of my favorite episodes. He's like loud. Oh yeah, loud and proud, brother. Loud and proud. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Like he's just so open about being gay. Like he's almost a little in your face about, hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gay. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
Like, and the way he dies at the end, just with like the semi-dramatic, like putting his helmet on, or not even wearing his helmet, and he just rides off, falls over at 0 miles an hour, and kills himself.
Frank's like, you know what's fucking cool? Being alive. They were like, well, he never wore a helmet anywhere. Yeah, and he was always drunk. Yeah, Mac Day was a good one. I really hope that they redeem themselves with something better this next time around, because I really felt like this episode was a very bad episode, one of their worst. So,
new topic?
There's that. I have a topic. Sure. I wanted to ask if you'd heard about this. So, apparently Spike Lee and the Smiths, and by the Smiths I mean Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, are protesting the Oscars because there are no black films nominated for the major awards this year. And they're making a big, you know, they're not going to go. They're not going to go to the Oscars. Now, Will Smith was nominated for a movie called about the concussions in the NFL. He was
nominated for that? I thought no one was nominated.
That's the problem. that's what I'm getting at. So Will Smith plays in this Concussion movie, and he felt like his performance was Oscar worthy. It was nominated for a Golden Globe. I think his performance was. The issue is his accent apparently is quite bad in it. It's sort of a Nigerian, one of those Britishy African. Oh, very nice to know you, my friend. Kind of accents. That sounded Indian though. And apparently he's all over the place with it. It's not very good. And I think Spike Lee made a film called Chirac, which is also not doing very well at all. You haven't heard of it, see there? You're like
fuck off, you fucking entitled fucknards. Like, shut the fuck up with your
He has been
where the
race
black
baiting
people.
for 30 years.
He has been what?
Race baiting.
Yeah,
for
Spike
30
Lee has. Will Smith. What's his last good movie? I mean, 7 Pounds was amazing.
Independence Day.
8 pounds.
I
Isn't
like. Oh, it's probably 8 pounds. 8 pounds, and then he had another one right around that same time period. They're like he wanted to like save a couple of lives.
Pursuit of Happy. So 8 pounds is the one where he wants to save the lives, and he's donating all of his organs. Pursuit of Happiness is when he's with his son and he's crying. He's homeless and he's trying to like do door-to-door sales and anything he can do to like make money.
Is 8 pounds the one where at the very end he has the jellyfish?
8 pounds.
That one was really good to me. I like
that one.
That
I
movie
agree.
a ton.
I agree.
And there's another one.
That's like 2004 though.
He made another movie I thought at the same time that I really liked a lot, aside from Pursuit of Happiness. And
Okay.
I don't remember the name of it.
Ali.
It was okay.
Ali was okay. But all this new stuff he's making,
Yeah.
I think he's producing a lot of his new films. Maybe
Whatever. But I feel like we're in the Beyond Tomorrow. Is that what it's called? What was his Beyond Earth? Right. We're in the Beyond Earth age of Will Smith, and fuck off with your Academy or Oscar nominations. You just don't deserve it. You fuck.
So
they've compiled all the statistics and found that the percentage of Oscar winners is in line with the percentage of black actors.
Yeah, it's like 13% of both, right?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
12 and a half, 13 or something like that. Like they're right next to each other. The percentage of Oscar nominees is also in line with the percentage of black actors. This thing, take away the last two, even include the last 2 years, totally what you would expect it to be. But because Will Smith's not in it now, he's fucking throwing a hissy fit. Fuck off, Will Smith.
Doesn't it also
right, so-
cheapen the reward, or the award rather itself, if you're like, hey, not enough of this group got it, so you need to make special, exceptions for them and make sure they get it at a higher percentage. So then anytime like Denzel comes up, he's going to be like, did I earn this, or am I just the guy this year?
Yeah. If next year, maybe the guy from Creed has some great performance and he wins the Oscar, everyone is going to say like, oh yeah, affirmative action Oscars. This is just his time. Do you want to watch this
and
together?
of course, what's his godnet? I hate that guy so much.
Vivian, or go ahead, guys.
Oh, so this is good. So this actress right here played Aunt Viv in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I don't know if you remember, but Will Smith's mom. And she made this video responding to Jada Pinkett Smith's statements about boycotting the Oscars. I think it's worth a watch. It's pretty good.
Right.
Because she knows Will Smith. She used to work with him like 20 years ago or something.
You know that she
and
left the show because there was a big feud and they couldn't work together.
Yeah, I think money was a part of it. Yeah, too.
Okay. All right. Ready?
I'm ready.
Set. Play.
Blacktress Janet Hubert coming to you.
Blacktress?
Not in a post,
Blacktress.
but sort of in a post. And I gotta say, I've been trying to figure out, do I really want to do this? And yeah, I do. Today being the celebration of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday and hitting 60 years old, I'm at that point where I'm like, I don't give a kitty. I want to say something about Jada Pinkett Smith asking other actors, black actors and actresses, to boycott the Oscars. First of all,
do they
Miss
need to
Thing,
boycott? It sounds like they weren't invited.
Does your man not have
kinda
a mouth
funny.
of his own with which
I'm boycotting
to
too.
speak? And the second thing is, girlfriend,
Chris Rock's
there's
hosting.
a lot of shit going on in the world that you all don't seem to recognize. People are dying. Our boys are being shot.
She'll get through this in a
left
moment.
and right. People are hungry. People are starving. People are trying to pay bills. And you talk about
Bills
some motherfucking actors
Motherfucking.
in Oscars. And it just ain't that deep. And here's the other thing.
She's getting
For you to ask
sassy.
other actors and other blackstresses and black actors to jeopardize their career.
Wouldn't
and
they be black
they're
dudes?
standing
Black-ters.
in a
That's what I was
town
thinking.
that you know damn well. You don't do that. And here's the other thing, they don't care. They don't care. And I find it ironic that somebody who has made their living and made millions and millions of dollars from the very people that you're talking about boycotting, just because you didn't get a nomination, just because you didn't win. That is not the way life works, baby. Okay? And it's very suspect to me. And I seem to recall, 20, maybe 6, 7 years ago, 25, whatever it was. No, I don't even remember. But I seem to remember at option time coming to you and saying, you know what, Will, you're the star of the show. Why don't we all get together? And with you, maybe we could get a little raise. Maybe the network, since the show is such a hit, and you being the star of the show, your influence will help us greatly, like they did on Friends, like white shows do. Remember that?
Can we pause it?
Do you remember that? 'Cause
Yeah.
I
Ready,
do.
set, pause. So if people aren't getting all this, on Friends, what happened was, rather than have all this infighting and trouble, every single one of the friends agreed to be paid the same amount, because they were kind of equally valuable on the show. They all paid the same amount, and they all got paid a lot. And I think it just helped them all get along a little better than they would have otherwise. And
And it got them paid.
yeah, and it got them paid.
Strong negotiating
It was
position.
like a union, right? You had all of them, or the show was just done.
Yeah.
And
You could take any one friend out and probably replace them with someone and keep it
or
going.
have
again, but
5 friends.
Yeah, you can't, but you can't lose, Joey and Chandler or something like that. So they got paid, and that's what she's referencing there.
Yeah, so she's saying, hey, when I asked you for a little like collective support, you weren't there because you were the star getting all the money. Let's do what the white shows do. But now that you need a little support, all of a sudden let's form a union of black actors who are, forming or working as a team. So
Yeah.
Ready, set, play.
And your response to me was, my deal is my deal and y'all's deal is y'all's deal. Well, karma must be a bitch, because now here you are. You've had a few flops. And there are those out there who really deserved a nod. And Idris Elba was one of them. Lord have mercy. Beast of No Nation was incredible. That man is an incredible actor. You are not. Maybe you didn't deserve a nomination. I didn't think, frankly, you deserved a Golden Globe nomination with that accent, but you got one. And just because the world don't go the way you want it to go, doesn't mean that you can go out and then you start asking people to stand up and sing "We Shall Overcome" for you. You ain't Barack and Michelle Obama. And y'all need to get over yourselves. You have a huge production company that you only produce your friends, your family, and yourself. So you are a part of Hollywood. You are a part of the system that is unfair to other actors. So get real. Now, for those of you who say, Miss Huber, here she go,
That's about
being
it.
bitter.
How much longer
Bitches,
is it?
please.
There's only a few
It's not
seconds
about
left.
being bitter. It's about being right. Some of us got mortgages to pay. We got bills to pay. We got bigger shit to worry about than the Oscars. The only Oscar I care about right now is Oscar Mayer Wiener with Mustard and Relish. And on that note, Black Janet Hubert,
Oh, she ends it all sassy.
peace, baby.
To me personally, ending it that sassy takes away from her argument. But that's just me. I don't know.
So they're boycotting the Oscars, even though they weren't invited. And why is that? You know what? They should refuse to use their NHL season tickets too. Oh my god! Show them who's boss. That's so silly. You didn't get invited. Suck it up. You've already won those before.
I just feel like, I don't know. The one of the lines she said is, you want everyone to hold hands and sing "We Shall Overcome" because you didn't get an Oscar. Get over yourself. And I'm thinking, yes, exactly, Will Smith, get over yourself. They could.
Yeah, that really is so narcissistic, isn't it? Where it's like, hey, I know there's a lot of shit that happens, but what should really bring us together right now is that I didn't get this award. So, put everything on the back burner. I am the priority.
Right. I want everyone to. And who is the guy from Beast of No Nation that they keep saying needs a nod?
That was the actor. I can't pronounce the guy's name.
Can you link his?
But you
name or
recall the
something?
movie, right?
I know the movie. I want to see his picture so I know who the hell he is.
Well, it's either the general or the little kid. It's probably the little kid.
No.
He's the one that people keep saying.
That's the thing, because I thought the kid did a good job, even though most of his lines weren't lines. He just kind of gave looks and quietly shuffled from one spot to the other a lot, in my memory anyway. But and the general dude was just.
Although
not
you didn't catch the
remarkable.
rape scene, though, either.
Yeah, I need things spelled out for me. Maybe a better actor, huh? It would have made it.
Maybe that Sansa rape.
Maybe if they had mimed the sex acts for me by hand.
I just feel like a better actor would have non-verbally committed. My butt hurts. He
Could have been walking around holding it.
Yeah. He could have been like, oh, and I'd have known what happened.
He probably sat on a sharp rock. That must be what happened.
Well, it's pretty dangerous out there, It could happen. I slip all the time. Hit my tailbone, pain for days. Like.
So but yeah, that kid did a pretty good job in what was the movie called? Beast for No Nation or something?
Beasts of No Nation?
Beast of No Nation. Will Smith, I didn't see his movie, but I don't know. I didn't see his movie. I guess I shouldn't say much, but I have a real hard time with this guy asking for all this support, knowing that he's had a bunch of flops lately.
If anybody should be protesting, maybe DiCaprio should, right? Like, if anybody he could make a much better case that he's been treated wrongly than Will Smith can. What's Will Smith? Will Smith's like, look at this movie, Beyond Earth right here. I was amazing, right? When I laid there and I did those 8 different accents and cried about my broken leg for 2 hours. That was great, right? Oscar nomination. Like, go back to his.
Isn't that pretty much DiCaprio's role too?
No,
I laid there. My leg was hurt. I was kind of whiny.
Look, I haven't seen The Revenant yet, but
you have.
You are the only one in creation who's like poo-pooing that one.
Yeah, it was a shit tier movie. Oh,
Even
you know
if
who else says
if
it's a
that
shit
one's
tier
not
movie?
good.
There's another guy. So someone was like ripping me apart.
Will Smith?
No, it wasn't Will Smith. Some guy on the PKA subreddit was like, Wings of Redemption, like in one word, prove that Woody doesn't really know his movies. And what he's referring to is Wings asked me how I felt about The Lifeboat, a 1945 black and white film that takes place on a lifeboat in World War II. And I saw
the standard litmus test for movie knowledge.
I actually really liked the movie. It was a good recommendation from Wings. But I talked to Wings on Skype, and he's like, The Revenant sucked. You were right. I was like, fuck yeah.
I can't defend it because I haven't seen it yet, but like there aren't many who share your opinion, so I look forward to seeing what's going on.
And I feel
there.
like, although I didn't do it just now, usually when I say I don't like The Revenant, I couch it in like, but I will say it seems to be a popular movie, and I know Dr. Chiz liked it, and I just thought that it had a very small plot line. Like, I think I swear I'm not going to spoil it. I think everybody knows a man, his son, they go into the woods on some sort of fur thing. It goes awry, and he has to make his way out of the woods. Right? I'll leave it at that. I think that's not a spoiler. And that is a very simple plot line. There's no twists. There's no turns. What was that Ben Affleck movie we saw? Where
yeah, what was that called?
He
that
and his wife.
Now that is a psychological
Gone
thriller.
Girl?
Not Gone Girl, although that is excellent. That's Casey Affleck.
No, it's not. Ben Affleck is in Gone Girl.
I think it is Gone Girl that we're talking about.
That's the one where she goes crazy and she
you're right. I'm
she
thinking
got
of
raped and murdered. And
Yeah, we watched Gone Girl. Now, I'm not expecting every movie to have a plot as... I didn't figure out the plot in advance on Gone Girl, I don't think. And it was just a lot of twists and turns. That was a curvy road that they led us down. The Revenant is a one-block dead-end street in terms of plot. It is a very simple thing. And
but even if The Revenant isn't the one that would get DiCaprio in there for the Oscars, like Shutter Island, maybe. He was
Gone
excellent
Baby
in
Gone.
movie.
That was the Casey Affleck movie. Blood Diamond was really good. I thought his performance in Django was Oscar worthy. It's not a lead acting role anyway.
Regardless, he's been overlooked by the Oscars a lot more than Will Smith.
Totally, yeah.
Chiz knows a lot about this. He would sit there and name every movie that the one that actually won in the year that he could have won, and for the most part, he's like, the guy hasn't been robbed. You know, he just was unlucky enough to go up in strong years.
Well, he's still a young guy. He's got plenty of time. You know who else has plenty of time? Movement watches. Everybody I run into nowadays has some serious watch envy. I can see it in their eyes because Movement sent us some watches. Got to be honest, I'm not sharing any. These Movement watches bring some serious heat. Check them out. It was this little crowd-funded brand that is revolutionizing the watch game. They're starting to get a lot of press from GQ, Playboy, Hypebeast, Ask Men. All those companies said things like that they were the hottest watch company on the market. They're all about this idea that high quality doesn't have to break the bank, and they actually deliver. Probably why they have over 1 million social media followers. Quality crafted watches starting at just $95. If you try to get a watch like this in a department store, it's going to cost you at least $400 or $500. Their style is minimalistic, clean, and sleek. And you could wear this thing at the office during the day or out at bars at night. It's new, it's sharp, and it's all-day wear. So go to movementwatches.com/PKA today. One thing to keep in mind that the movement is spelled MVMT. So it's kind of sounding it out there, movement. Movementwatches.com/PKA today. We're hooking you up with 15% off your entire purchase. That's movement spelled MVMT, watches.com/PKA.
I actually really like this watch.
I do too.
I bought a crappier watch like a few weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I don't need good watches. And then I got this one, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's the difference, huh? That's like it.
Do you have the metal
bigger.
band, Kyle?
It's right.
Yes, I got the metal band.
I actually got the metal band separate. They shipped mine with a leather band, but I thought the metal would be cool, so I got the metal.
Wait,
band.
hold yours up again, Kyle, because I think you might have got the last one that I initially picked, and I had to change my choice. Yeah, the black one with the black face. I was leaning towards that one, and then I went for my second choice, which I think now really gives off a good like new money drug dealer vibe.
Yeah.
You know.
That
Where
looks
it's like, where can I get Molly? Look at that guy's watch. Probably. And that's the vibe you want to give out to people, you know?
yeah, for $40, that guy could get you a hand job and some Molly. He's wearing that watch. Yeah.
All because of that watch. Business venture.
So,
But we're very proud of our movement sponsor. I'm psyched. We have a lot of new sponsors. She's been crushing it.
Killing
He
it.
has.
Killing it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Movement watches. Check them out. Description below.
I really didn't expect him to be this high quality when I was looking at the price online. Like when it showed up, I was like, all right, this is like way too cheap for a watch to show up and not be like some weird plastic instead of metal. But no, it feels like excellent quality. It's heavy.
Yeah, I was
You know?
going to say the size, the weight, like it just vibes. It's just right.
Josh,
girth. Yeah.
Josh got it out, and it comes in this nice little leather sort of cushy case type thing. And Josh gets it out, and he's like, "Oh Lord, that's fancy right there."
Yeah.
And so he really liked it. Yeah, there you go.
Even the
Oh, we got different cases. Yeah.
Oh, we did get different cases.
He's got kind of a zipper shell case, and we had more of this sort of display case that was like not really a go and carry.
They sent me a separate watch band, and even like the watch band case seemed pimp. And I was like, damn, you guys, I don't know. It's cool. It's a nice opening experience. Not that I pick things based on the box, but you like unveil it in the box, and they somehow like when you pull them apart, there's like a suction, like resistance that's not there with a crappy box, and
there's like a vacuum created on the inside of that box.
Thank you. That's what I'm going for. Like you pull it, and it's like vacuum, and then you take the watch out, and you feel it, and it's heavy, and it looks great. I'm really happy with the watch. I like I like free shit.
Free shit's the best shit.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Speaking of free shit, all right. So, the Flamethrower company, the handheld models, the one that I've got one that's yours and one that's mine, and I'm waiting to do the video with them, and then I'm going to send yours along on its way. But the company got in touch with me and they said, "Hey, hold off on that video. We've upgraded the Flamethrower. Now the flame shoots wider. It's a wider flame, and it shoots farther as well. So they're going to send me the new models. I think they're going to be here Tuesday. but they forgot to mention what to do about the old flamethrowers. I don't think they want them back.
No, why would they? They're the old ones.
I think I'm going to have like half a dozen flamethrowers over here by the time this thing is said and done. I'm pretty
What's
happy
your
about
P.O.
that.
box? Send him a letter if you wish that he'd give his stuff to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I could. I'm ready to arm. I could have right now. I could arm like a couple of squads of men. Like I got enough body armor for one squad. I could have a flamer squad where everybody's got a flamethrower.
Your pillbox squad, take them out from a distance.
I just feel that every fan is like, oh wait, you have a thing you don't want? I like free shit. Send it to me.
I got lots of extras. It's nice to be like my dad. He always jokes to his friends about it. My dad has a friend who's like super jealous of the fact that I give my dad stuff all the time. And one of the reasons I like to give my dad like cool gifts and extras, and like sometimes I'll get a gun company will pay me like X amount of money plus like 4 guns, and I'll have 4 of these guns laying around. It's like, what am I gonna do with 4 duplicates of something like this? Like I literally I started with 4 of these things, these 12-16 shotguns, and they're like $2,500 a piece. So and I was like, oh, these things make good gifts. So like Jeremy would never get one. I'd never give Jeremy one, but I'd give one to everybody around him. So Scott would get a $2,000 gun. My dad would get a $1,000 gun. Scott would get full body armor. My dad would get like a short-barreled rifle. Meanwhile, Jeremy's just over there. This is probably what leads him to steal from me. Because I do it on purpose, because he'll always be like, well, what can I get? All right, you handing stuff out over there? What can I get in? Can I get in on this? I always
You need to start giving him accessories to guns he doesn't have.
Right? Oh, he's fine with that. He's cool with that. Like that's his thing. Like he's a borrower and a collector. He's got so much shit all the time that's borrowed from other people. I don't know if I said it on the show or not, but Josh is the guy who helps me now. He's 21, a bit on the slow side, I guess, and his girlfriend's 40. And they had that pregnancy scare recently. She was pregnant, but then they had a miscarriage, and I think he intimated to my dad that he was going to try to get her knocked up again. The whole thing,
time is of the essence for her, so better get moving.
Yeah, she's got like 8 periods left. She's got 8 there are 8 fucking eggs left in this prize of a woman, and he thinks one of those is his ticket to success. Like the whole thing is so bizarre.
Yeah, he's playing Down syndrome roulette with her.
What's her situation? Like, is she like? Okay, here's the thing.
Oh, she's an aristocrat. She's a real
high-class Southern belle.
Yeah. Her daddy has a plantation. No,
I worked with a
quite
girl
trash.
who got knocked up at 16, I think, and but she was really, really smart. And she came from a fairly well-to-do family, and this guy was a complete goofus. Who knows why she dated him? And they literally, like, his parents were like, "Yeah, Kenny got his ticket punched. He's set now." And they actually ended up getting married and divorced about a year later.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a situation where
he didn't really keep up with the child support payment.
That's surprising.
Yeah, who knew?
So she dropped him off the other day to come work with me. Because he's 21, but he doesn't have a driver's license. Because when he was 19, he was drunk driving, came upon a drunk driver checkpoint, and decided to like Mad Max his way out of it, and like tried to run from them, and they came and got him.
That's great.
So he made it like 3 times worse than it would have been by just like fuck this and
yeah, he can't drive till like 2047 or something. Like I don't know when they're gonna give this fool a driver's license. I'm shocked they gave him a pistol license. Like, I'm all for gun rights. I mean, I am literally for the right to be able to purchase an Uzi, but I don't know if I'm for Josh's right to have a gun. Like
he should be written into the law in particular. Like
I mean, when you
a Honda Civic, you shouldn't get a firearm.
Full auto is good, except for Josh.
Yeah. Josh needs a fucking slingshot is what his ass needs, so he doesn't hurt anybody. But yeah, she dropped him off to work the other day, and I saw her, and I'm good at sizing people up. I really think I am. I could look at this lady and tell I'll be honest. Remember when we met Wing's girlfriend that time at
yes.
at New Year's? I think we both knew right away that this is not a good person. This person's not a good. She's not a good influence in our friend's life.
Which girl was this?
I forget her name, but I remember that she was very cranky. That was my big issue with her, right? Like, hypothetically, if Jackie was part of our day that day, right? She would do her level best to be like one of the guys, we're going to go shoot and we're going to do whatever. There was a time we were trying a thing. I had seen a video on YouTube where you could use the cans that just blow air, like you might use them on a computer. If you hold them upside down, they blow the really cold stuff. Maybe it's Freon or whatever it is out of it. Well, you freeze the car dent and then you hit it with a hot blow dryer, and the change in it causes the crease to like pop out. And I for whatever reason, one day I got into a YouTube thing where I watched like 6 videos about it in a day, and I was like, Wings, I got an idea. Let's try this. So we asked her to get the blow dryer because like Wings doesn't have any hair to speak of, right? And he didn't know where it was. And she just like sat in the car, arms folded, unhappy, like puss on her face, unwilling to be part of the thing. And then she gives some bad instructions on how to find it. Like, it's over there, pointing to the house. And he had to go and hunt for it. And then just all day, kind of a stick in the mud.
Yeah, she was a real cunt. You could tell she was a real cunt. That's what I took from her, that she was just a real mouthy bitch. That's another thing I took from her. She seemed like she was the kind of person who would, I imagined, and I don't mean to speak ill of Wings, but I imagined that this is the kind of girl who was probably like really beating him over the head with a lot of shit when nobody else was around, and probably putting a lot of pressure and bullshit on him.
Very naggy.
Real naggy.
She didn't strike me as like the supportive, we can both make each other better type of woman. She was more of a hard to please.
Yeah, I wanted to be like, if you got somewhere better to fucking be, then get the fuck out of here, because nobody wants you here right now. Like fuck off. Like you're acting like you're just like, I have to be here. And
Kyle and I are agreeing, although he's got a much sharper edge on his.
Yes. But he spent like 3 minutes being like, and I got a bit of a vibe. It was a cunt vibe.
Yeah, it was a cunt vibe. It really was, and I bet Wings would agree with me if we could ask him right now. Like that lady was not nice.
I bet Wings right now has kind of put all of the bumps in the past. And
I think that's the one who took his camera away from him and broke his phone, and he had the whole dispute with. I don't think he's on good terms with this one.
Dude, if I could be wrong, and I kind of want to ask Wings about it, but I bet the Wings of right now is like, it wasn't great the whole time, but I wish her the best.
I don't know. Wings holds a grudge. I think he might say something like, "Fuck that hoe! I hope she gets hit with a mag light." That sounds more like him if I'm trying to put.
Yeah, especially the mag light part.
But I brought her up because when I saw Josh's girlfriend, I got a similar feeling. I felt like she was almost a predator because she's 20 years older than this guy, and she's totally like got him wrapped up in like controlling him, very controlling of him, and he is slow-witted. He's just he's not a bright guy, and he's easy to manipulate. I don't know. She seemed real
over
bitchy.
Under Brendan Dassey from Making a Murderer.
I didn't watch that.
Well,
but definitely over, because I know that guy's IQ. I heard it read like 54 or something.
No,
like something
74, I think.
Okay, but quite low.
Low 71. Oh, I remember. I think his overall was like 70 or 71, but in some aspects it was 68. And 70 is a really critical number. That's when you're handicapped.
Well, I'm certainly no expert to be figuring out what Josh's intelligence is. But if you made me guess, I based on the Howard Stern show and what I've taken from that, Gary Del Bate is like a 125 or something like that. And then you got somebody like High Pitched Eric, who's down there like at 66 the first test, 64 on his second test. Josh is probably like an 80. And,
that's sad.
I mean, it's the other day when he'll start talking sometimes, and I know that what he's talking about is just a dead end street, and I want to be able to be like, hey, just stop there. We're not going anywhere with this. But he's done it 4 times now since I've known him in the last year and a half or so. But he has this idea for a redneck based FPS Russia video, And he gives it to me every time. He's like, oh, yeah, it'd be great. You have you like a redneck FPS video, and you'd have one fella just a hauling ass coming on in there in a big truck, turn it in there sideways, mud flying, big double smokestacks, and he'd be shooting his double 12 gauge off like hell. You know, and maybe some watermelons would blow up, and then an old-timey grandpa with a, and I'm just like, shut
It doesn't sound like a bad
man.
video
Like,
so far. You know?
It does to me. This is what I always, whenever someone gives me a video idea, they usually have 15 seconds of idea. Like, dude, I've got a great idea for a video. You're going to love this, right? Like, take your car and peel out with it, right? Get the camera low. That'll be awesome. You'd be like, what the fuck? That is like a fragment of
That's
a
a
thought.
shot.
Then you just take it from there. You know? Do
yeah.
whatever.
You know,
fill
like
in gaps.
Yeah, the
Flesh it out.
I'm a big picture kind of guy.
Yeah, it's just
No, you're not.
You're no picture kind of guy.
You got a real small
Like
picture there.
yeah. You could do a slow-mo shot of like peeling out, but get this on rocks. Yeah. Like, oh, you're right.
I'm just
I'll,
spitballing, you know?
I'll be sure to upload that. You fucking...
So here's my dilemma about a Josh wheel of pain. I got the wheel. I found the wheel. I dug it up. It's back behind me. So here's the dilemma. I think he'll do it. I think we get him on here. I think we could tone it down some so that he's not literally getting a tattoo. He's not being tased. But maybe the bad things that he would have to do, let me grab the wheel, would be like...
You make tase such a big deal.
Yeah, come on. Taser has to be on there.
Tase
Or it can
is
just be a
fine.
surprise.
Let me grab the wheel.
I'm thinking he's going to lean more towards like eating gross things, since that's probably more palatable for Josh than getting tased.
I'm just afraid he's going to be timid. Like, I need him to be enthusiastic and ready. And, I don't want him to, like, roll across the first eat a snail and be, like, bailing out and have the whole bit not go anywhere.
Yeah.
Or,
I don't want it to be, like, a whole new Making a Murderer.
Joel Rogan on Fear Factor was, like, a psychologist talking people into doing things. Cattle prod.
But they also had
PKA.
like $50,000 to win, right? If they ate all the horse testicles or whatever Joe Rogan was having them do.
I like to think 200 for Josh is $50,000. I hope. Kyle, get this guy nice and broke first.
Yeah, he's hard up for money. He always is. Like I figure I'd
impregnate his girl, right? And then he'll really need money.
He's all over that. Like I think my dad asked him, are you using some protection? He's like, well, we thinking about trying again. It's just disgusting. I feel like someone should stop and tell him that, like, all right, first of all, like, this kid is like 4 times as likely to have Down syndrome because of this girl's age. First of all. Second of all, Josh, I don't know if you've noticed it or not, but you're a moron. Second of all, Josh, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but your girlfriend, also a moron. You're talking about having a moron.
Hasn't noticed.
You're talking about having a moron baby. And that's best case scenario. Like, you really
best case
here.
scenario is below average.
Oh, by the way, Josh, you can't afford your cigarettes every morning. That's what I'm here for. So how are you going to get formula into this baby? Like how are you going to, like, do you even know where to start on like getting its life together? You live at home with your parents, man. I want to say these things to him, but it seems like such an offensive thing to do. It feels like I'm sort of shattering his little delusional world, but that's what needs to be done. I feel
you don't
like.
have to be super vicious about it and like, you idiot, like, what are you thinking? Like, you can go into it a little nicer. Well, maybe you can't, but most people could go into it a little nicer and just kind of maybe guide him and make him think it was his idea, where he was like, oh, what was I thinking?
I don't know, man. Because I was talking to him about an abortion and trying to nudge him that way, and he just was not about that at all. Couldn't get him to like go that way. I was telling him, like, hey man, I was like, there's stairs at my house. I'd have a wreck on the way to the fucking hospital with that chick in my car or something like that. We'd drive into a lake, Ted Kennedy style. I was like, I wanted to be like, you're in quicksand, brother. You in quicksand right now,
brother. Yeah.
Brother, and it's up to your mouth. And I ain't got but one straw, and I ain't sharing. It's like you're sinking fast, dude. Like literally and metaphorically. Like you got to stop. What are you doing? But he's just like, nah. I think I'll knock up this 40-year-old lady, even though like both of us could probably put together $800 right now to her name. He lives he's always broke. And a lot of people live like that, and that's fine. If you want to live paycheck to paycheck and always be broke, maybe that's kind of an adventurous lifestyle for you, that's okay. But fuck, he's already there, and he's trying to have this kid, which is just going to compound things. You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy who lives at home, and like his income is me, and I pay him like a few $100s a week if he works every day. You know, he makes $10 an hour.
He sounds perfect for the Wheel of Pain. What you could do so you could leave the more extreme ones on there is that it doesn't just say like $200 and then taser. It'll say like $200 and then taser, and then a little subscript to taser is like, and you get a watch or something like that.
Hey, now that's nice. Yeah, I'll hook him up. He can have this one. Yeah, we'll do that. So look, here's what I want to preface. I said
have mine. I really want mine.
I offered because I knew mine wasn't on the table. So
I say all of that so I can say this. I think the Wheel of Pain is a funny idea. It's a good bit. But what I'm worried is that I'm going to haul this guy in here who's a little bit pitiful, and we're going to, torture him and kind of make fun of him and all that stuff. And it's going to make me look bad and make us all look bad. I don't want to be the guy who's got some like pitiful kid on his show, spin the Wheel of Pain, dummy.
You're afraid we're going to look like Carly Fiorina, right? Where we just bring in humans as props for our stuff.
Yeah, kind of.
It is what we'd be doing.
More like what I feel like Stern is really good at separating what's happening on the show from himself sometimes. So if they've got a retarded guy in a box and he thinks he's going to the moon, it's not Stern shaking the box and making the vroom vroom noises. He's off the side going, "Oh, I don't know about all this." He's got minions to like shake the box and tell Gary.
Is Kitty willing to tase this guy? It seems
probably. I mean, Kitty's always got a release. She's probably got a taser release that he could sign. So yeah, I want to do it in the comments down below or something like that. Put some things that you think would be acceptable and fun to do to this guy, because he's already quasi-agreed to do a Wheel of Pain. I kind of brought it up and mentioned that, the Jeremy Wheel of Pain, and he sort of said something like, he intimated that he would be down, if I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I think I can get him to do it, and I think it'd be pretty ridiculous. But you got to come up with some stuff that you think would be funny to see him do, the bad things. We can, Cash.
What if Kitty and your girlfriend tortured him? Would that be the separation you're looking for? You think they'd be any good at it? They don't strike me as cruel enough.
Well, I mean, what kind of torture are they going to... First of all...
Slingshot, potato gun.
Potato gun seems dangerous.
I mean...
Close your eyes.
Neither one of them could operate the potato gun or a slingshot. So, like...
just like you said with Stern,
because I could operate
if you were the one torturing him, Woody and I could be the ones with plausible deniability. Like, Kyle, you're going crazy here.
I think you're overestimating the average female's coordination level. I bet your wife can't operate a slingshot. I bet she'd be all like having a hard time hanging on to the thing, and she wouldn't know to secure the projectile right as you're pulling. Like, there'd be a mess. Like, girls just aren't good at shit like that. You need a man to apply torture.
At least physical torture. They have it down pat.
Yeah, if you want some mental torture.
Yeah.
They got to be laying asleep or laying awake at night. Who to get involved.
Heaven forbid one of the items on there is get reminded 3 times to do a thing. You'll be fucked.
Yeah. Make him feel really shitty for no reason 4 years from now.
There are certain tasks
I'm just feeling really down
in my house that are just guys' work, right? Like insulate a wall or whatever. Like that's just not on the table for her to have to do. And in fairness, there are the opposite as well. But when she wants that done, man, she's just like on it, nagging me to have a thing happen that I feel like she could do. Okay, she wanted the downstairs Roku to have HBO Go. That's a thing. And
you couldn't handle that?
What's that?
Handle that one?
I gave her a list of passwords, and it was this big thing, and she's got these, crocodile arms that don't reach anything. Like, I can't do it. I'm so stuck. And I'm just, it sucks. It's a horrible job because the little Roku remote entering an email address thing.
Oh, I'm very familiar. I do all of that. That's a job that I've always had. It's the tech guy, and I'm certainly not the most tech savvy person, but I can get as soon as your internet connection goes down, I'm the guy who's actually smart enough to unplug the motherfucker wait 5 seconds, and plug it back in. Nobody else has figured that one out around here.
That's my go-to. If that doesn't work, I'm list is over. Yeah.
I've had so many connectivity issues in the past. I've sat on hold so much that I know what the issues are going to be, and I know how they present themselves. So I can usually figure it out. And I excel at plugging HDMI cords into televisions, which is something that most females are just blown away by. You know? I mean, it's like a Lego block back there. I don't know if they're aware. I think they think that in the back, it looks like the Andy Griffith show when he tried to call Mount Pilot and somebody's plugging those wires in and putting them in other places to like change channels. Like, it's not like that, ladies. It's not a big deal back there. What was the thing I was going to say? I had a thing.
You're going on about the Josh Wheel of
Oh,
Pain.
I know. Yeah. So, hey, we keep talking about this possible like mega live show with Wings of Redemption up in Conway. I could bring Josh. His ass would come. He's always like, because he knows me through Jeremy and Scott. They have regaled him with all these tales of our trips across the country filming and stuff. So he thinks that when you go on a trip with Kyle, you get fucking whores and like free Red Bull, and everybody gets a blowjob and gets to blow up a house. Like, because everything he's ever heard about going on a trip with me is that.
How
like,
disappointed will he be when the free Red Bull is the only thing that comes through?
when he gets there,
spend the evening at Applebee's getting any tizers.
that's what's actually going to happen. But I could bring Josh. We could do the fucking Wheel of Pain, live there in some hotel room, pull out the X26 taser and lock him down on the floor. He shits himself or something.
9
yes,
weeks
can I
from
speak
now?
to the manager of this Holiday Inn? Are you all right with us using your conference room to torture a semi-retarded person? 4 hours tops. Guaranteed.
That's all I could take.
Yeah.
He just cries after that and rocks back and forth.
Get the hype. I don't know. Yeah, and then that'll make the sauce come. And
So
I
look,
think
I'm up for all these things.
the knife stuff, is that underway? Because
Yeah,
that's actually
yeah.
one
So
I'm most psyched for.
Those knives were out of stock. I haven't gotten an update on when that gets fixed. But, we were kind of...
But I think it's a matter of weeks. Like it's 6 weeks and stuff, and then these things tend to come back in stock. And
Yeah,
I would
but
rather wait 6 weeks and get my favorite knife.
Yeah. I thought that was your position, so that's what I told Kitty. So whenever that happens, it happens. But that one's totally out of her hands. And the hot sauce thing is like, I'm ready to pull the trigger. I just want us all to taste this sauce and be sure that everybody's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking good right there. And I think it's a good bit. I think us tasting the sauces, like get 3 or 4 sauces and, see if we like them, and get Wings' input, him tasting it and seeing what he says. I think it'd be a great show. You get us all in a room together. And especially if you add
You're right about everything. You're right about the bit. You're right about the great show. I think it'd be cool to have it live. I'd love for no one to be pixelated all day long and stuff. The only nervousness I have is I haven't set up a lot of live shows before, right? The one that we've done, it just turned out okay in terms of like audio quality and stuff, and that was on the survival trip. And I didn't do it. Patrick did, really. So I'm like, I have to figure out some way to like record from a camera and get 4 at least audio sources piped into one.
I think it'll be
sound
easy when you've got like a conference room setting rather than the woods, obviously. Like that'd
That'll
be
help
nice
because there won't be crickets and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll have a table, and you can we can think about how it can work. I think from a tech standpoint, we can make it happen. The other standpoint is just availability. Now, my availability is I am gone from the 1st of February to the 8th of February. Other than that, everything is open. I've got like 3 film dates, and I've got a very important meeting I have to attend that's kind of non-negotiable, but those things are all floating around.
So the week after that, you're open?
Yeah. As far as I know right now. Now, there's some other stuff that could pop up, but what I'd like to do is find the time in you two's schedule, and that, you're both like, oh, yeah, Wednesday the 17th or whatever the fuck.
Here's the thing. I own my own time mostly, and I can usually work around stuff. Now, at Woodycraft, we tend to be busier on the weekends, and we tend to do something every weekend to make people want to come play, like double MCMMO or a new crate or something. Mostly Friday through Sunday, we try to do shit that makes the server extra interesting. So it's better for me if it's not a weekend. Not a showstopper, but I'd rather any weekday, and I can pretty much work with it.
I would prefer that as well. Is that are there going to be weekdays that you are free, Taylor?
I can check and try and make something work. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. See what you can do in like mid-February. Let's see
Okay.
what there's like.
If
Like
it's a month out, Kyle, I think it. I
I'm
think
fine with that.
It warrants locking it in, right? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. If we got to
Yeah.
go a month ahead to make sure that, some of my shit isn't going to jump up or something,
Yeah.
someone else
Then-
isn't going to.
Then your shit can just be like, oh no, that has to be 1 week out.
Because for
you
those
know?
listening along that maybe you're not piecing this together, I'm talking about flying Taylor in to South Carolina. Woody drives down from North Carolina. I drive up from Georgia with my special friend in tow. We hook up Wings of Redemption, do our hot sauce photography, do our gun trading, maybe go out and shoot or something, and then retire back to. I think a conference room at like a Holiday Inn is the way to go because you got your own private room. There's bathrooms, there's facilities, and there's hookups for internet and power and everything there, and you got privacy, and it's like $100 or something. I think that's the way to go. But something like that, because I feel like hooking up at Wings houses, you're just asking for a disaster. You got like people stumbling in there and dogs barking and roosters crowing and.
Yeah. There's going to be one issue that happens at Wings houses is there always someone in the Wings universe that doesn't what I think of as like respect the show. Like I might have Jackie Hope just now brought me a coffee, right? Sheepishly off camera, hands it, slides out backwards. That's one thing. He'll have.
That's how people are at my house. You can't tell because they're respectful. But 4 different times people have walked up and down like loud stairs 20 feet over that way. But they. They know what we're doing. They creep around. At Wings House, they just kind of like stumble in, picking lint out of their belly button.
Yeah, talking to each other.
Around.
Yeah, like open invite. Anyone ever wants to hop on PKA, you just grab a seat in the corner and start screaming across the room to the mic. Yeah.
Come on in here, Crook. You got a new line of work boots you promoting, right? Come on in here. Get your plug in.
And sometimes it's funny. Like for one reason, like a photography session for a Civil War uniform just started happening behind him.
Yeah. Oh no, it was. So if I remember correctly, he was wearing his like Marine Corps uniform or Army uniform, or someone else's was wearing someone else's. It was bizarre.
I hope I'm right because I thought it was a Civil War uniform.
I didn't think it was. I thought it was like a modern uniform that someone was wearing that wasn't even their uniform. I thought that it was his brother's uniform because I know he served, but someone else was putting it on for some odd reason.
That seems more likely, but I hope it was a Civil War reenactment because that's funnier.
That is funnier, yeah. And they're out there. We're gonna get them this time. I like to imagine that when they do when the Sons of Confederate Veterans put on their like Civil War reenactments, they always make sure the South wins the battles, even if it's not historically accurate.
Do they really? They set it up so that's just like my NHL 15 season right now, where like I'm just living in the fantasy of like, yeah, Blues 25-0. This is the year. When it's like, then I go back and check, and it's like, oh, like no.
How are the Flyers doing right now? I feel like
Flyers are playing right now. I have the NHL score up.
Looks like. Did I win the bet last time live on PKA? Do you remember we talked about it and the Hurricanes were up? But
God, this sounds so familiar, but I can't.
I think I've won, and you let it slide.
It's hearsay.
Do I need to look it up, or you just want to admit you lost?
No, you won.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what
You
was
won
the
that
bet? What were the stakes on that bet? Something about singing, maybe?
No, that was established earlier. I said I will not sing.
Okay. Then what were the
I was saying you can pick what I drink the next drinking episode.
Ooh. Well, that's awesome. All right. I'll to keep that locked in. I have a topic. Should we do the ad or the topic?
Go ahead with the topic.
All right. I have it all queued up here. Bam. And I hope this is interesting to people, but it was interesting to me. So this video is going to autoplay, and I'll need you to like stop it and roll it back.
I'm there.
Taylor, are you ready also?
I'm there.
Okay. Ready, set, play.
A new report out by the University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute, that's a mouthful, says young adults are ditching driver's licenses at a rapid pace. Just over 3 in 4 people ages 20 to 24 years old had a driver's license in 2014. That's down from 82% in 2008. Is this a troubling trend for the automakers?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah.
So the whole question here is is this related to economic factors, such as younger people just don't have the money to buy a car? They, the job market for recent college grads is still pretty weak, or is something sort of fundamental changing here? And it's probably a combination of both. But cars just don't appeal to young people the way they did 20, 30 years ago when, 50-year-olds like me couldn't wait to get their
your own set of wheels.
How many, back in the 70s and 80s, how many 16-year-olds went to the DMV on their birthday, on their 16th birthday, because they just were dying to get that? So so we know what some of these trends are. Yeah. More people live in cities now, including more young people. It's hard to have it adds to
something
the cost.
interesting about
Obviously,
the
you don't
internet
really
in the
need
second
it.
half.
Ride sharing, such as we've been talking about, Uber and Lyft, you can get around with a car without owning one. Don't forget about Zipcar. That is something a lot of people who live in cities take advantage of. Yeah. So where do the automakers fit into this? They have to figure out how to stay relevant if car sales go down sort of permanently in the future.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think it is with the millennials? They're not into having their own car, I guess. It's not a prestigious thing anymore.
It's not the same thing. Well, it used to be that a car represented your independence. You were an adult. It represented a social life because you could go somewhere. Maybe you would go to the mall and you would spend more. Retailers have suffered from this phenomenon. And now the truth is we have so much going on with technology. They can have a whole social life sitting at home just on their computers and more often their mobile phones. Socializing with their friends. They don't feel the need to leave and go and see people in person. They're already communicating with each other.
By the way, it's not stupid. I mean, cars are really expensive. I mean, everybody looks at what's the monthly payment going to be.
They can drain your wallet.
Even if you get a deal on the car, you have insurance, you have maintenance, and you have gas. Yeah. All those things can double the cost of a car on a monthly basis.
Still, if you're under 26, right, the insurance companies look at you and you get that higher premium because you're under 26. Now, there's also a notable increase in seniors who are obtaining their driving licenses.
I'm not
a little worried about that one.
Can we pause
what is behind that trend?
I thought it was kind of interesting. So, I think a lot of people watching this show are in their late teens, early 20s. I feel like that's roughly where we hit. And for you watching this, if that's you, back in my day, imagine it being like yours without the internet. Like if you didn't have a car, all you had was a bicycle to sort of explore your world, So you're stuck, pretty much trapped at home with no internet, and that's your life. And then the car, on the other hand, opens all the doors, right? With the car, you can see your friends, you can do your things. There's these social gatherings. Like we had parties every Friday night in sand parking lots and stuff like that, out deep in the woods. You need a car to go. Or if you didn't have a car to go, you were kind of a tag along, dependent on someone else to take you there, which is okay if you were true buds, but sometimes you were a hanger on to someone who had a car and only hang out with him for his car. The whole thing that resonated with me here that I see, I don't want to make this about my daughter, but I see in her a little bit and young people in general, this notion that your social life isn't dead from home really made sense to me. There's video conferencing on Skype. There's video games. If you're a console player, there's the Xbox Live chat. On woodycraft.net, I see people have rich social interactions with all the other guys on it.
They ain't get no pussy. You can't fuck that Minecraft character. Look, I don't get this thing. This thing doesn't make sense to me. And here's why. It's pussy. It's all about pussy. Because you can't. You can get all that other stuff. Right. You can have. You can your Farmville can be going crazy. I don't know if that's probably dated at this point. Your social your internet life can be killing it, but you're not getting any pussy. But that's what a car allows you to do. A car allows you to go get the girl and then take her to a third location where you can fuck her when you're still 16 years old. So I love that. I heard them in there kind of laughing. They were like, these people who are 50 or 60 years old now, I remember when they were 16, they were there the day they turned. It wasn't that long ago. That seems really...
I'm the closest one of us to that age, and I remember... I turned 16 on a Sunday, and I was so bummed because I couldn't go get it. And then that Monday, I skipped school so I could get my license immediately. It wasn't something of fucking square driving around,
I hate when
you needed that to be social.
I hate when people use that technique. There's this ad that plays on the Sirius XM on the Stern Show, and it goes like this. The guy says, "Hey, remember back in the day when you had to wash things by hand, like dishes or your clothes? Now that's really going back, right? Like dishes washing by hand would probably go back to like early 90s or 80s, but washing clothes by hand.
No, dishes washing by hand is before my lifetime.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
So, but washing your clothes by hand, that's going back to the wash tub days.
It's like
follows that up
settlers.
with
Native American Indians were doing that.
So then he chuckles. He says, remember when you're washing things by hand, like your dishes or your clothes? Or how about this one? Remember when you had to wash your mini CPAP machine by hand? Well, no longer. It's like, wait a minute. Are you comparing washing your CPAP machine, which is that thing that keeps you from snoring at night, with which is a sort of a new thing? Like it's an electronic device. Let's just leave it at that. He's comparing washing that by hand with washing your clothes by hand, and that just pisses me off. I feel like it's so insulting.
Trying to scrub the smallpox out of your blankets?
Thank you. It's so insulting to my intelligence that I immediately turned that one off, and I hate it. I hate that ad. And this struck me the same way. They're like, 50 years ago when you were 16, you really wanted that car, but no longer. I feel like maybe in like really urban areas. I bet in New York and LA, sure. You turn 16, you're like, what's the big rush? Like the cost of even owning a car in those places is very prohibitive. Where are you going to park that thing in New York? You're going to be paying for a parking garage when you're 16? It doesn't work. So I get it
New
there.
York, that's one
you get really
area,
urban, and
relatively
that happens to
tiny
adults.
area.
You get urban enough.
Sure, totally. Yeah, but like where I am, like if you don't have a car, like 15-year-old version of me, if I rode my bike for like a couple of miles, I could get to a gas station. But it's going to take a while. And these aren't roads that are meant for bicycles. Some of them are fucking dirt roads along the way. It's a mess. You're going to get hit by a car. There's no sidewalks.
It's like the white line that indicates the shoulder. There's only like 5 inches to the right of that.
We don't have a white line on the line where I grew on the road where I grew up. There's no white line. It's not a place to be riding your bike and going places. But when I turned 16 and got a car, suddenly my mobility went from literally a couple hundred yards to a couple hundred miles. You know what I mean? It was life changing. So sure, if you live in a super urban area where you've got all that public transportation and Uber and Lyft and all that stuff is an option. I saw somebody doing that the other day. We were at a paintball field in Atlanta and somebody had gotten one of those. I think it was Lyft. I think is that the car? No, it wasn't Lyft. It was the one where you can go rent.
Zip.
Yeah, it was a Zip car where you go like rent the car for a couple hours or something, basically, I suppose. And they had one of those. And that makes sense, I guess, if you aren't going to need to go anywhere very often.
If you don't use cars all the time, Zip makes sense.
It was so great when I had that car. And I was like, anytime you can't, you've been studying for 2 or 3 hours and you just want to like decompress, but you do still live in a house with your mother, your father, and a sibling or two. Like that can be hard to achieve, but you can hop right in your car. You can drive down to the lake or wherever. It's just a life-altering experience, and I feel like they're making too much of some statistics that say
I
that
hardly even trust the premise of this. Everyone I
more
knew
likely
got their
that they
license
can't
quickly.
afford the car than that. It's more likely that this age group can't afford a car right now than it is that they don't want.
I think that. I don't disagree with what you said, but I think the fact that you can have a social life online is a contributing factor. I think you're not, taking away the internet now, and this isn't just for kids, me too, is a serious punishment. If I didn't have my internet to talk to my friends and, in my case, professionally as well, but it would be a big loss. I would really hate that. But you can stay connected to the world through the internet, and I can see why, at least in some ways, it doesn't get you laid, but it satisfies that social.
To be social.
Yeah, perfect.
It's more of a guy thing than a girl thing too. I think that guys really want a car more than girls necessarily do, because as a girl, I think it's always easy to get a ride. There's always somebody who is happy to allow you into their vehicle if you're a 16-year-old girl. I guarantee it.
If you're pretty.
But as a 16-year-old guy, the options aren't as available, and definitely not to the point where, like, I feel like a 16-year-old girl could be like, "Hey, I'd like to go to the mall today," and there's a whole pile of guys who'd be like, "Let's go," they'll just fucking take your ass. But if you're a dude and you're on your own and achieving independence is a driver's license. That's what it was all about.
Yeah, I mean, like one of my friends waited until he was 17 in a couple months to get his license, and all we did was rip on him and give him shit for it.
Yeah.
Where it was like, "Hey, you gonna meet us over at Rob's?" Oh no, you're not, because you can't drive.
Yeah, I had a friend.
And I'm not gonna come pick you up because you're not a chick. Like,
I had a friend who literally could not pass the test, and we were all like, we thought Nick was, a reasonably bright fellow, but he can't pass a driver's test. And it was a real stigma, and it still is as far as I'm concerned. I saw that motherfucker working at AutoZone the other day, and the first thing that popped in my head was, I wonder if they just award you a driver's license when you turn 25. Because I know this motherfucker didn't pass it. He can't even get my oil filter right. I feel bad. He was the only one. It was him and the people who had disabilities and stuff, that didn't have.
I didn't get my
licenses.
license on my birthday. I desperately wanted it, and I drove illegally well before my birthday consistently. But it was tricky. It had something to do with the school didn't have me take. You had to have the written exam. You could only get the written test until at 17. So in Jersey, it's 17. Most places, it's 15. But you could get it at 16 and a half if you took it at school. So they would replace one of your gym classes with driver's ed. But you had to have the license for 6 months. So the way that mine was scheduled, I didn't I got it 6 months after that, but I turned out I was 17 in a month or something.
I had a driver's, and there was no driver's ed at my school.
Mm-hmm.
And so you had to do driver's ed either not at all and just ride around with your parents for the required amount of hours, which nobody ever did. The parents just signed it to get them out of your hair. Or you had to get an independent driver's ed instructor. And that's what my parents did for me. And they were like, all right, you're going to have this guy. He's going to pull up in his weird little car where you get in, and he still has pedals and a mini steering wheel on his side in case you fuck up too bad.
Thank God.
And I get in with this guy on the first time, and 20 minutes into our trip of driving around, where he told my parents, he's like, yeah, he's going to do fine. I'll take him out there. I do this all the time. He's good. We'll be back in 2.5 hours. I was like, okay, well, that's way too long. That sucks. But just drove around with him, and 20 minutes into it, I realized that we were just going on a list of errands for him as he was teaching me to drive. He was just like, are you going to take a left here and just pull right into the CVS drive-through? Exactly.
Yeah.
Will you put this in the tube? And it's like, are you shitting me, dude? My parents are paying you to teach me to drive, and I'm filling your goddamn heartburn medication.
I had the same experience. Yeah, absolutely.
You did the same thing with the...
Yeah, errands. So this guy worked for the school. He was the baseball coach / driver's ed. And so
don't you love those high school slashes?
Yeah.
History teacher / wrestling coach.
We had that. Yeah, that was a regular thing. All and I guess social studies is the easy one to either get accredited for or to teach. I don't know, but they always went for that usually if they were going to have to teach a subject. But this guy was boys baseball / driver's ed. And we would be driving along and be like, all right, just make a left into here. And all right, now I'm going to back into that parking space right there next to the door. All right, I'm going to go in here and get some biscuits. What do y'all want? And it was like, sausage? And he'd come out with biscuits for everybody and be like, all right, now we're going to go check my mail. I should have ran by now. Let's go by my house. And we did shit like that. We'd pay bills. We'd drive around and pick supplies up for the baseball team. Sometimes he'd drive and literally it was a trip to go somewhere and get some baseball shit for the team.
My high school had a couple of those cars where the passenger had the pedals and everything.
Yeah.
And
Dodge Intrepid.
I don't remember. Ford Taurus maybe. But anyway, yeah, he took us around. We didn't do errands or anything. He was the gym teacher and he did that too. But I couldn't speed. You get in trouble for speeding, right? And the speed limit was 25. So I would floor it. It'd be like, wah! Ooh. Right, I get right to 25 because that was more interesting for me. And he's like, boy, you got a lead foot. And I'm like, yeah, I do. And he's like, that's not a compliment. But I took it as one for sure. I was like, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'm pretty cool. It's like,
It was an auto, so it took no talent to just press the pedal down until 25. But yeah. And I thought I had him on a technicality. Well, I'm not speeding. Oh, the typical, dumbass teenager who thinks he outsmarted someone.
My guy gave me some lip one of the first days because I had the audacity to try to go right on red because I felt like I was prepared for that at this point where it's like, all right, I'm going to pull up and I'm going to go right on a red like you do. And as I was just trying to inch forward through the crosswalk and take the right turn, I was going to be fine. He just slams on his side of the brake, but I'm still kind of accelerating slowly. And so it's a weird leaning forward on his front wheels of on this old Honda Accord. And he's like, what do you think you're doing? This old black guy. And I was like, I'm trying to go right on red. It says that I can do that. And he's like, nah, you are not ready for that. Like it was some like insurmountable thing of like, all right, a couple more sessions, then we'll be going right on red.
That's an advanced technique.
Mm-hmm.
I had the worst situation with driver's ed. So I don't remember exactly what happened. I know it was the first period of the day. Like it was the first class of the day, because that's why I was in driver's ed when I learned about 9/11. But it was a scenario where I remember I was definitely asleep when we picked partners. That definitely happened. But there was also something else where like I didn't get in with my friends. Like we had all said we were going to take driver's ed together, but something happened and I didn't make it in. Long story short, my partners were, and you know, I'm 15, of course, which is the proper age to be taking this. My partners are a 16-year-old mentally disabled girl and an 18-year-old senior who also doesn't have his driver's license and is all fucked up. He's just got a litany of issues. He's just peculiar, just an odd guy. So I've been driving for a while now as a 15-year-old. Like I was always driving for years. You know, even when I was like 10, I'd sit on my dad's lap and he'd let me, you know, turn the wheel and we'd drive around town and stuff like that. So I got this shit down. So when it comes to like, all right, put it in reverse and try to back up, I got that. Like I figured that one out. I'm a master of reverse at this point. Ronald's never done reverse before. Ronald nearly kills us just doing reverse. We got to this intersection once where like the road diverged. It literally did this, and in the middle is a giant tree. He couldn't decide. He just went, ah! And like he was headed straight for the tree going like 30, 35 miles an hour. And the teacher has to hit that emergency brake over there. And I remember like I didn't have my seatbelt on and it throws me into the front seat. So like I'm like up between the two of them and I'm like, what the shit was that? What was that? And he's just like, I didn't know left or right. And he's like, left. Why would you go right? That's a parking lot. It's a parking lot. But he was completely unprepared for that. Driver's ed was a terrible time. That was one of my least favorite classes.
Dude, that was the class that I took most seriously. I was failing like everything my junior year. I was shit.
Not driver's ed.
98.6 in driver's ed. You know, that was my strongest course.
Do you guys remember what you got on the driving test?
Yeah, that was it.
98. Wait, so is driver's ed is at a school? You can get your license through that? You don't have to go to like an office? Like a DMV?
So what it was is there were two options to get your learner's permit. You could take this like 25 question test at the DMV, but you had to be 17. Or you could take this like 125 question test through the school at 16 and a half. And if you took driver's ed at school, like this is like the written portion.
That's weird. I didn't know Jersey was different.
Your final exam, they make you a little older. It makes sense though, but your final exam is the like state issued test. I think that was the only grade in the whole thing. You know, everyone did well, typically.
I failed my permit test when I first went in, where you don't do any driving at all. It's just like 25 questions, and it said there like you need to know all the road signs. And I was like 15, obviously, and so I was like, I got it. Like they're gonna show a picture of one that says stop, and I'll go, oh, that one says stop. I can tell because I can read it. And then they threw me for a curve when they started showing all the signs and just the geometric shapes, like all in gray. So it wasn't like even red or orange or yellow. It was just like, well, fuck. Now, what's that trapezoid mean? Is there a railroad? I don't know.
Children at play?
Yeah.
yeah. It's like, what is a yellow triangle? And I think that's children at play. And a red one would be yield. You know, like a red and white one. And but they'll give you the signs with no words on them, and you're supposed to know them by that. In Jersey, there were a couple things that you might not know, like how many points do you get for passing a school bus? You know, like how many points is the tickets?
3.
It's 5, I think. And
5.
Yeah, it's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, I did that once.
Jersey's hard to drive in. Jersey, not only is there winter weather, which is tough, but the road systems are pretty bad. I think that's tied into the winter weather. There's just more potholes, and also it's a really old state. Like it's been, I want to be like it's been densely populated for a long time. So there's all kinds of, you know how you guys have been, or I know Kyle anyways, been to Boston, maybe Taylor too. Yeah, Taylor's. I was there with you. Like all the roads, they're not like just great grids that make sense and everything's laid out right. It's all like
hectic
spaghetti.
Some guy in a like stagecoach first carved out this path, and it's just been paved since then. It's a wreck. Jersey's got a lot of stuff that kind of doesn't make sense. You know, it wasn't planned out by some city planner. It just evolved that way. I think it's a hard place to drive. I think it's hard. They'll expand the road, right? So you got like a 1-lane road with an on-ramp. Then it expands to 2. So now the on-ramp is literally like 30 feet long, and you really got to like floor it. If you don't have a fast car, it takes a certain driving style. You have to make sure it's clear for like a quarter mile before you enter the highway because the acceleration lane is so tiny. It's more challenging than I think a lot of other states.
They need to tear all that up and just get a fresh start. Speaking of fresh starts, it's time for a fresh start. Start the year off on the right foot and the right pants with the right jacket over the right shirt. Trunkclub is here to handle your wardrobe so you can focus on what matters. Trunkclub takes the hassle out of shopping by finding the best clothes for you and your style. You'll look and feel amazing and will always have the perfect clothes on for the season. At trunkclub.com/PKA, you answer a few simple questions about your style, preferences, and size, and are assigned an expert stylist. Your stylist will handpick clothes from the best premium brands, just approve of what you like and send back what you don't like. And just like that, a trunk arrives at your doorstep, filled with handpicked clothes that are perfect for you. Try them on, keep what you like, and easily return what you don't in their prepaid trunk. Trunk Club is not a subscription service. You only pay for the clothes you keep from your trunk, and there are no hidden charges, just great clothes. Get started today, and Trunk Club will style you for free, plus free shipping both ways. You only pay for the clothes that you keep. So to take advantage of this, go to trunkclub.com/PKA. That's trunkclub.com/PKA for a trunk filled with clothes you'll love wearing.
Mm-hmm. I love this idea. Like I feel like my sense
you guys need to get on it.
My style is laughably bad, right? Like the Woody's Gamer shorts are unique to me because no one else wears that shit. That shit was fashionable for like 2 months back in 6 years ago. If that. But
it would be so funny if you had some other like old fashioned thing that you were still rolling on with, like you still had the Jinko jeans or something.
Dude, when I first started YouTube, I wore mandals. A cape. I wore mandals, and like everyone started laughing at my mandals like they showed up in a video, and I rolled with it. It didn't hurt my feelings. It's not a big part of my sense of self-worth, but it was like, oh, noted. I guess mandals are bad. No one notified me. You know?
They made fun of mine too.
Yeah, and but like a service like Trunk.com where you're like, all right, I'd like to look good. I feel like I could look. I'm wearing a button-down shirt today. Why? I don't know. I get good feedback on it. Even Jackie likes it. She touches me, and I'm just like, I feel better about myself. People think nicely about me. It's good to look good.
They're super high quality clothes. Like I know you guys need to get on it, so they'll send you your trunk. But I got my trunk last week, and it's a legit trunk. It's probably this wider than I can even put my hands on this screen, just as tall as it is wide. A giant cube full of clothes, and like it's not shitty quality clothes. It's like the guy even asked me like, where do you do most of your shopping? And I was just like, oh, Nordstrom. And he's like, okay, yeah, we'll send you some stuff that you might even find there. And it's so great. The clothes are high quality. I kept a pair of jeans, which are in the other room right now because I'm not wearing jeans right now.
Are you wearing pants right now?
I'm wearing pajama pants. Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, it's super high quality. I liked it a lot, and the way that they included the part of the big thing with like shipping shit back. I'm always hesitant about services like that because I'm like, all right, am I going to get a box and then I'm going to cut that box open and now I'm on the box hunt to try and find a way to ship this back?
No, it's duct taped.
You untape the 2 little pieces of packing tape they do, flip it open, take everything out, try it on, put it back, reflip it, use the tape that they send to reseal it in the same spots, and then they have just a printed out postage information, whatever, just slap that back on there and ship it back. Like it was so much easier than I thought it would be. And so I'd recommend it. It's a good service.
I'm going to do that.
And then they have a questionnaire. Like I complimented we had a wine sponsor. Who were they? Do you guys remember the wine
Club
sponsor?
W or something?
I think you're right. In a similar way, they ask you like, what do you dress? What do you do? What are you wearing? So that they can get you close. If you work on the stock market, they're going to recommend different things than whatever. I don't know, the opposite of the stock market. So I don't know. Yeah, they'll where do you shop now? They asked Taylor. So they'll figure out your sense of style and then kind of upgrade it, fresh start it, and new wardrobe you.
Yeah, and they give you stuff from a lot of different places. So like when I think a lot of men tend to do this, but when I shop, I like to go to one department store. I go to Nordstrom and I get fucking everything done because I don't want to be traipsing about the mall, like lifting up shirts in H&M and seeing if I like that more. Like I just want it one and done. But with this, like I'm getting clothes that I know I like from that store, and then they're giving me like a smattering of other things too that I can kind of sample. So it's nice.
Yeah, I'm about to go on that trip to Colorado, so I could use some long sleeve stuff, I'm sure. Maybe a jacket. I might just do a jacket, something like that. I need to get on there. Talk to my stylist, Eric. I think he's been emailing me. I look forward to getting back in touch. On the website, they asked you to. There's a part where you can upload a photograph, and I uploaded a picture of me like shooting a 500 Magnum, and there's like a huge fireball coming out of the end. It's like an action shot and everything. I thought that was funny.
He asked me when I spoke to the stylist, like I was in the car just like getting some errands done, and one of the questions was like, where do you shop? And then he's like, okay, what would you describe your style as? And I'm like, I don't know, like casual to business casual, depending on what I'm doing. And he's like, all right, like taking notes. He's like, what are you wearing now? And I had to like hedge and like excuse myself for it now. Like, well, right now I'm wearing sweatpants and a T-shirt that says "This might tickle" with a picture of Mr. Potato Head on it. But that's not what I usually wear. Like, of course not, Eric. Like, usually I'd be wearing like my hair's nice and coiffed in a sport coat, but not right now. So I almost felt shamed a little bit knowing that he's sitting there with his skinny, nice, expensive jeans, feet up on the desk, judging me.
You're like, I got some vintage. You're like picking the Cheetos out of your teeth. Right?
Yeah.
Got some vintage slacks on, and got a nice cashmere cable knit sweater, a little Armani jacket. Yeah. And meanwhile, you're just like sweats and baggy shirt.
Got a NASCAR shirt on.
It's Jeff Gordon, Rainbow Warrior, baby.
He retired, right?
I don't know.
I think he did. I think he had his last race. He somehow, like, in NASCAR, I'm not an expert on this, but they do something to allow people who weren't going to make the last race, like, just barely slip in, and he did that. So all he had to do was win the last race, and he could win a whole championship. Like, you know, in historically, the last race or two, like if you go back a bit, sometimes it didn't even matter, or like this guy only has to finish
the race
in 23rd.
To the chase. They put playoffs in, basically.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. So he wasn't killing it. Maybe it was last year, but he managed to make it to the last race. All he had to do was win.
Playoffs doesn't sound right. More of a postseason. You know, like only the best, only the top drivers make it into the postseason. So then you don't have that big cluttered racetrack full of like dummies who can't even get their car painted and shit. You know, running in there like Ricky Bobby. I don't watch NASCAR. I'm not a big fan. It's pretty silly if you ask me.
Yeah, looking at this standing situation, I just went to ESPN.com and typed in NASCAR. Like, this is, I guess Jeff Gordon is still really good. He's number 3, 5,000 racing points or whatever.
I think the season's over, I think. And he had one win this year.
It's a good season. Wow.
Is that pretty big around where you are? Like, do you have any family members who are NASCAR fans?
Me? My dad is an anti-sports fan. He thinks sports are silly. And he always has.
My dad does too now.
Oh, I hate
my dad always has. I'm the same way, man. I really don't. I'm like, this is kind of a big waste of time. Like I don't fucking care. You know,
the dad that raised me, not the one I have now. The dad that raised me liked basketball. He even liked football a little bit, but mostly basketball. He played too. They used to call him the Thunder, and I guess he played a physical brand of basketball. And I remember one time, some guy who was new to the gym felt like my father wasn't going to be competitive just by sizing him up. And if I have the story right, he like backed him up like with his butt, like, you know, aggressively, and then did this scoop shot that he was real successful with, and the other guy got like knocked to the ground. And one of these like, you felt the thunder.
Because he'll bring the wrath of God on you.
That's not the dad that I had it when he was in his 30s and stuff. We used to go to the basketball court, and I would play like in one of the unused courts. I could barely throw the ball up to the rim, and he would go in there. And apparently, I don't think he was like the best at the gym, but he was among the better players in his league. And then when he qualified for the over 35 league, all of a sudden he was like big fish, small pond. Like that was his domain. He'd be in the over 35 league
like
and all
men's
this.
league hockey.
Yeah.
When you go into men's league hockey as like a 22-year-old and it's like playing against a bunch of like 44-year-old accountants and you're just tearing shit up, feeling great. Like that's what it's like.
That was me. I was like the 44. I'd play against people who were in the AHL, which is like the minor leagues, last year. Right? Last year, he was trying to get into the NHL. Now he's playing against me, and he's just impossible. Like, those guys were worse. We had a few, like, straggly NHLers in the league, but they would tend to be a little older, and they had their perspective together. You know, a lot of the NHL guys would just make the rest of the team so much better. Lightning passes on you. If you pass it to me so hard that it's mistaken for a shot, I might not receive it properly. But with these guys, all I had to do was put the stick on the ground, and they would handle the rest for me.
Good players make you look good.
Yeah,
imagine basketball, where the best player just makes themselves look great.
Yeah, imagine you're playing baseball and you didn't really catch it. You just held your glove steady enough that they could beam it into your hand. That's what playing with NHLers is like. You know, like you're on first base. You're like, all right, right here. No, you handle the rest. Hit it in this part. And I'm off camera. But yeah, that's what they do. And they're amazing, and it's incredible. And then once they slam it on my stick with a 60-mile-an-hour pass, either I have soft enough hands to catch it, or it just kind of deflects 4 feet in front of me, and I can assemble it from there. You know, like
or you completely fuck it up, and then you have to like skate for a change and pretend there was like an equipment issue. Be like, like goddamn stick! Ever since I switched to carbon fiber, I swear to God, like not responsive enough. Yeah,
but I forgot how
I don't mind like doing like pickup hockey, pickup pretty much any sport other than basketball. I hate when I was like with friends in high school at the rec center or whatever, or in college, and it was like, oh yeah, we just finished working out. Let's all just play some pickup basketball. Like I staunchly refused every time I've been invited to play pickup basketball because I will make an ass out of myself out there, and I look like a fool. Like I don't know if you guys play basketball at all, but I look like a dick.
I'm right there with you.
Just air balls. I look like just the worst.
I'm just bad, right? And then if I'm playing pickup basketball and it's friends, or like I used to play at Cisco, there was a stage where I was playing basketball at Cisco and stuff. Oh, the cool thing about playing basketball at Cisco, at least at the time, there would be like a couple actual basketball players, and then a couple like computer programmers who just wanted to stay in shape, like my guys, and then there would be Indians. Now these guys don't grow up around basketball, right? You have to be like, no. You have to dribble with one hand. Like, oh, one hand? You know, you're like, yeah. You got to dribble one-handed. So, like, even though I suck, like I've talked about this before, but like amongst Cisco people, I am an elite athlete, and I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah.
Just being the biggest fish in a tiny little, semi-athletic pond.
Yeah, that reeks of curry.
Yeah.
So in there, but I like as a teenager and stuff, we had a basketball court, whatever, 10 blocks from my house or something in Ocean City, and I'd go down there, and I'm bad enough that I'd be sitting there waiting to play, right? And I would usually join in when they were short a guy. Like, all right, it's 5v4. I would hop in. And then some actual basketball player would come up and confidently say, like, I got next. And it's like, the ball's on that guy. Like, saying he'd like to play in the next game. Like, that's kind of some hot shit. I'd like to be invited to the next game.
What a coincidence. I gotta head home right after this.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it. Like ships passing in the night. Someday I'll get you.
Yeah. I don't know. I put some hours into basketball too, but you know what? I'm a swimmer.
I would go out.
We don't throw and catch.
I went through phases after school and high school where like I would come home and I would either spend like 3 hours just shooting the puck in the net in the driveway because like it was fun for me to pretend and fool around when I wasn't playing goal, try and get a good shot, and I enjoyed that. And then I'd go through phases where I'd spend like 3 hours after school being like, you know what? So many of my friends are good at basketball. I just need to get good at one thing. If I can get really good at a layup or a shot or something, like I can at least participate. And they'll be like, hey, look at him, not useless. And just like weeks in of practicing basketball just in my driveway, I just had to be like, this isn't going to come to you. Like if I had like a trajectory of my stats of how many baskets I was
flatlining.
making. There was no upward trajectory. There was maybe like a peak of like a really great day shooting like 15%, and then all the rest was just shit. And it was like, what's the point? Why am I doing this?
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So I saw your AMA, and someone asked if you could skate. This probably, and I often hear, and you said it yourself, that the goalie's the best skater on the team, right? I have never seen a goalie demonstrate that. I've heard it. It's like a truism in hockey, right? Goalie's the best skater in the team and stuff. And that's always true in terms of like in place footwork, right? You know, like a goalie can drop to his knees and stand up really well. A goalie can shuffle from side to side, certainly better than any other player can go. But do you think you were the best, like, if you were a winger who had to, like, zip up and catch his center, you that best skater too?
It's hard to compare because goalie skates are so much different than player skates that you learn to skate a lot differently. So as far as...
Can I interrupt? Yeah, because in goalie skates, you can't demonstrate it. Goalie skates are, I don't know if yours were, but the goalies I played with often were super dull, right? So they couldn't even...
Yeah, a lot of goalies do that. I don't know why they do. I think that's usually just laziness because they don't want to deal with having to push harder off their lead foot if they like slide over and then there's a quick pass back and then they switch back. Like a lot of goalies keep their skates dull. I don't know why. I never did. I kept mine pretty sharp. But like the whole difference of like if you're skating with goalie skates, because the blades are flat, you have to push back. So I'm doing that motion to get speed. So I'm not going to hit a top speed as like a player could because they're pushing down back like this, almost like they're running on the ice, whereas I'm skating more laterally in a way. So as far as like relative speed, like when I would play on good teams, I could keep up. Like I was pretty fucking quick. I was a good skater, certainly the best in a small area because that's what your job is as a goalie, and your skates lend you that ability. Like you don't have to worry about rocking back and forth and losing your balance. It's flat, so you're good to go there. But yeah, it is like a hockey truism that I wouldn't say is always true. There's some goalies out there who are just shit skaters, but just make up for it with just natural great reflexes. But I'd say most of the time they are good skaters. They're among the best skaters on the team. It's just a matter of their skates being like a hindrance. Have you used goalie skates before?
Yeah, I don't own them though, but I've played goalie and borrowed equipment.
Yeah, like I don't know if you skated enough that it made like a huge difference. I mean, you've played hockey enough, I'm sure it would. Like
I was terrible at goalie, and I didn't realize how bad I would be. Like it seemed pretty straightforward. Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens.
Yeah. Okay, for example, as a defenseman, every so often, like maybe the goalie's out of position or something, you find yourself playing goalie for 4 seconds, right? Like, all right, that guy, the goalie's, they just passed across, the goalie's on his knees. I'm going to handle this open part of the net until he, sorts himself out. Maybe the goalie doesn't have a stick. I don't know, whatever. Sometimes you help. If they shoot it at me super hard, I can catch it with my stick and just easily, like, either dump it in a corner or outlet pass, right? When I'm a goalie, all of a sudden I'm holding shit backwards. It didn't really dawn on me.
Yeah, you have to shoot left-handed if you're a righty.
That's a big problem. And you're shooting left-handed, and your gloves are not useful gloves, not for handling a stick. I often wondered why. Even at I felt like an A-League goalie was a C-League at stick handling, right? I didn't know why that was until I played goalie, and then there isn't really a league for me. I was a non-player with regards to stick handling.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing when you play goalie is like people either have like so much respect for it that like when you make a save that's pretty easy, they're like, wow, how'd you do it? Or they completely underestimate it. And it happened one point where it was one of my good teams and I was like 16. Me and the other goalie, my backup on our team, we both were violently ill with the stomach flu. And so I started the game and I got like half a period in. Thank God the other team wasn't like super great getting a ton of shots because I was just sitting there like, I'm going to have to stop a shot soon and I'm going to shit my pants right in the middle of this ice rink.
Oh, and you see it on the ice too.
Yeah, it'd be horrible in the cold there. Oh, but I had to like flag down the coach. Yeah. What were you saying?
So I see when there's blood on the ice. I've seen the process for cleaning that up, and it's a little gross because they sort of shave up the ice, and it makes like a blood slushy out there, and then they scoop that away. I've seen that in person. It happened at the game I was at. But to shit the ice, now that is now you bleed on the ice so much they got to come out there and clean it up. You're like, yeah, Yeah, I fucking showed him. Look, they got to clean up what I did to him, but you shit yourself, and there's no tough talk for that.
I was reading a Wikipedia article about like some old school goalie from like the 1950s before the NHL was like more than 6 teams, and apparently he, like, of course, no mask. He would just have a bunch of chewing tobacco in his mouth every game and just have a big pile of chew spit right in the front of his crease, and then every so often just like spread it around and move it so that defensemen and offensemen on the other team wouldn't want to get up close to him because they could fall in all of his chew spit. And it was like, the 50s. But anyway, with that goalie thing, like, I had to flag down when I knew I was going to be diarrheaing all over the place. Had to like tell my coach, like, you pull me right now, which is a huge faux pas in hockey. You do not tell your coach you need to come out. You come out when he tells you to. But I just like started skating over there. He's like, all right, get in there, do your thing. Adam, you get in there. He went in. By the time I had finished shitting my brains out, I come back out, and he's like, oh, thank God, Taylor, you got to get in there. He's going to poop his pants out there. And so we switched off for a whole period and a half until eventually my coach was like, we got to call a timeout. He sent one of our useless defensemen who, like, he basically was like, all right, guys, this isn't going great, but who thinks they can play goalie? And one guy was like, I'm pretty sure I can do it. Like, I've watched them do it enough. And so he went in there, got dressed in all his goalie stuff, of course, like skating awkwardly because he can't use the legs right. And that was just the catalyst that let the other team see, like, guys, that's not even a goalie. That's just some guy. He doesn't even have a goalie helmet on. He just has the round, regular face mask. Let's light this guy up. And they scored like 6 times on him in like a period and a half.
All from like outside
shots.
the blue line. Yeah, it's like everything will go by. Yeah.
Yeah, just so terrible. Like just falling on his knees and then like doing that slide back where suddenly you're on your ass and you're useless. But yeah, it's like almost satisfying to watch your team lose when it's like that. Where it's like, see what would happen.
When I played goalie, I thought that I would be like, so I played a lot of defense. That was often my thing, and I thought that as far as stopping the shots on the ice, I would be at least as good as a defenseman, and then recognize that I might not be as good, with the blocker and the glove hand. But it turned out I was bad at all of it because it's totally different. You're holding the stick wrong, and you're trying to. The glove hand is nothing like whatever a skater's glove is. It's very difficult to handle the stick using it, and it's backwards, and everything is hard. So.
When was the first shot on you that you realized, like, oh no, this is harder than I thought it was going to be?
Warm-ups, I did wear my skates. Like I didn't. I've done it more than once. The time I'm thinking of though, I wore my skates and I could move like I normally could. Like I wasn't a bad skater, but it was. Yeah, I've worn goalie skates too, though. I really have. Anyway, everything's bad. I'm not good at goalie. I'm terrible. But
I'd love to see Kyle try. That would make my day.
I was a fast skater, like the opposite of you. Like I went up and down the ice at full speed most of the time, and that made me as fast or faster than most of the other players. But in traffic, I never felt like I was slick. We have one rink around here that's Olympic sized, and that was kind of my thing. Like I didn't even have to outstick handle anyone or whatever. I could just go wide, and that worked well for me.
Yeah. I had more of an appreciation for like people who played out when I would play on like the C team. Like when I was a sophomore in high school, there was like a team of like 8th and 9th graders who weren't good enough for JV, and somehow I still qualified to be on there as long as I wasn't goalie. Like I wasn't allowed to play goalie on that team, but they were like, hey, if you want to go play forward and just fuck around, you can do it. And I was like, I can do that. That's so easy. And so I go out there with my big giant goalie skates like an asshole with my player outfit that I borrowed from some kid that was way smaller than me, so I just looked like a goober. And I just never realized how hard it was to stay on your man and like play defense. I just get in like a zone of like, I'm gonna catch this pass and I'm gonna shoot on that. I'm gonna catch this pass. Oh, it's going the other. Oh man, I really fucked up. Like that goal was my fault. Like I'm not in position at all. Everybody's looking at me like I'm an ass.
That position thing is really tricky. Like sometimes you need to, like if the guy that you're covering is way out of position, you have to read the play and figure out if you should also be out of position or if you should play that zone. Like if that guy is out of, you might have a breakout opportunity.
Yeah, it's hard.
So
I have an appreciation for that, but. Yeah. Sorry, Kyle.
What do you have here, Kyle? Do you have a topic?
Oh, it's barely a topic, but sometimes when someone has to shoot a free throw, the especially in college games, the students in the background will do something that's very distracting to kind of throw off the guy. I thought this was a really good one.
What are they doing? Oh, they're having a baby?
Yeah.
That's pretty creative.
That's a person born under there.
And everybody cheers when the person comes out. And then he misses. It's pretty great.
Think of how much better golf would be if you could do stuff like that.
Totally.
People are about to putt.
I don't know why, like, I feel like if Tiger Woods hadn't have been a thing, then, like, the PGA would have taken note of Happy Gilmore and adopted some of the changes that took place in that movie, like the rough and rowdy fan.
I don't think they would have taken cues from Happy Gilmore.
What's that?
There's no way that. I think it might be you, but
probably.
Yeah, no, I don't think that. What is it? The PGA would be like Happy Gilmore if it wasn't for Tiger holding.
Hey,
it
there's
back.
this popular movie that rips on our entire viewer base and fan base.
It improves it dramatically. Like you got people screaming at the tee offs. You got sponsorships, like a little bit of cursing, some fighting, and just knocking the shit out of the ball. I'd watch that. PGA is so fucking lame. I can't like. It was interesting.
Lame.
Yeah, totally. It was interesting to see like Tiger Woods dominate a sport. Like I'll watch it. If there's a guy who's apparently the best at darts there's ever been, of course I'll tune in and watch a great at his thing, even if his thing is sort of lame and mediocre. But you take him out of there, I don't give a shit who's hitting that ball and where it's going and who's winning money. I don't care.
Back when I played hockey all the time, people would be like, "Yeah, do you play golf?" I'm like, nah, I play hockey. I'm saving golf for my old age.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good hockey players who become really good golfers after they retire. Apparently, like Brett Hull, you know who that is, I'm sure.
Sure, yeah. He's good at golf, though. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. He's like on a list of like the top 10 like best other athlete golfers, which is funny that like these other athletes who dominated their own really physically demanding sports can just in retirement be like, I'm going to take something else up, and they just take up the sport that other old men have been doing their whole life. Like, I understand it's hard, but it's just, God, it's so boring and almost like elitist.
I was at a Hurricanes game, and I think they were down 2-1 in the series or something like that, and it was the first home game, so they were going to like even it up, or maybe I'm mixing it up, but I know what it was. They split the series in Detroit, and then they came home, so they were either going to be up a game or down a game based on the first home game. And this is the Stanley Cup playoffs, right? So this is like the last round in the finals, and the Hurricanes were about to win. It was like 1 minute left in the game, and we were going to be up in the series against Detroit. Now, the Hurricanes at the time were like this sort of regional team. They had really low payroll, no business being in the playoffs. And Detroit was the like juggernaut. There were like 7 guys who made the Hall of Fame on that team at that time, and the Hurricanes were about to go ahead. Brett Hull scores with like 1 minute to go and ties the game. And he comes back, he sticks his tongue out at his teammates, like how cool is this? And then I swear this part's true. He locks eyes with me and enjoys my disappointment. So, yeah, I had bought fantastic tickets. I sat right behind the Detroit bench. The most notable thing was throughout the game as it went on, they smelled worse and worse and worse. But I was close enough to be offended by the BO of all these Detroit guys, and the Canes ended up losing in like triple or quadruple overtime.
That would be kind of awesome to live in an area like where you are that has a team like the Hurricanes, and I'm sure tickets are so cheap if you want to go see their games, and you could just like go see anytime you wanted. Like, even if you're not a huge Canes fan, you could just constantly be seeing live hockey and not have to pay an arm and a leg.
The cheapest of the tickets are probably pretty cheap. I'm just looking around.
I linked a video, like a hockey video I think is funny, from a Chicago-Colorado game where this hockey fan is taunting a player who got an injury, and then the fan ends up having something bad happen to him.
Dude, the tickets are cheaper than I thought. Like, against New York, which is a more popular team here because a lot of them...
like transplants?
Yeah, transplants. The tickets start at $13. But against Calgary, for example, they start at $9.
Jesus Christ! Starting at $9.
Yeah. The highest number here I see is against Chicago. They start at $23. So
Yeah, well, Chicago's been so successful in recent years that they have new fans everywhere, so they just flood arenas. It's so obnoxious when we play Chicago and St. Louis, and they just show up. There's like one of them for every four of us.
I've bought the cheapest tickets at where the Hurricanes play. I forget the name of the arena, and it's scary at the top. Like it's so steep at the very top that like it's almost like a ladder where you want to go down the steps backwards. You know, and put your hands on the thing. Like it catches your attention. I see parents like holding their children's hands because if you were to like hypothetically just fall forward on those steps, you'd fall down like 18 steps or something. Like it's like a ladder.
Not a trivial amount of steps, of concrete steps.
Yeah. Like if you were walking on a normal stairs and you took like a giant step, you'd go down like 3 steps, right? You know, something like that, 2-3 steps with one giant step. Here it would be like 9. Like they're just all vertical steps.
It's like Kyle. Remember that scene in Lord of the Rings where they're trying to climb up past Minas Morgul, and then before they run into Shelob, and they're having to like climb the stairs like this. Like mountain, it's like that.
Up the stair. That's a great movie. I recently rewatched it all.
Lord of the Rings.
I'm due.
I watched the extended versions. I have them on DVD, but it's been years, and so I actually purchased it online. All 3, you get all 3 movies in HD in the extended format for like $40. So I just got it, and they're dramatically longer. So if you're a Lord of the Rings fan who's never seen the extended version, you're missing like almost 2 hours of new Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings content. That's actually good and adds to the story quite a bit. Really fleshes it out.
Tracking Kyle's media consumption is crazy. Like
there's so much of it.
He really watches a lot of stuff. He's like, oh yeah.
I stumbled through 7 seasons of this show. Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I was watching Nurse Jackie. I'm on like episode 3, season 2 since he told me about it. You know, we started at roughly the same time. He's 7 seasons in and has it all figured out. He's like, yeah. And in the meantime, I also consumed about 14 hours of Lord of the Rings and this and that. And it's just like, holy smokes.
What I'm working on right now is called It's called the Godfather Epic. Okay, so what they did is they took Godfather 1 and 2 and they re-edited both films into one mega film. They added a ton of extra, never before seen footage, and they edit it chronologically. And Godfather 1 and 2 kind of hop around a lot between, you know, the old days in like 1901 America and back in Italy, and then back forward again to like mob dealings, and it can be a bit confusing. You know, because it's an older movie. It's a little bit slower paced than some people are, and so you can get bored and zone out. This thing, guess how long it is? It's both movies compiled into one.
2 movies compiled into one.
7 hours.
Yeah, see, I feel like I'm using psychology and not logic. I would assume 2 movies compiled into one would be 3 hours.
It's 7 hours.
Really?
It is 424 minutes long.
Would you think it's too long?
You would. All right, so I don't know. So, you know, I was thinking maybe there's a pacing issue. Like, how are you going to get through this thing? I definitely knew I wasn't going to watch it all in one sitting. So what we did is we watched the first hour and a half in one sitting, and that gets you up through the wedding, through the daughter's wedding, and we're gonna take on another hour and a half tonight probably or something like that. But I stay up really late almost every night, and then I wake up like I'll stay up like 4 or 5 a.m. and then I'll get up at like 11. Sometimes I sleep in, if there's nothing to do. Like day before yesterday, it was freezing rain. I wasn't going to do shit, so I slept till like almost 1 in the afternoon, I guess. But most nights I'm up till like 3 or 4 watching something or another. Nurse Jackie's been one of the new ones. Like I said, I watched all of that shit there was to watch. But now I'm on the Godfather Epic. It's good.
I'm getting a fireplace, and I'm conscious of the fact that Fireplace Talk could very well go down with mic talk and lawnmower talk, in that I am very enthusiastic about this and nobody else is. Now, there's a certain like, that's not all bad. Like, Kyle tells stories of him deep frying stuff, and I feel like it's parallel to the things I mentioned. Like, there's a lot of people who don't really share his passion for deep frying, but he's so passionate about it. Some decent storytelling there. I'll tell you this: I'm 30 times more excited about Fireplace Day than I was Christmas. You know, like fire, like I didn't really care. Tomorrow I'm supposed to get my fireplace. I'm jazzed. I've been watching the clock. I've been like on Craigslist. My firewood was just delivered during the show.
Oh, wood burning. Yeah. Not one of those gas bitch places.
Oh, I could talk about the options we got there. You know, I have a propane gas log set there now, but it's expensive to run. Propane's pretty pricey, and we were going to get pellets. But in this area, you can't buy pellets. Or if you can, you just get them at the start of the season and they run out. So pellets just haven't really taken over North Carolina yet. I went to several different places with pellets in mind, and they're like, this just isn't the place. They're like, we'll sell you pellets. We'd have to special order it because we don't stock them here because no one sells.
What is a pellet? I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. A pellet stove, they take sawdust and kind of just compress them into pellets, and then they can self-feed and self-start. And it actually seems like a really good system if your locality, I'll say, supports pellets. Mine doesn't. You can't get pellets here. And apparently, North Carolina is like the leading producer of pellets, perhaps because we have a big furniture industry here and we make sawdust. I just thought that myself. But they ship them overseas, and you can't even get them.
It's all that lobbying from Big Pellet.
Exactly.
Big pellet.
So pellets just aren't a thing here, and we decided to go wood. And I just want to have this wood burning stove freaking cranking heat, and then like the HVAC system spreading it around the house. I'm very excited about this. I'm looking forward to like burning shit. I'm huge on burning shit. I'm a big fan of that. And tomorrow is supposed to be Fireplace Day, but tomorrow is also like snowy, freezing rain day, and I'm afraid that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that could be perfect. It'd be the best time to enjoy your new fireplace.
But not the best time to install one. I'm hoping that they don't cancel it and make me wait. And then like next week, it's going to be in the 50s where I barely want the thing, and it could go horribly wrong.
How hard is it to install a fireplace? Like, what do they have to do?
There's
knock out a wall.
Well, it's actually an insert stove. Right, so that it has like the door in the front and stuff like that. But the tricky part is they're putting in a lining through the chimney, so they need to go up there, sort of drop the lining down, and then connect it to the back of the stove. So some people wouldn't want to go onto the roof in freezing rain and snow.
That's a cool little construction project, I guess you got going on.
I thought about doing it myself, but like, I don't know. In some cases, there's literally like building permits involved, and like
you don't want any of that.
They make it so you don't want to do it. Plus, there's a lot of things I'm comfortable with. Right? I hate plumbing, but I'm pretty good with a lot of construction stuff. I'm pretty good with electrical stuff, especially with my brother there to answer questions. But I've really never done fire stuff before, and I feel like I have an opportunity to mess it up.
My dad's over there. They're starting construction on his little man cave at his farm. I don't know how many square feet that's going to be, but he's basically putting in like a bathroom, full bath,
like 1,500-ish, right? Like it's a good size thing.
Yeah. I think it's going to be. He's already got like a structure there that he was like parking stuff under, so it's like it's a structure, but he's going to flesh it out and make it like a man cave. He's going to put like a full bath, washer and dryer in there, like a living room area.
Does he still do a lot of it, or is he mostly like the foreman on this project?
Definitely the foreman. Oh yeah, he's got a friend who does construction work like that, and he was over there the other day, and he was like, "How much would it cost to do this?" And he gave him a good price, and so he's not doing any of it.
So for all intents and purposes, he's just moving out in a way.
A little bit. So like I think so the deal is that like he hangs out over there for as long as he can until it gets cold at night, and a lot of times his buddies will like hang out over there and they'll kind of circle through, and Dad's got a shop with a car lift and a paint booth and a bunch of tools, air tools and power tools and mechanics tools, and so anybody who knows who doesn't have access to that stuff, you will come over there and use his stuff and borrow tools and stuff. So every day there's at least one or two visitors, and I think the idea is to make like a cool, warm man cave over there that he can just kind of hang out until like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Then I think he's gonna put a bed in there too. Actually, he might just move out and live over there.
Sounds like something's on the rocks, and he's like, "Fuck this! I'm starting my own little one-bedroom apartment."
All the benefits of a divorce without the financial deficit.
look, I didn't want to get into it too much, but that's what we're talking about here. He was talking about the cost of a divorce and the cost of just doing something like this.
His own place.
Yeah,
light years better by like a factor of 10 or 20 or something like that. It's much better to just build yourself a man cave than to get a divorce. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. I've got a pool, like a full slate, 8-foot slate pool table right now that's like doing nothing in storage. And I got a ping pong table, and there's arcade machines behind me, but I got more, and I got lots of stuff that I'm not really using right now. I've got like I don't know, half a dozen recliner chairs and stuff like that. So I'm gonna donate some of that stuff to the cause and make him a cool little room. I'm gonna hook him up like an internet entertainment area so that he's got Netflix and Hulu and shit and a TV up on the wall because he's not. Good.
I bet your dad is
I need a
so
video tour.
excited.
Even if it's not on YouTube or anything, walk around with your phone and show me what.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I got a question. I don't know. Stop me if we just need a new topic. You have an industrial building. Doing anything with that lately?
No, not doing anything with that. I got to get that all sorted out. But I'm using it for storage right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's got tons of stuff in it. That's where I keep my explosives. I got 400 pounds of explosives in there, and I probably should have said that out loud.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's where he intends to.
Well, that's where they're supposed to be. So.
Yeah. So, no, they're just not for commercial purposes.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're my private. It's my private stock of explosives that I use for fun. Yeah.
I'm looking through some of these AMAs.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
cool there.
I like the one that. All right, so what would stop you from doing the show or make you quit the show? I really like doing this. I like having a thing to do every week, if nothing else. So, I really can't think of like something that would make me stop. Probably the same sorts of things that would make me stop doing a lot of things that are kind of parts of my life right now, like major injuries and people dying and like life-changing shit. Because I get along really well with Woody and get really really well with Taylor, and we kind of got a nice flow going here. This thing is pretty easy to do. Most of the like work is on Woody's shoulders because he has to do the upload and render every week, and then having Chiz in place is kind of a part of the if this were a radio show we're doing, he'd be our executive producer, I suppose, because he books guests, he comes up with
I haven't booked a guest in like 6 months. Like
sure.
Chiz is just carrying the weight on that thing.
Yeah, Chiz does all that shit, and so having him there, I think really helps the longevity of this thing. Because if it were just me and Woody doing this thing, I feel like we wouldn't do as good of a job for one thing, but also I feel like it wouldn't be as much fun, and there'd be a lot more work involved, and I don't think
we get to just be the talent.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. So, I can't think of anything. I get along well with these guys, and I like doing this show. Yeah. I like the format. I don't even mind that it stretches on into the late hours. We started this one early today. I like that actually, but I can't think of anything really that would make me stop doing the show, other than life-changing shit that would also make me stop, like going to the same barber and like leave this state. Like, if my whole family dies or something, or if I win $1 billion in the Powerball. But other than that, I really enjoy doing this.
Powerball wouldn't stop me. It would probably have to be.
It wouldn't stop me either. It'd just be a different show.
If my internet presence caused some sort of negative impact on my real life. Like that's the kind of thing that would make me just back off. Like, let's say hypothetically I start working a day job and, my whole PKA library is a serious embarrassment to the company. That sort of thing might make me stop. My presidential run, that sort of thing. That's all I've got in my head. I enjoy doing the show.
Yeah, it's fun to do. And if I did win the Powerball, I think just like what Kyle was thinking is we would implement a lot of crazier shit, and every show would be live.
Welcome to the 21st annual Jeremy Wheel of Fame. We got Pat Sajak out there to help him out. He comes up, Vanna White's over there pulling the guillotine handle as Jeremy's head comes flying off. We got like $1 billion game. We're hosting it offshore. So that we can have like death on the Wheel of Pain and shit. So yeah, That's what
Live from
happens.
Saudi Arabia. See if this infidel can make it out.
Click, 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 click.
This
Yeah,
one's
it-
designed to cause fights. What do you guys find most annoying about each other?
I'm not gonna do that.
I don't know. This is a trap. I
It
don't
is a
like,
trap. I don't know if
like
we
this.
should do this one.
Hi, I'm going to ask a question that's intentionally made to drive a wedge between people.
Look, everybody's got little faults and faux pas, and you know, sometimes we do things that are repetitive in our speech patterns and stuff, and that can grate on you when you've known a person for so long. I often do this thing where I say something like, regardless, it's like this. You know, little things like that in your speech pattern that you do repetitively, or it can be annoying. So there's stuff like that for everyone in my life that I find annoying. It's like, you're saying that for the 18th time. Like it's such a cliche. It's like a personal cliche. Like that's your cliche, and I know.
It's like, where do they get off?
Where? Makes me want to whip them.
Yeah, that wants to whip them. I like that. I think that's funny.
Yeah,
The
I
way
actually
you
don't
do
have.
WH.
It's
I still am
correct.
not convinced
I don't
that
even
it's not made up.
Have those
It's
things
corrected
against
in the
you.
dictionary.
It is. I thought it wasn't. No, yeah, no. Maybe you weren't there for that episode, but I was sure that where would not be an acceptable pronunciation. So I on PKA, I looked it up, and it is.
Really?
Yeah. It's okay. Also, I didn't.
It just sounds like there's 3 H's in there. Like, where? Like HWHH.
There's only one. I just pronounce it. That's all.
Yeah. I actually don't have much I don't like about the other guys in the show. I do sometimes envy things about you guys. Like, you know, like, oh, okay. Well, whatever. If something isn't well received on the show, the fans might hold me responsible for it and not you two.
Mm-hmm.
And, sometimes
That's like a double-edged sword, though, because you're also seen as that. Like reaffirms that you're seen as like the head honcho. You know.
there's not a lot of benefit to that second part.
No.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of.
of.
You don't get the praise. You just get the blame sometimes. You know, there's never any. It's rare that there's a post where they're like, "Hey, can we all just take a minute and appreciate that the show? You know, nobody got disconnected tonight. Great job, Woody, for making sure Taylor's internet is good, because that's on you." You know?
yeah, right. You know, like if you guys have trouble with your audio, that's on me. If the topics aren't, you know, if the people don't love the topics, that's usually on me too. But like in my heart, I'm like, oh, but you know, we're all here, and you know, I did my best, and I don't know. So usually it's not you guys. It's just I envy not being held responsible for all the shit. Yeah,
You envy like our blameless position in a lot of it.
Yeah.
Especially, well, I can't even say Kyle even more than me, because I really don't get shit either, and neither does Kyle. Every once in a while, Kyle will do something, and they'll be like, "Do you think this was genuinely mean when he was talking about Josh?" And someone will be like, "Yeah, like, God, he really is an asshole." And then someone will be like, "You know what? That's why I like him. He's honest, like the Trump."
You know, when it comes to stuff like that, I feel like these are mean things. You know, people are too trigger happy to label you a mean person, and that means you're always mean. It's just like look, I'm not being mean. I'm just taking it in as I see it and analyzing things as I see them. And like clearly, this guy is just a real dum-dum, and it's evident not only from like having a conversation from him and seeing that it's difficult for him to put words together into sentences and to get his mind across. That's it. Like when someone's a little slow, like they have a hard time expressing their feelings. And you know, conversations are very one-sided. It's mostly him just kind of reacting to the things I say, but also there's the evidence of how he lives his life and stuff. So I feel like it's if anybody's out there going like, that Josh guy's just fine, I bet he's a bright fellow, he's probably all good, and Kyle's just being mean. Like, nah, this guy's a real fuck up.
And sometimes it's really funny to be mean, like to take it to the nth degree and just be
exactly. So we were leaving the gas station the other day, and there was this little girl by the gas pumps with her father. And I'm not good at guessing children's age, but like her head came up to about your hip. So like, I'm going to guess she was like a 6 or 7 or maybe an 8-year-old. Cause you know, it's hard to tell with development, medium-sized child. And she was so fat. She had big dumpy ass cheeks.
I thought you were about to say that she was hot. And I'm
No,
like, no, Kyle, pull up, Kyle. Well, did Kyle just freeze right there? He did. Yeah, I thought he was about to say she was maybe 6 to 8, and she was so hot. And I'm like, no, Kyle, no. Oh, no. I lost everybody? Is it me? But wait, I just had Taylor. Shucks. Oh, thank God that's not private. I'm trying to pull up this. Oh, it was me. It was my internet. So they'll be back in a second. Taylor's here. Taylor, you see me too?
No, I don't see anyone. It still doesn't even show. Can you see me?
I used to be able to. I just lost you.
Oh, it should be
All
good
right.
now. It just shrunk down
Now-
to the normal size.
Oh wow! Now I see Taylor in like the best quality that I've seen him all night, almost HD quality, looking nice over there, very coiffed. Don't see Woody though. Are we rolling here?
Yeah, no,
I
we're
believe we're rolling. I don't see Woody either.
Oh, I know why that is. I don't have my camera on.
But yeah. Anyway,
So-
Kyle, you're talking about little girl, dumpy butt cheeks.
Yeah. So this very very overweight like little girl, and I was driving out of the gas station, and I don't know what possessed me. I really don't. But I just started screaming or really squealing like a pig. I just looked at her, and just the first thing that struck me was to go wee wee and like squeal like a pig, and
Yeah.
I did it so loud that she heard me screaming, or she heard the noise, and she like looked up at the car, and I just thought it was the funniest thing.
You just
of all
started an
time.
eating disorder.
There is no way
Perhaps
that little
that'll
girl.
be a positive change in her life.
There is no, I doubt it. There's no way she like identified that I was squealing like a pig at her through my tinted windows at night and at a loud gas station at all. But it seemed like it to my girlfriend. She was pretty angry at me. But I thought it was fucking hilarious. That kid was so goddamn fat, and maybe that is mean.
Well,
It's
how old
definitely
was the kid?
immature. 7, I would say.
7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like 7 years old, 140 pounds, something like that.
That's when you're old enough that you can start to put the pieces together, though. Of,
I don't
like,
know if she
she's
could
from
hear me.
Georgia. She knows the squealing pig sound, and she's going to be walking in like, man, I can't wait to get my blue slushy. This is going to be such a great night. Yeah, I can't wait to drown my sorrows of my awful parents in this blue slushy. And then she just hears your jackass just, wee, wee, just right out your fucking window. And she's like, oh, so this is when the curtain snaps back, and this is my first real memory being mocked by this fake Russian speeding out of a gas station, and I'm just shattered.
I was cruising. I was in my truck. No, I can't help it.
It is funny though.
I have mean thoughts and mean feelings. But I don't express them in like mean ways. Like it's very rare that I'm mean to a person, that I'm actually mean to them. I might say mean things behind their back because I think it's funny, but it's rare that I actually hurt someone's feelings.
Do you mostly just fantasize about it, like thinking about what you would do?
So what'll happen is I'll be in a scenario where like at some point you're allowed to say some mean shit, right? Like if someone keeps like being bad at their job, like if you keep failing at your end of the bargain, if you keep being bad at your job in a service type job, or if you keep repeatedly being rude to me in some other scenario, then at some point the emotional bank account has run dry, and it's now time for me to hurl an insult your way. And so I'll be in those scenarios where it's like, all right, 1, 2, and I'm just counting the little slights, and I'm just waiting for the point where I've got enough ammunition to like unload on this person. And usually it doesn't happen. Usually the conversation ends, or we move on, or I find someone else to help me at Home Depot, or whatever's driving me insane. But sometimes like it gets to that level when I can just unload and be cruel and a real son of a bitch and say the things that are on my mind. And I love those moments. Like cursing the lady out at McDonald's is a perfect example. It was like in one move, she took me from 0 to 10. But usually it's like, I really hate the lady at Home Depot who says she can help you out with a power drill when she knows she can't. Like, don't be coming back here if you don't know anything about amperes, bitch. Like, that's an XR. I don't want the 1.5. There's a huge price difference. The battery life and torque are completely different. Like you didn't know what you were talking about, and you had me drive down here because you don't know anything about power drills. You pretended like you did. All you can do is read off a fucking box. Congratulations, you're literate. That doesn't make you able to do this job. But stuff like that could make me really lose my shit. My dad's the same way. He and I were on. I made a phone call for him the other day, and I called and I was asking about these power drills, and they transferred me like 4 times. And you know how when we try to prank phone call Walmart, it'll ring and ring and ring, and they'll transfer you back to the front, and you keep getting moved around, and you're not getting anywhere. It was doing that, and Dad was like, "I'd have done cut somebody out by now." And I'm like, "Well, it's your phone. I didn't want to take any liberties." He's like, "Feel free." And I'm just ready. Like, all right, hair trigger now. So
just hoping for something else.
But I don't think I'm I don't think I'm a mean person. I hold back all the time. I am a smart ass. I've always kind of been a smart aleck, smart ass. Like my like favorite kind of humor is like kind of listening to someone else talking and you know, thinking of a like that's what she said or some way to twist what they said and take me a little funny spin on it, some little goofy thing like that. So I'm naturally predisposed to be sitting there and just kind of thinking of ways to insult you. So
that's whenever
I get the opportunity
for in school more than anything as well is just like the being a smart aleck, like to teachers and people of authority and whatever. Like I can picture you doing that in spades, as
turning the phrase on them or something like that, or making, or don't you mean this and that? Because the word goes both ways, and you know, just being a dick. You know, convincing someone to talk themselves into a hole where they say something dirty or something like that. I used to do that to teachers where, you know, they ended up talking about cocks or something when we were really talking about chickens in our agriculture class or something. I don't know, I guess. But I don't think of myself as cruel because I don't take pleasure from hurting someone else's feelings. In fact, it makes me feel terrible. Like when I know that like maybe you've said something about someone and then it gets back to them and you never intended it to. It was just supposed to be a private thing. And you're like, those were just like a private moment that I had. And I don't even feel that way anymore. But now it's gotten back to Bob and Bob thinks that of me. And now I feel bad. Like I get that, you know, I'm not heartless, but
well, I would hope you wouldn't like enjoy that. That would legitimately make you a sociopath, wouldn't it? If you
right there you go. Well, that's what I'm defending myself against here. It's your accusations of sociopathy. But if I feel like I'm in the right, if I feel like we're on even, you know, we're both firing at each other, then I love to really get, you know, low blows are fun. I like saying some awful, mean, nasty shit to people and really hurting their feelings. I enjoy that. You know, if it's a fair fight.
There's one here for me. Woody, you seem okay with knowing where you live. Your family and your wealth, your family and your wealth, while most people, such as Kyle and Taylor, don't want that info out there. What makes you okay with everyone knowing a bunch of personal info about you? Well, to some part of it, I just feel like it's unavoidable. Like, if there was a really private version of me on the internet, it would be totally uninteresting. Right? Like, this is only the things I'm willing to let you know. Like what's interesting about me, I feel like, is sort of a realness or a connectedness or whatever. If I were to hide most of me from you, you wouldn't be interested in the part I shared. So to some extent, it's unavoidable. You know, I talk about what I'm excited about. Like, I remember when I was buying this house, I hadn't even made an offer and people found it yet. No, people found out where I was going to go. Just because like, if I didn't share the thing,
you described it too well on the show. I remember when you did it. I was like, oh, now you've done it.
Well, I also wasn't trying not to, you know.
You described the fountain. I remember initially it was when you described the fountain on that previous house you were looking at. You're like, yeah, the long driveway, and then this, and that, and it's shaped like an L, and there's a fountain, and it's on an island, and I'm like, you've done it. You've done yourself in.
A bunch of sycophants on Google Earth frantically scrolling.
But I wasn't like... like I wasn't trying to make that not happen either. You know, I wasn't trying to have a hidden location. I didn't do anything special to keep the house out of my name or things like that. It was just like, this is going to get out because even if they don't know before I live here, I'm not going to do what Kyle does, for example, which is like stay in one location all the time. So no one can identify your house by what they're seeing right here. You know, the view that I have into there is not, to me, I just feel like I have to have a view into my life to be interesting at all, and therefore stop trying to hide it.
I feel like one of the fears that I would have, one of the things that like, so because if you're that open and outward with it, like if you ever go on one of those Disney cruises, everybody knows you're out of town. Yeah. Now everybody knows where you live, and we know not only like what guns you have, but where you keep them. and like we know, like we'll know where the dogs are. Like it's weird being that open with people, especially in my case. Like I don't want anybody coming and robbing me of the, I've got a lot of expensive stuff, like and it just kind of, there's just, I mean, there's lots of stuff. There's just stuff everywhere. The other thing is, don't want anybody messing with my family or, annoying them or anything. And I just like my privacy, I wouldn't want to have to somebody coming and bothering me. Like I like to be able to take a piss in my yard if I want to.
I feel like it would take a high level of effort for me to filter at a level that you do easily. You don't give clues about things you don't want people to know about, whereas I would let it slip.
Yeah,
well, that's part of the endearing nature of why your channel got successful in the first place, though, is because people liked feeling like they were almost on the trip with you. Like when you started trending up with the success, it was like people knew the family, so it was like, all right, like I'm following along. Like I feel like I'm more involved, even though like I'm really not. But like it's easier to get invested.
I feel like with like letting stuff slip, like there's a part of my brain where I can be like, okay, this information is classified, and it'll never slip in casual conversation ever. Like I can just kind of like put a mental highlighter on something, and it's like, oh yeah, like don't say that. That's a real giveaway about where you live or how you conceal where you live. And there are people who think that they have addresses that are tied to my name, and sure, there are addresses that are attached to me, but they're not the ones that I live at, or they're, it might be a place where I own some property. It might be somewhere where a family member owns some property. You might be able to look that up, but there's just no records of where my home is, and I've made sure of that.
I feel like my list of top secret stuff can't have that many items. I've got a couple that I've got in my head right now, but if I were to include like everything so that it wouldn't give away where I live, or I don't know, relationship stuff or whatever, if I were to filter that much, I don't know, I don't have that much room in my filter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple top secret items in there.
Yeah, I like not being able to. Well, I used to. Did I mention that it seemed that someone had rummaged through my girlfriend's wallet in her car in the yard?
Oh, that's
you
creepy.
Did. I heard. Yeah, about that.
Very very odd. So like, once as always, I don't get too descriptive about where I live, but I have a long driveway. It's pretty nondescript, and once you get to the house, like it would be real difficult to get away without us watching you slowly do it. It's that kind of deal. But apparently Kitty said that Dak was freaking out one night at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and she thought someone was outside, and I'm like, why didn't you come fucking tell me? And then my girlfriend was saying that she went outside and her wallet was sort of dissected, if you will, like in the front seat of her car, everything pulled out and lying there, so nothing's stolen. And then in my truck I've got like I got a handgun or two sitting there, and there's maybe $200 worth of cash sitting right there on the console, kind of wadded up and stuff. And there's stuff in there, but none of that's taken, so, which is bizarre. So I'm kind of half hesitant to even believe that anything happened, but I have taken steps to deal with that. So I've got a way to notify me now if someone were to come in the yard, and I've got my weapon ready to roll. So we'll see.
I got a question. I like this one. I feel like this AMA is better than average. Now, there's a couple gems in here, but hey guys, does everyone eventually hate their job? It seems like every professional I interact with doesn't enjoy what they do for a living.
I think a lot of people do, but I think maybe the trick would be to have so like there's different kinds of jobs. Like if you're a carpenter, I feel like that's a job where you get to, depending on what kind of carpenter you are, but let's say you're a contractor, that's a better one. You're always traveling around doing different stuff. So it's never the same thing. It's not as monotonous. It really depends on the job. If you're a guy who hits the same hammer every day, who swings the same hammer all day, every day, of course you're going to hate your job. The guy who makes donuts, he hates his job, they say. And, the gynecologist, eventually he hates his job too. But I feel like me and you, this thing that we do changes up so much. 1 week, a little part of the percentage of income comes from hot sauce, and then the next week it comes from selling some swords on Minecraft, and then the next week it comes from this podcast, and we're always doing so many different things. I don't hate this. I really love this. It's always different and changing, and there's so much to do. I don't know.
I feel like, for example, running Woodycraft is one of my favorite jobs I've ever had. But sometimes I'm just okay with it. Like, if it gets me up at night, I actually don't want to do it. That's a thing sometimes. Sometimes this has happened a bunch lately. I'll work at it, and it's like go, 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 go. And then I'm happy that I'm done. I'm ready to break away, and then it has to pull me back. Some asshole DDoSed us or something. And it's like, oh, really? I was just about to decompress. But I feel like if you do a job long enough, it's almost like the best you can hope for is to be okay with it, to be fine. It's rarely going to be your favorite thing to do. It's they say like, oh, you do what you love and every day's a vacation, or you'll never work a day in your life. That's what it is. Yeah, fuck off. No.
Yeah, a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I guarantee you, even Tom Cruise is like, fucking acting.
Yeah, I get depressed, like, just thinking about it sometimes, like, when I talk to people who say that they really love their job, but it's not like someone like Kyle or Woody, where it's like, man, I love my job. I get to go out and shoot guns, or like, I run the best Minecraft server in the multiverse or whatever. It's like, oh man, yeah, I've been the regional HR supervisor for like 8 years, and man, I love coming into work every day. Like it's a dream. And like talking to people like that, it's almost like, oh my God, like, am I gonna be you someday? Am I gonna be someone right now who has the audacity to lie to someone who knows better? Like, you're trying to convince yourself right now. Stop fooling me. Stop saying you're, reading job applications and resumes from a bunch of unqualified communications majors is what you want to do day in and day out. Like, that almost makes me more depressed, is like seeing people who have finally given up on the, I want to be doing something of my dreams, and they just convince themselves that what they're doing is their dream job. If that makes any sense. Maybe I articulated that poorly.
No, I think you articulated really well. And I had a video idea. I haven't talked about it yet. I might still do it even though I'm about to. But a lot of times people in this wonderful position, right? Like say Tom Cruise or whatever, will be like, just pursue your dream. Go at it doggedly and then refuse to be denied. And then that's what I did and it worked well. Yeah, well, a lot of times those people have like a certain survivor bias, and I don't, because in my heart anyway, I've lived both jobs, right? I've done the 2 decades in IT, and I've also done the half decade on YouTube. And I fully get that, like, if you just like, oh, I'm going to keep making videos and I won't be denied. Yeah, you might be, there's a very real chance that you can't have what you think you want. And, I don't always know how to advise someone who says, I want to be president of America. No.
Well, maybe realize that's not your lot in life and apply down at the subway. Start small.
So, yeah, I don't know. This like survivor bias where whatever, some guy with the dream job, the lead guitarist for Aerosmith, whatever. It's old band. Like, yeah,
really got your finger on the pulse.
the trumpet for some 1920s swing band. Yeah. But yeah, it's just like, not everyone is gonna be that guy. Not everyone is gonna be, in a boy band or whatever, and you can't just not refuse to lose and assume you won't. And the advice you get from people with survivor bias is sometimes bad because they think it's more possible than it is. But then again, giving up right away is a tricky thing too. Does everyone everyone eventually hate their job? I think very few people find their job as their favorite thing that they wish they were doing. Even if your job is awesome, there'll be days where you wish you could Netflix instead. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Let's see another one.
Well, I'm going to watch The Revenant this week. I want to be able to voice my opinions on this
Bring
thing.
Your caffeine.
What's that?
Bring your caffeine so you stay up.
I don't have that problem in movies. So I'm gonna check out The Revenant. I almost felt like I should watch Will Smith's Concussion movie just so I could be fully informed when I said that he didn't deserve an Oscar, as if it's you should know going in. It's Will Smith. Come on. But I really hope Leo wins this thing. I feel like the internet would just explode. I feel like everybody would be real happy. There'd be lots of cool memes. I'd like to see that happen for him. I want to go see this thing, see what the deal is, though, see if it's any good or not. I'm wondering what other movies there are out there that
I
don't
still
think
haven't seen
there's any-
Hateful Eight.
Ah, yeah. That
Or
one's
Star
done.
Wars. I'm
Shit.
I'm just not into Star Wars. Like I just don't care.
Yeah.
You know,
about it that much.
so people my age like had a huge Star Wars experience with the first trilogy, and it's just embedded into them that they almost have to see the rest of it, right? Where you've watched 7 seasons at this point, you need to keep going. But it's interesting to me. I see these guys. I interact with a lot of young people because of my Minecraft server, and a lot of them don't give a shit about Star Wars. Like, to me, it's the most valuable movie property to have ever existed. But to teenagers, they're just too many gaps. Don't care.
Well, I'm not sure what other movies I want to see this season. I saw that.
Suicide Squad.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's coming up in a while. That'll be okay. I watched the teaser
rated R.
for it.
Is
Yeah.
it?
That'll really help. Yeah.
No, it's
rated-
not.
Dude,
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Isn't it?
you're not thinking of
Uh-uh.
Daredevil, are you?
It's not rated R. Deadpool is rated R.
That's the one I'm trying to say. My mistake.
Oh,
know.
really? Oh, okay. God
Yeah,
damn it.
it's PG-13, man. It'll be good. It looked entertaining. The preview. That's what I'd say about the entertaining. The preview. It looked entertaining. It didn't look like a great film. But I'm interested in several of the characters. I'm gonna watch it, but no, unfortunately it's not rated R. The movies that are rated R that I'm excited about are Deadpool and apparently Alien Covenant that Ridley Scott's gonna make. I think Ridley's making this one, the next
Yeah.
one.
I'm way more excited
That'll
for
be
Deadpool
R.
knowing that it's rated R now.
You see the marketing campaign where they're making it look like a romantic comedy, romantic drama type movie.
Oh, yeah.
To
Melissa
trick-
saw that poster and was joking we
Yeah.
should go see it for our Valentine's Day.
Valentine's.
Make a romantic comedy.
Yeah, man, that's pretty funny. I like that. I'm gonna watch that for sure. I hope it makes some money. It's weird though because it's another one of those properties that's technically still a Sony thing, and Marvel doesn't really own them, like Spider-Man and the X-Men. So with Spider-Man, I think they came up with some kind of agreement. We talked about it months ago when it happened. So that Spider-Man, even though he's a Sony property, could appear in Sony films, and I think maybe they're going to get some of the Marvel characters to hop over in the Spider-Man movies, that are made by Fox. But I don't know if you're going to have any luck like that with Deadpool. I can't imagine Deadpool appearing alongside, Captain America.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
surprised
not.
there aren't new superheroes, and I feel like everything is old now. To me, Deadpool's newer. Like, what was it, from the 90s or something? Like, it's not as old as some of the other stuff. But Superman, Batman, Joker, the whole Iron Man, the most of the Marvel universe, the X-Men, that stuff seems like it's been around for so long.
It has. Yeah, since like World War II.
Yeah, Captain America, right? That's a World War II. Like, it's really old. And
Well, I think we're seeing the new stuff in the form of like graphic novels, though, stuff like Sin City and stuff like that.
Why is it taking so long for new things? Like, I feel like the theater should be filled with new things. So, for example, Guardians of the Galaxy. God, I hope I'm right on this. I'm not a guru, but Guardians of the Galaxy is a fairly old property, right? But it's new.
I thought it was new. I'm
It's
not very
new to
educated
me.
with that.
Like, I didn't know anything about Guardians of the Galaxy prior to the movie coming out. Can you guys grab it?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Guardians.
I'd watch the cartoons.
You watched the cartoons for Guardians of the Galaxy?
They appear in the Avengers cartoons. Like they're part of the same universe with the Avengers in Marvel and all. And that'll eventually happen. Whenever they get to the what is it, Phase 4 or is it Phase 3? So the next movie is Civil War, with Captain America versus Iron Man. But after that will be the when all the Genesis stones come together, and they said how many different Marvel characters were going to appear in those two movies, and it was like 50 or 60 or 80 or something crazy like that. So that'll be a big blowout, crazy thing.
I could be mistaken, but I was pointing at Guardians of the Galaxy because I thought it was old and it was wildly successful, but to me it had it didn't have any built-in interest. They had to start from scratch, and I think a lot of people didn't know anything about Guardians of the Galaxy before they saw the film. Right? And I don't think there were a lot of guys who just loved the comic for ages I think the bulk of the audience was entering it fresh, which tells me you can enter fresh. You know, I loved Watchmen. It was rated R, so it wasn't going to be a huge like commercial hit. But those people, while I know that the graphic novel or comic book that it was based off wasn't new, I had no background in it, and I still had a lot of interest. I feel like people will accept a new superhero, and you don't have to just keep doing like Wonder Woman and the Avengers.
Who would your new superhero be? You got to make one up. What would he do?
I don't know, but I'd start with he'd be medium powered. You know, I feel like Daredevil's too weak. You know, all he really does is see in a different way, and he's wildly athletic. He's like a mile. What can he lift? Like one side of a car? That's within the realm of regular humans.
Yeah, well, he's one of the only superheroes who I'd rather be a normal guy than him. You know.
Yeah.
So you got The Punisher coming out on Netflix soonish. I think that'll be good. It's got that guy from Walking Dead playing, the Punisher. I think that'll be cool.
Which guy from Walking Dead? Daryl?
No. The guy who shaved his head, who like turned crazy, the one who's fucking Rick's wife. Shane.
Oh, that guy. Interesting.
Yeah, Shane.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna be the Punisher. And I hope it's cut from the same cloth as Daredevil. It's nice and dark and gritty. Daredevil's probably the most violent thing that Marvel has done, including the movies. Like, Daredevil's more violent than those movies, than the Avengers. Those things are pretty cleaned up. There's no blood. You know, if something does bleed, it bleeds oil or green goo. But, you know, Daredevil, he's huffing and puffing, beating Chinaman down with his bare hands.
Daredevil, I liked it less than it seems the rest of the world did. It's another one of my unpopular opinions.
I still think it's because you didn't watch it, like, get into the feel of it and go with the momentum.
It might be. I like, it's an hour long, and it's not like TV hour long, which is really 40 minutes. It's an hour long. And, you know, I was watching it with my wife. So, you know, she wasn't really done. Like, we hit the bed at 11 p.m. and I'm like, let's watch 4 of them. And she's like, no.
That's how I do it. Like, my girlfriend she takes caffeine pills because she knows I like to stay up late, and we have certain series that we watch together, and then we have series that I fall back to when she's like not around.
Mm-hmm.
So like Nurse Jackie, we always watch together so we can stay on the same page. But The Office, I'm in a continuous like rotation of rewatching The Office.
Consumption, I could never keep up with it.
I've
it really
seen The
is
Office.
impressive.
I've seen The Office so many times. I think that's one of the reasons I enjoyed the clip show from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia so much. Is because I've literally seen every episode of that show a minimum of 3 times, and some of them I've seen maybe 8, 9, 10 times. You know, the gang, the one where they fight for the troops, and they're the eagle men or whatever, and they're all dressed up like birds.
Yeah.
The chicken, and then eagle men fighting and killing, and they had this whole verse about like protecting their eggs in the nest, and it, you know, I've seen all those things like multiple times. The Office, I think I like to go back to because, you know how you smell a smell and it takes you back to a memory. Like The Office was really cool for me in a time in my life where I was real sad. I don't remember what was going on, but like I was all bummed out, and I discovered The Office, and it was before it was on streaming,
Can I ask
so I
a
had to
question?
get it. Huh?
Is the truth that you did know what was going on? You don't want to say it?
No,
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Just wondering.
Yeah, I just remember.
Did I just see his filter in effect?
Yeah.
No, I just remember being bummed out. It might have been a breakup, or it might have been a big poker loss. Like I remember this one time I was real bummed out because I lost a lot of money in
Was
poker
it to
one
me
night.
at the paintball trip?
No, that 6-pack of Tecate was all yours.
Everyone put in $20.
Oh, okay.
And I walked away with everybody's 20s.
Yeah, you are not good at gambling.
He
Scores
made
posted.
money.
Yeah, I know. What was I saying? Oh, but I just remember like I had the deal where you got 3 DVDs out at once, but they'd only put like, I don't remember. I think it was 2 episodes per disc. So you'd get like 6 episodes of The Office at a time, and then wait like 2 or 3 days to get the rest. And so that's how I was introduced to it, like given a little at a time, like just enough to really get into the flow of it. And, you know, I'm sure you all know the theme song. Da, na, 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 na. Dude, when I hear that, I have a chemical reaction to it. It's so comforting to me. It's like smelling mom's apple pie if my mom made apple pie.
Pavlov's dog.
Yeah. Like when I hear that, I get there's definitely some brain chemistry that happens that is comforting, makes me feel good, and de-stresses me and all that stuff. So I rewatch The Office on like every 2 months. I rewatch the whole fucking thing.
I feel that way with Seinfeld, but I know what you mean with shows like that.
I've seen every episode of Seinfeld at least once. Most of them I've seen twice, and some of them I've seen 3 or 4 times. I've seen all the TV shows there are to see, I think.
I usually don't want to see something I've seen already.
I like getting the even now when I go back and watch It's Always Sunny, I'll pick up a little joke. There's all these little jokes in the background, and like I remember there's an episode called Mac Kills His Dad, I think. It's where Mac's dad's in prison, and he and Charlie try to go to be like his legal team, and on the outside they're gonna like prove him innocent. And Mac is having this whole conversation with his dad between the glass, with the phone and all, and you just got to watch Charlie's face. Like, listen to what Mac and his father are saying, but watch Charlie's face, and it makes it funny all over again just to see his reactions to what they're saying because they're so comical. So I like watching stuff multiple times and try to wring every ounce of content out of it there is.
I don't do that with comedies as much as other kinds of shows. Like Band of Brothers, I've probably seen like 3 times through, Pacific and the original. Pacific isn't as good, but it's still a really good. Like if it didn't have to compare itself to the original, everyone would look at it as like that's an astounding good series.
Yeah.
But the first one was just one of a kind. But I watched through that, usually once a year, and that's one of my favorites.
I've seen that 3 times.
I think you can get Band of Brothers in 1080p. Will these old things be remastered, and like, is there 4K footage out there? Probably not.
I don't know. Band of Brothers, the original one, came out in like 2002 or.
So it's probably filmed in HD though, right?
I would think so. It looked HD when I watched it on HBO Go or whatever it was.
It's the nice stuff about that stuff that was in film.
Until Kyle gave the password to too many people, and then we got barred from the account. 6 years on that fucker.
I was the straw that broke the camel's back. Me and the 80 people I brought on board.
Yeah. Should have been. So many people use that account. it's just stealing.
I think that might have been the account I was on. I'm not sure.
It probably was.
Because I got it from people And the shows were always like partially watched, and like I felt like I was like, is it okay to rewind this one and start it? Like I'm losing their spot.
Yeah, I never even thought about it. I would come into that and I'd be like, yeah, fuck it. They should have finished. You should have finished that in one sitting. I'm trying to read about Band of Brothers and being in 1080p. I know I got the DVD box set.
See, that worries me. Like, was it not formed in HD or filmed in HD? I mean to say, it was filmed on film. Then it becomes a question of how shitty is the film. Like with Jaws, it was some major effort to like fix the film and take out all the cigar marks and fix the audio, and they had to like really do a thing. Whereas I wonder if they're just like, oh yeah, we could just release this original, color correct it, and shoot it out the door. But there was a question here. I'm gonna. What do you like that not many people know you do? That one's impossible for me. Like I have not kept a lot of secrets.
Yeah, I read that one, and I'm trying to think like.
Did you guys know lawnmowers and campfires? They're like, yeah, Woody, we know.
I don't even know.
You have a little
That's
hidden
really
pleasure.
Hard. I was thinking of like foods, but that's fucking boring. Who cares?
Right.
Like who wouldn't pictured you as an artichoke guy.
Well, I really like a lot of people. I like bands that most people are either don't like or are afraid to admit they like.
What's a movie that I liked that everybody hated? I don't know. It's being like a contrarian.
Yeah, I could be a contrarian. I thought The Sandlot
no,
wasn't very good.
It wasn't very good.
Oh,
of course, it's also a children's movie.
Well, I feel like the internet loves Sandlot.
That's because they're it falls under their it's the movie they watched when they were a kid. They were the appropriate age 20 years ago to love The Sandlot. We weren't. I didn't think it was good then or now. It's not good. That redheaded kid's so obnoxious. He played a vampire in an episode of The X-Files one
I
time.
liked The Sandlot. What year did that come out?
If you watch it again, I think you'll find the acting in it was atrocious. It was just a bunch of children who weren't actors, like running around.
That's what all those movies,
playing
like
together.
Bad News Bears, all that shit. I didn't think that was good
Yeah,
either.
well, I saw it when I was 5, so
Yeah, it came out like
if I
94
revisit
on.
that, then perhaps I'll be a little more critical on the children's acting.
I really
I saw the guy on the internet who would critique children's drawings. It's the fucking funniest thing.
Terrible scale.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
This is my
Where
giraffe. They're like, what the hell's wrong with your giraffe? It has no spots on it. That neck is so short and like
Just lazy artistry. Yeah, I don't know. That I can't even think. That one might have to be revisited. I can't think of a good answer for that one.
I don't know. I own a lot of shoes. I like shoes.
You like shoes?
Yeah.
I have no particular affection for shoes. I own a lot of them because I've been the same size for a long time.
There you go. Yeah, it's the best. See, my pant size goes up and down all the time. Like it could float from like 31 to like 34, anywhere in there. But like shoes are always the same, so I don't feel bad getting like a third pair or fourth pair. Even if they're similar to one another. So I got a bunch of shoes.
Usually mine are specialized. Like I've got just the right pair of shoes for cold weather outdoor construction work.
Yeah.
I wear them every 2 years. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We talk about all that stuff pretty much. I don't know. I like little dogs.
I'm saving little dogs for my old age. I feel like, I'm 42
don't
now.
waste your big dog years.
Yeah. I feel like I'm 42 now. You fast forward 13 years, and the weight of the dog will be a thing. At 55, did I say 2 years? I meant 12. And it's actually 13. But at 55, it might be a struggle. It might hurt my back to lift a Great Dane.
I've been considering getting one of those wiener dogs. I saw they had a litter of them, and I was looking at one, and it was like $600, which seems like a lot for a dog. And I'm not really in the market for a dog. So then I was looking at like the Humane Society, the local ones and the sort of regional ones and the state ones and stuff near me. And it's pretty fucking sad. They've got like a list of the dogs that like don't have much time left. So I'm like flipping through them, doing a different voice for each one to my girlfriend, begging her to come get me, making up a whole life story. And they're all named and stuff, and like lots of pit bulls that look scary. Like some of them have like these wrinkled faces. They're just terrifying dogs.
But they're not terrifying when you do them, I guess.
No, well, sometimes
people don't understand the true me.
I've got anger issues. I lived in a hole for 5 years. Stuff like that if they're scary. But just flipping through them one after another, and just like Tinder, just no. gas chamber. Couldn't find any that I wanted. So I don't know. I don't have puppy fever like Jackie did or anything like that. But I think a big part of it is because we're about to go on this trip to Colorado. My girlfriend had to go down to Florida a week ago, and so she took advantage of that to drop her dog off at her parents' house for them to look after it while we're gone. Which meant that I got I'm like a month away from this little dog that's usually like my nightly companion. Like me and that dog are tight. So like the dog's gotten fat. I've made it's like 15 pounds, and
he shares your enthusiasm for fried foods.
I went and bought the other night. I bought 4 pounds of jelly beans.
As you do.
Yeah. And I mean, I've got this box of jelly. It's this big. It's this big around. It's got a
only
big
8-year-olds who just won the lottery and rapists go out and buy 4 pounds of jelly beans.
It was a little pricey, but I got 50 flavors of Jelly Belly jelly beans, and so like I'll be sitting there eating them, and I like eat one, and then I look to see what I ate. Oh, blueberry, yeah, tasty. And I'm eating these things, and the dog's just watching me, and I'll give the dog one, and the dog like chews them up, and the dog's getting fat, but I love the little dog. So the dog's been away, and I haven't had her keeping my feet warm at night, and playing fetch with me and all that stuff. So I'm starting to want a dog.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm gonna
I've
do?
had puppy fever before. Which dog is that you're talking about? Is that the one that's like, oh, it sounds like this, and he sounds like it's about to die?
No, that's my dad's dog. That's Rambo. Rambo's 14-year-old Jack Rat Terrier, who's just like a wisp of a little guy, and he's all shaky all the time, like he's got Parkinson's. He weighs like 7 pounds, I think. But my girlfriend's dog is a Dachshund who's like 8 years old and super intelligent. I didn't realize little dogs got this intelligent because like its brain can't be that much bigger than this, but very personable, intelligent little dog.
Dude,
very surprising.
You guys would like Ender. Ender is a big goofball, and like physically, he's a magnificent like example of the breed. He's just big, he's strong, he's so loving and so happy. He wags his tail so ferociously, it hurts a lot. Like it gets me like when he comes at me, right? And he's happy, and then he spins and comes back, and he gets you with that tail and fucking hurts. And you're like, God damn it. And it's like nutsack level, so you're like protecting yourself, but even a good thigh slap with it, it's like a whip, like it hurts.
It's like a UFC leg kick.
Yeah, and we'll be like in the Game of Thrones room, and he's just spinning and happy and excited, and you're like, God damn it! And I check it like a leg kick, so he gets the shin.
Check it.
Yeah,
I check it.
You see it coming. Like you gotta check the tail wags because it hurts more than like. You need to see this. You need to see it, and he'll love you, and he'll like just so happy and enthusiastic. And you got to check his kicks, and it's a thing. It's a whole experience. My parents were not prepared. He's bigger than he looks on camera, according to them.
Yeah.
And this is just a big goofball, happy dog, and he hurts you, but he loves you so much. His love hurts.
I don't want any of that love. That's a big dog. I like the little dog because I like to be able to like. The one thing I worry about is like your dog is not fragile at all. Like you don't have to worry about if somebody's gonna step on your dog or if like some little kid's gonna trip over it.
He'll be laying on the couch, and it's like that's my spot. So I'll lay on top of him or sit on top of him, and he's like, "Man, I'm perfectly fine with this arrangement. I'll wait you out." And that's, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, with a little dog, you could kill him if you trip over him or step on him or something, or at least hurt them pretty badly.
Yeah, it's just like you could break a leg or something just by, how you walk behind someone, you flat foot them?
My sister had this friend in high school who was a big guy. He was 300 and I'm not good at guessing weight, but he was tall as well. So let's just say like 6'3", 320 pounds, just a big guy. And he wanted to be a veterinarian. I think he's still on the way to, or maybe he has become one by now. But he got a pug puppy. And he loved this thing, and he would sleep with it every night. And then one night he falls asleep, and he rolls over on it. And he wakes up, and he has smothered this new puppy to death in the bed. And it's all because he's such a big guy, right? A 200-pound man wouldn't have done this. It wouldn't have happened. But he's 320 or 350 or whatever the hell, and so it was just too much. And the little puppy he rolled over on the puppy, smothered it, wakes up to a dead puppy right under him. He cried a lot. He
needs
pretty,
a 7-foot-tall Great Dane,
right?
Yeah, there's two peas in a pod.
That Great Dane would have farted on him. And he'd have woke up, and he'd have been all shaky and had a headache from low oxygen to his brain.
My dog's farts.
He might get some bad test scores, but
awful. And there's two of them, right? So sometimes they're both just cooking at the same time. You're like, oh my god! And we've got like the fireplace going and stuff. I'll walk in the room.
I don't envy that.
They'll both be in the say the family room with Jackie, and I'm like, oh my god, like this place is polluted. She's, I know.
You should put. I imagine like putting one of those sticky Febreze things like on the back of the dog, like right above its tail, just so it's constantly just spraying out. Yeah, that's awful. When you got a dog that weighs hundreds of pounds, and that digestive system is not conducive to anything good.
No, they can be so stinky. It's kind of funny, but oh my god, the way my dogs fart is
it's bad. It's real bad.
It's something that, like I think people are out there like, okay, so my dogs are human sized, right? You might think that there's a similar. No, they out fart any person that I've ever met.
Yeah.
Because they have no concept of restraint.
They let it go.
Yeah.
Just give you both barrels right away.
And you know, they fart, so you think like, all right, that's whatever.
They're
We're
done.
safe for a few minutes. But there's more. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
more
Get
dogs.
started.
They can trade off. It's a tag team. They'll pollute a room. But it's also kind of funny. So I don't know. They're really loving dogs. So it's easy to forgive their faults.
It would have to be. I don't envy your giant dog situation. That's not.
No, I don't either.
I don't envy your little dog situation. I have what I want.
It's I could definitely see that there are definitely drawbacks to the little dog, but I think there's also drawbacks to the big dog. Ideally, I think I would want like one of those Australian like cattle dogs, one of those little a dog that's big enough to bite someone but small enough to like hop in my arms and that sort of thing.
One thing that we like about Danes is how they're lazy a lot of the day. They sleep away a lot, and I really like my dogs to be low effort. Like, yeah, they're just turned off most of the time.
Yeah. In comparison, it's probably not for the same reasons, but that wiener dog sleeps all fucking day. It's great. That dog loves to nap. That's my nap buddy. Yeah.
I imagine I'd really like the wiener if I got to know him.
It's like a person. It's got personality. It's odd. It's like a cat a little bit. It's not the kind of dog that'll snuggle with you at all. It's like it's got other shit to do.
Ender in particular, I know you'd like Ender. You'd want to come. You'd want him. I swear that dog is so sweet, so goofy. So he has personality galore. He's a good dog. I'd like
to bring my my water balloon launcher. I got one of those that's like I got the big one that like a person gets on each end and holds the side, and then the third person cocks and holds back the thing. It'd be fun to get over there and like launch some balls and see those dogs running across the field and stuff.
Maybe. So we had yellow labs for a while. And they were amazing at fetch. They were great. They taught me a lot of my hockey skills. I'd be on the deck just playing with the ball, going back and forth, back and forth. The thing I try to do is like get it between their legs. And I got really good at bringing it between my own legs and keeping my body between me and the defenseman. And, like that was a big deal. And then I'd flip it up off the porch and they'd zip out there and catch it. They could catch crazy things. You throw the ball poorly to them, they're like doing backflips and landing on their feet like a cat. My Great Danes are so incompetent by comparison. You throw things for them to catch, and they get bopped in the head, or they try to catch it with their mouth. They have no, mouth-eye coordination.
Mouth-eye coordination, that's what I call it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kitty's dog is retarded like that. Like, I'll go to the refrigerator and, like, make a ham sandwich, and I'll tear off a little corner of ham for each dog, and, like, my girlfriend's dog will be like, shoo, like catch it out of the air, like it's because she hunts all day. She fights lizards. They're the perfect size to be below her in the food chain. So like lizards beware. But with her accent, she calls them wizzles. But anyway, wizzles. Beware the wizzles. And then we were watching a nature documentary, and there's a Komodo dragon that comes on the screen, and she started looking at it. And I was like, oh, beware the Wizzled King. I like to do that stuff. But anyway, what was I saying?
You're talking about the dog, the hunting, the mouth-eye coordination. Not mouth-eye coordination?
Yeah. Like, so her dog can catch shit, but Kitty's dog, Muppet, who's like a little terrier that's like maybe that tall or something like that, like you'll throw cheese or ham at it or whatever, and it'll just hit it in the head, and it'll just be like, ah! Like it'll blind it for a minute. Like I see this cats. You see it happen to cats on Reddit all the time. She'll stop being able to like dog. She'll de-dog and just freak out and fall on the floor and stuff. It's pretty funny. Completely uncoordinated. Same with balls. You just throw the ball at it and just hits it in the head. And it's just like, why'd you hit me? Why? I trusted you, human.
Human.
I'll have long conversations with the dogs. I like to give them a little voice. They got no way to communicate. I like to make people feel bad for them. Like that's what I've been doing to my girlfriend for a week because she took that dog back to Florida. I'm like, doing the dog voice and pointing out that there's like alligators in Florida and shit like that, and the dog's gonna get eaten, and it's gonna forget. I'm like, that dog's forgotten all about you. When it gets back, it's not even gonna know who you are. Just making her feel bad.
I'm gonna whip out an AMA question. Is this okay? Should I try and save every cent I have and put it towards retirement if there's a chance I won't even make it? I guess he means die. Or should I spend some money on enjoying myself in the present while I can, since I won't be young forever? It's a pretty loaded question. What would be a good balance? Like, should I try to save for retirement, given there's a fair chance I'll just die and never enjoy it? Or should I live it while I'm young, because I'm only young once?
Thanks for barely enough, like just enough information to not be able to answer your question. Well, I don't know if you got terminal cancer or something. Probably should not be putting the money in the piggy bank, but... if you're just like, I don't know why that's the question, right? Why do you think you're not going to live to enjoy retirement?
I thought I wouldn't when I was a kid, and I don't know why, but it was just, well, I'm just so wild and crazy. I'll probably never be 55.
Find a balance. There's plenty of like tables out there that'll help you set aside the correct amount. It really depends on you and your income and your expenses and your lifestyle. And there's no right answer to that without the help of some.
I feel like one of the things people do is they deny themselves small things like movie theater money, and then let the big things fly. And it's like when you sign up for I'll make something up, a $40,000 truck, like that's a big deal. Like how many times did you look at something that was $150? $150, like literally just $150, and say, no, I can't have that. I can't have an Xbox right now. I can't have this. I'm going to deny myself some game. And then you bought a $40,000 car. Like now you're up for, I'm making numbers up, but like 6 years of $500 payments. And, your whole life got trickier because one day you were weak and you signed yourself up for a lifetime of debt.
Yeah.
Then you still owe like $10,000.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like
I got
7
lost.
years.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was just doing the math on the payments with interest.
Oh.
You're paying forever. That's what people never realize when you borrow money. Like I can remember people sign up for those 72-month loans. And it was outrageous. And you could go even farther, like go out into 80+ month loans. I've seen that once where someone went, I don't even remember what it is. It's like 84. I think it's 84 months when it's 8 years. No, 7 years.
86?
84
7
years.
years.
7 years, yeah.
7 years. Ridiculous.
Right,
An
96.
auto loan for 7 years. But I've seen that happen before. It's crazy. And then you start... God, you don't have to be that bright to like just do the math there and see how much interest you're paying over the course of that time. It's especially, and I'm thinking back to cases of poor credit, and I was always zero down and shit like that. And it's just like, dude, I mean, I'm happy to sign this paperwork because I'm making a commission. But are you sure? I never asked that, but that's what's going on in here.
I feel like people sometimes watch their pennies and not their dollars, and it's like, dude, just take a breath and realize what you're buying here. The cars in particular. This guy wants to know if he should, save for your future, live a lifestyle that makes you happy, but God, don't.
There's a lot more middle ground than what this guy is saying too, where it's like, should I save every single penny, or should I spend every single penny? It's like, common sense dictates it's somewhere in the middle there, but it is aggravating, like, when you have a friend who, like, my age bracket, like they're putting the payment down on their first home or something that's probably too expensive. And then meanwhile, when it's like, hey, you want to grab, burrito at Chipotle, catch up, it's like, whoa, can't be spending money right now. Can't buy a $9 burrito. I've got a $400,000 house that I'm going to be tied to for the rest of my life. It is silly. So don't be that guy. Just be reasonable, I guess. It's not that hard.
Yeah. And the home could be an appreciating asset. We'll see how that works. I know I might sound biased because I just bought a home. But the car in particular will pretty much never be a good investment.
Yeah. Nobody's ever buying cars for more than, or I guess, like every once in a while, there's like a
Collector.
Shelby Cobra or something.
Yeah.
But that's like 1 in a million that actually appreciates in value. Nobody's like, oh, you got an 82 Civic? Like, wow. Is that a manual? Roll down windows?
Yeah.
A-track?
All those cars on the lot you're looking at are going to cost you a bunch. So, yeah.
Where did he go off to? What's he grabbing?
He didn't say. Bathroom break, maybe?
No, he walked in the back. That's not where his bathroom is, I don't think.
I don't know what's there.
Unless he's been lying every other time he's ever said he's going to the bathroom. which is also a distinct possibility. Just going up and
Unless
futzing
those
around in
other
his house.
times he goes to the bathroom, he does two things, like bathroom and coffee, or bathroom and snack.
Bathroom and throw a couple more fries in the deep fryer. His new mixture. That cracks me up that he's so into deep frying, because I know that it would be something that I would think was a ton of fun if I had one. But I also know, like, I'd probably use it like once, and then you have 6 gallons of rancid oil that you need to dispose of somewhere.
It's interesting as a topic to me. Like I was saying before, how like he's so passionate about it that I normally wouldn't want to hear Fryer talk, but you know, if you're totally into it, I'll listen.
Yeah.
So
Call a show there.
I've got one more thing. And I don't know if it's a good topic, but Bernie Sanders released his tax plan. And did you guys see it at all? Here's a link. A guy on the PKA subreddit simplified it. It's kind of hard to talk about. One, because facts and figures don't really translate to visual stuff. And two, because there's a lot there. Here's the entire proposal. And if I were to print it, it would be like 7 pages, which I'll mention is to his credit. I feel like a lot of people will just be like, you know, I'm for higher spending and lower taxes. I'll make it work. And he, on the other hand, has a real, like, I'm going to crack down on this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to charge this, and that will fund this other thing. And he lays it all out there. But, man, like, my big takeaway on this is holy Robin Hood. He has, you know, like on the top tax bracket, for example, which a lot of people just hate people for being rich. But for people who make over 10 million, it is trying to do the math on this right, from basically 40% to 50%. Is that a 20% increase? 25% increase. You know, 25% increase in taxes, although it's like 12 actual percent.
It's just a couple more $1 million. No big deal, right?
Yeah. Now, please I understand marginal tax rates, but I'm talking about the top thing. You know what? I'm going to briefly explain marginal tax rates. So the way that things work is there are brackets, right? I'm going to simplify it. Let's say that the brackets happen, the tax rate is 10%, 20%, 30%, right? And then that increase happens at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. So if you make a 201,000, right? I don't know if I messed this up, but let's say that at $201,000, you're in the 30% tax bracket, right? You've just reached that thing. The first 100 grand was taxed at 10, and the next 100 grand was taxed at 20, and then the 30%, hardly anything. It's de minimis, right? Like that's just that last $1,000. So really, you're paying 15% because the first half was at 10, the second half was at 20, and practically none was at 30. So we'll dismiss that. That's how a marginal tax rate works. So when they say 52% on income over 10 million, a lot of people will be like, half my money? Maybe when you throw in states or whatever, but for the purposes of this, no, because most of your income wasn't over 10 million unless you're doing super well. But still, and then on the other side, if you're ever looking at tax deductions, then you do just look at your highest rate. You know, like if I hypothetically made $20 million and I had $1 million tax deduction, it would be worth 52% of that because it all comes off the top. You know, you don't look at marginal when you're looking at deductions. The big thing with Bernie Sanders is, holy smokes, he really has a tax and spend plan. And he really targets the top earners as if they were bad guys. And I think, I remember I was talking to Kyle once, he was on PKA. He's like, I love rich people. Have you ever met rich people? They're great. They're generous. They're fun. They're successful. They're not haters. They're just like, if you ever get an opportunity to hang out with a really rich guy for a day, I bet you'll like it. They're glorious people. Oftentimes they got ahead by being sociable. And, you know, and I think if you don't know rich people, it's easy to think that they're just total douchebags because they have what you want. If you do, you'll realize oftentimes they executed super well on one really great idea, and that's there. Or other times they just persisted and ignored the 10 failures, and then until their great idea worked. But I don't know. The Bernie Sanders philosophy seems to be fuck rich people. They're rich.
Yeah, I reiterate, all the rich people I've ever met were great people. Real fun hanging around with them. They were very sharing, very very fun, very very nice people.
Yeah,
Good time.
I'm just 52% tax rate. Now that's over 10 million. He wants to bring the estate taxes back to where they were, I guess, pre-Bush. I forget what that is exactly. He's targeting. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much for me. I definitely hate some of the breaks. I hate that capital gains taxes are lower than ordinary income. That's stupid and crooked in my heart.
The Social Security thing doesn't seem correct. That they're going to just continue taxing the income despite the fact that you're not reaping any further benefits from there. It seems wrong, and I feel like it's so difficult to explain that correctly if you're on the other side of it. But it's so easy that. Rather, it's so easy for him to be like, "Hey, look, once they get to a certain point, they're not paying taxes on this anymore. What's the big deal?" I don't know. I don't like that.
So
there's a number of things.
Was always an investment account, right? Like if you make, I'll make them 20 grand, and then you put in 7% on that, as you do, and then when you retire, you reap the benefits as somebody who made 20 grand and put in that. If you make 100 grand the whole way and you also put in 7%, a much greater amount, then you reap greater benefits. It's an investment account. The more you put in, the more you get out. It's how it's always worked. He's changing it so that if you make 20 grand, you get out your, what you based in. If you make 100 grand, you get out what you put in. But if you make 100 million, then you just keep putting in forever, and you take out just like that guy that made 100 grand. It's no longer an investment account.
There's a cap on benefits, but no
That's
cap.
shitty.
But he's wanting to remove the cap on the money you pay in.
Yeah, there's a cap. Perfect, thank you. There's a cap on the benefits. That part's not changing. But how much you pay in, we'll get rich people to fund it all because fuck them.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Nope.
I've heard years ago, people would be like, "Oh yeah, these guys, these Democrats, they just want to, raise taxes. They're trying to steal from you, but they would never have the balls to do it in person with a gun." And I thought, "Fuck you, like this public benefit, whatever. Like, it's not stealing." But the way this is structured feels like that to me. Like we're attacking.
It's too aggressive. It's just too aggressive. You're not going to eliminate the class system in one foul swoop, and that seems like what he's trying to do. He needs to be a little bit more reasonable about his. He needs more reasonable expectations.
It's a popular thing to say, like that. Well, fuck rich people. They didn't deserve it. They didn't earn it. They just got there off the backs of all these
silver
other people.
spoon.
But man, I don't know.
There's a lot of rich people who got rich because they're hardworking and they're innovative thinkers. And if you start taxing the fuck out of them, they'll go somewhere where they don't tax the fuck out of them, and they'll make money for that country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or they'll just make their company owned by some company in Switzerland, and suddenly they're not paying taxes here nearly to the level they should be.
There's aspects of Bernie Sanders I'm totally excited about, right? I feel like he has like a straight moral compass, right? He has character. He's an honest man.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel that way about Obama too, but I've never in my life can I remember a politician who was so uncompromising in his morality, right?
I don't think you can get that high up in politics and be a bastion of honesty and morality. I just don't think you can. You cannot be a career politician who really doesn't do anything but leech off of his constituents, because that's what they do. You shouldn't be able to just have a career of essentially manipulating people. It's really easy if you're a career politician to convince people of certain things, because that's been your job. You don't know a trade. You don't know anything useful. You're not making people more money.
Well, Bernie's, in my mind, either I'm being fooled.
Not just Bernie.
Either I'm being fooled or I feel like Bernie's broken the mold. And in some ways, I'm excited about a guy who is just, his morality is great. It's unquestionable. He's only doing the right thing in his heart all the time. Bernie won't fuck you. But I don't agree with some of his ideas, even if I'm confident they come from a place of goodness.
I agree completely. I'm 100% with you there. I feel like Bernie is well-meaning and a good guy, and I can't say that about the others. I feel like some of the others are greedy career politicians who are just. I mean, Clinton is just a monster as far as I'm
Ted
concerned.
Cruz. Ted Cruz is the biggest monster for me. Like, he is not well-meaning and a good guy at all. At all. No.
He's second most to Hillary because she takes the cake, I think.
To me, I flip him, but I can accept either way. You know, I think Ted Cruz is the biggest douchebag that's relevant. But yeah, Hillary also. She's a politician.
I don't know. I just don't trust any of them at all.
Well, lucky for us, we have virtually no say in this whole matter, so we just get to sit back and watch what happens. Bernie Sanders has such an incredible following. They're so passionate, the ones that there are. Like, if you're a real Bernie Sanders supporter, you're serious about that shit. Oh, you know what I did see today? I saw the in my town. I saw the Trump 2016 election headquarters. I'm not sure how that gets funded and all that, but they got a big building together, all covered with American flag shit and like red, white, and blue banners. Where does the money come from for that?
Trump?
Any idea?
Typically, they raise it from people, and the campaign asks for donations, and that's what they buy.
Yeah, but this is Trump, so I don't know if maybe he runs this thing a different way. He talks about like not taking any money and financing his own shit.
He definitely takes small dollars. I feel like he's talking about not being in the pockets of GE, but you can donate to Trump.
And that's what matters anyway. Like, I don't care about Joe Schmo throwing $6 at his candidate.
Trump is totally in the pocket of a teacher from West Virginia who donated $250. He'll do it. He's got him dancing like a puppet on a string.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw that today,
Susan's the one who's really calling the shots.
It was impressive. Like it's I mean, it's a big building they got, and it's all decorated, and it like used to be sort of a derelict kind of place, but someone has went in there, and they're serious about Trump 2016. I just
they're going to carry
wait.
Georgia. I guess in the primaries, that is a question. I think if he gets
Georgia's leaning more purple these days from a lot of stuff I've read. So who knows?
I didn't expect that.
I didn't expect it either, but I still think that it really depends on the candidate. I feel like, and the matchup in particular, the matchup really matters. It's really important because once we get to the primaries and once they've selected running mates, that could really sway this thing a bunch. You put the right person alongside virtually any of these candidates, and I might be like, oh, well, that's a good team. Okay, he's bringing that guy in. That guy's got a lot of foreign policy knowledge, whatever. Right. Oh, John McCain's hopping on board with this guy. Oh, okay, that's kind of weird. All right, whatever it is, that could be a big game changer. But I think that is the game changer for me. Whenever we get down to the primaries and they select their VPs, I hope there's a period where like Trump kind of suggests that he's got a VP in mind sooner rather than later. I'd love to know who his idea is. Like who could it be?
Watch him be someone totally non-traditional. Like he just grabs Tim Cook from Apple.
Oh.
I wouldn't like that. I want him to grab someone who's going to really help him navigate the world, right? Like the foreign policy and inside baseball, right? Like a Paul Ryan, for example.
The political system in Washington, the machine that it is.
Like if all the senators are going to line up against Trump and make it so that he's ineffective.
Newt Gingrich. There you go. Trump Gingrich, 2016.
Wow.
That guy knows.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know if he's out of date or not, but I was saying Paul Ryan, the current leader over there.
Yeah.
Some guy knows his way around.
Sarah Palin.
No.
Did you see she endorsed him?
Her endorsement was so wacky, it was perfect Palin.
I think I've got a quote here somewhere. This man build big things that touch sky.
Well, I mean, it speaks for itself.
All right.
Yeah, that Sarah Palin's crazy, but you know what? Her endorsement might carry some weight. Get him some voters.
It will.
And her porno is great. So
it can't hurt. Nobody's gonna write him off because she supported him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they will.
Well, people who weren't going to vote for him anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
Guys
already
like
in the same
me will
camp.
think he's just even crazier, but
Yeah.
Trump really wasn't getting my vote.
But he wasn't getting yours in the first place.
Can't wait, man. Can't wait. Trump 2016. Get that motherfucker. I wonder if he would do just like design changes to the White House, like pimp it out, like make it like 30 stories or something.
They'll call it the Trump House for the next 4 or 8 years.
Oh man.
8.
I can just see him like his inaugural like, speech or whatever. You know, we're gonna put the white back in the White House. He's going in there like great.
Dude, it's not great at all.
Yeah, man. it's gonna be so funny. It'd be such a mockery of the whole system, the whole thing. I kind of there's a big part of me that wants Trump to win just because of the, just sit back and watch.
Yeah, all of me wants him to win. It'd just be interesting.
I don't care.
I don't think any of them are going to make a difference in the first place, so at least have somebody who's fun to watch.
I don't care anymore. I don't want Hillary. After that, I do want Trump. I want Trump to win. I've had thought more and more about it, and out of the people that are out there, if I got to pick one, I'm just going to pick Trump. I'm not betting that Rubio will not make us all recite the 10 Commandments every morning at dawn. It could happen, so I'm going to go with Trump. Keep the Muslims out of the country, and
all right.
Make those Mexicans build us a wall and then pay for it, and and apparently the Moroccans too. We need to lay a little justice down on them. Some drone warfare, I think, keep them away from that fence they were running.
We need walls around every country. Return to the days of Greek city-states.
I just understood the Moroccans too thing because of his stupid campaign ad that showed Moroccans.
Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. I wonder if there have ever been another non-politician, crazy, wacky outsider like this to run for national office in another country and get this far. Like, has one of the Spice Girls ever went out to be the new PM?
I feel like Ross Perot was almost Trump level back in '92.
Really?
Well, so he ran as a third party and got something like 20% of the vote.
I thought it was 15.
That was before me and Kyle's time, though.
Yeah.
Ross Perot.
That's impressive if you got 20. That's a legit third party.
Yeah, it was kind of 19. So you got 19% of the vote. It's somehow he was never going to win, but he was going to create a three-party political system. But for whatever reason, even at 19%, he wasn't able to get a traction.
The numbers on Trump running as a third-party candidate are interesting. There's so many ways to look at this election, pulling it apart and moving the pieces around. But Trump as a third party ruins the Republicans because he really keeps a lot of his support. Mm-hmm. He keeps his hardcore base. So no need to disparage that group any further.
Trump as a third party, even doing poorly, will pull in 10%, and the Republicans were no way going to beat the Democrats by more than that. So he
pulls more from the right than the left, certainly.
Almost purely from the right.
I think there's some independents out there who are on board with him.
Okay, but
I mean, he's just doing.
Even then, they'd be like libertarian independents, so overall skewing right.
Yeah. I feel like if he gets 10% of the vote, he takes at least 9 of that from the Republicans, and
that's why the RNC are in such a sticky situation. It's like, okay, if we don't give the nomination to Trump, he could run as a third party and just fuck us right in the ass. If we do give it to him, then we make ourselves the laughing stock of world politics by making Donald Trump our representative to go into this thing. It's a real rock and a hard place.
Can't wait.
I can't recall a more interesting presidential race. I mean, the Perot one was maybe good too, but yeah, you say, Bernie Sanders is just this year's Ron Paul. No, I feel like Bernie Sanders is a lot more competitive than Ron Paul ever was.
Might be this year's Barack Obama. You never know. He's just if he can keep it going. If this thing, so he's probably going to win at least one of these first 2 states. If he gets into South Carolina and he's within, say, if he can pull within 5 points, that's a huge statement. I think right now he's behind by 15 or so, but he was behind by 35, and he pulled 17 points ahead in 30 days or something. So he's closing, but he'd really have to close a lot for it to he's got to get on that national stage. That's what matters. He's got to win Arizona. He's got to make statements across the country. It can't just be the New Hampshire.
If he wins Iowa, and he might,
and
then wins for New Hampshire, then I feel like you have to look at him in a different way. All of a sudden, the big news story will be Hillary's deflating, and that's going to help him in South Carolina.
He's not I see a lot of those big groups throwing their weight behind Hillary already, like the gay rights groups. I saw
frustrated me.
Right? When she was voting against gay marriage not that long ago.
Yeah. Politically expedient, whatever works for her. She's just manufactured. I think I've said this too many times, but I empathize with politicians who choose their words so carefully because they know everything is going to be dissected and used against them. Having said that, fuck politicians who do that, because I'm done with it. I'm exhausted by it. I like the Trump and the Bernie who just consistently say what's on their mind.
Agreed.
Wrap?
That's a wrap. Check out Movement Watches. Check out
Trunkclub.
Trunkclub. Description down below. Both of them very cool sponsors.
Very cool. All right. PKA 266.